YouTube as well. But you can go to that other blog, the one that you and I used to set this up, because that a lot of people will find
That's the weekly blog.
The weekly blog, that's right, which is just for this thing. And
well, some of these, I'm going to just mention,
go ahead.
Some of these things are well worth looking at.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I've read every one of them. Try and call your attention to some of the better ones.
A couple of things this time around that are just mind-blowing.
There's some good ones this week.
Yeah, there
very
are.
Definitely.
Yeah. So should we go straight into this?
I think we ought to.
I should mention that if you go to geoharvey.com, there's a calendar. We try to keep you up to date on the date from which on which the news item appeared at the blog, which is usually the day after it appeared in the news. And you can click on the date, and it'll take you to a place where you can pick it out of the 15 or so that are there. Our first item comes from Renewables Now, and we're going
to start out with a picture.
We are. That's the picture.
There it is. And it's an interesting thing because it shows that for the first time, we're generating more wind in the U.S. than hydro.
Is the actual amount of electricity generated. Hydro goes up and down because we have drier and wetter seasons. And
wind goes up and down a bit too, but it's more or less steady. And you can see from this graph that it's just been steadily climbing.
Yeah, it has been. So this is, as I said, from Renewables Now. What do you got for a title, Tom?
The first one coming up says, wind surpassed hydro as the top renewable electricity generation source in the U.S. And I'll put this up again, and that's exactly what it's showing.
Yeah, and that is going to continue, we can say without doubt. In 2019, U.S. annual wind generation exceeded hydroelectric generation for the first time, according to data from the Energy Information Administration's Electric Power Monthly. Wind is now the top renewable source of electricity generation in the country.
Well, it's a good graph, as I mentioned, and this record was previously held by hydro, as the graph shows.
Yeah.
Now, 2019 wind generation totaled 300 million megawatt hours.
300 million.
That's a lot.
That's 300,000 bigawatt hours.
Bigawatts, yeah. Okay. Hydro fluctuated between 250 and 320 million over the decade.
Yep.
And it varied with rain.
With the amount of rain. Yeah.
The U.S. has 100 gigawatts of installed wind capacity right now.
Wow.
And 80 gigawatts of hydro.
Wow. That's 100 gigawatts of installed. I had forgotten that.
That came out of the article, so I didn't make it up.
You didn't make it up. Okay, our next item is from the Monterey Herald.
Yeah, Moss Landing battery storage project has been approved.
And this is one of the ones that I think is just mind-blowing, absolutely mind-blowing. The PG&E-backed Elkhorn Battery Storage Facility in Moss Landing, California, was unanimously approved by the Monterey County Planning Commission. It is the second element of what would be one of the largest, probably the largest energy storage project in the world. I shouldn't say the largest, probably the largest chemical battery storage project, because the big pumped storage facilities probably store more than this.
Right.
The total capacity will be 1,930 megawatt hours. And you know that...
Well, there's more coming.
Yeah. the Hornsdale Power Reserve, the one that Elon Musk made that bet, I can produce this in 100 days or you get it for free.
And he did.
That was 130. And this is not 1,930. So it's huge. It's just huge.
Well, we'll talk about the project briefly.
Go ahead.
It's going to include 268 lithium-ion batteries.
These are not
This is not what you put in your car.
This is not battery cells. This is big things.
And it's got a capacity to store up to 730 megawatt hours of renewable energy during the off-peak hours.
Yeah.
Okay, Vista Energy is the people behind this, is currently building an even larger 1,200 megawatt hour battery storage project on adjacent grounds.
So there's two projects. They're right next to each other.
And they're both big.
And they're both huge. And the 1,930 that we were talking about is the combination of the two.
Yeah.
So there it is. Okay. Should we move on?
Yeah, we got a picture coming up again.
And an item from The Guardian.
Yeah, I get,
That picture is
up.
a picture of
That's
part of the Drax power plant.
In Yorkshire.
In Yorkshire. Yeah.
The Drax power plant to stop burning coal with a loss of 230 jobs.
The Drax power plant in Yorkshire will end all use of coal next year after almost 5 decades as one of the Western Europe's most polluting power plants. Drax Group will stop burning coal in the plant in March 2021, 4 years ahead of the government's ban on coal-fired electricity.
But they're still burning things.
Well, I've lost track because you know, not that it's hard, it's just that I'd have to look to find out. But the last time I looked, there were 6 power plants in the UK that were still burning coal.
Okay.
And this is by far the largest.
This is the biggest one.
This is the biggest coal burning plant they ever had.
Okay.
And if you look at those towers, you know, those are big
pull them
cooling
up
towers.
Again.
Those are big cooling towers.
5 of them, huh?
Well, there's 5 of them there. There might be others.
Might be more.
Yeah.
Well, what Drax is going to be doing here is they're still burning things, as I said. They're
Yes.
replacing coal with wood waste pellets,
Wood
which,
waste.
by the way, come from America.
Yeah, where they're waste from clear-cut forests.
Yeah,
which have been
unfortunately.
clear-cut in order to produce the waste. I mean, Drax promised the UK that they were going to be using waste wood.
Yeah, so they're cutting down forests and they're calling it waste.
So they come to the United States and they're clear-cutting forests in Georgia in order to get that wood. And they didn't make any
I
promises.
wouldn't call it
here.
waste.
It's not waste. You know, it's just, this is, I think, just...
They're playing games.
They're playing games, and they're
At least they've gotten rid of coal.
Well, they're doing wood, and they're also doing natural gas.
They didn't mention that in the article.
Well, I think they're half natural gas, and I don't think this is a great move that they're making, because if they were doing a great move, they'd be getting rid of all combustion.
Exactly.
I've come to a point
That's
where
why I say they're
just
burning
think
things.
combustion is not the way.
We got to stop burning things.
We got to stop burning things. Okay.
Well, we got a good one coming up here, though.
Yep, and this is Friday, February 28th.
Shell Consortium eyes a 10 gigawatt.
This is mind-blowing. Go ahead.
A 10 gigawatt wind and hydrogen giant.
Oh my gosh, 10 gigawatts. This is from Renews.
10 bigawatts.
Yeah, 10
Bigga
gigawatts.
giga.
That's right, 10 bigawatts. Shell, Gas Uni, and Groningen seaports have launched the I shouldn't say North, it's Nort H2 project. It looks like North.
It does, but it's...
to an English-speaking eye. The Nort 2 will entail construction of a purpose-built offshore wind farm of up to 10 gigawatts. It will supply electricity for industrial-scale production of green hydrogen in the Netherlands.
We'll be talking about this again. This is a new trend. They're going to...
It is.
I mean, hydrogen is a good way to store energy.
Well, there's a place you could use combustion. Burning hydrogen
gives you water.
It gives you water, which is what you started with. You know, I mean, they make the well, you can get hydrogen from other sources, but what they're doing now is they're splitting water molecules, and you get 2 products from
like
that.
high school chemistry.
One is hydrogen, the other's oxygen.
Yeah.
And then what you do, you burn the hydrogen, which takes the oxygen that you released, that same exact amount, out of the atmosphere.
It gives you water.
Yeah, and it gives you water as waste, which is where you started. So hydrogen is a pretty good storage system if you can store it, which is not all that easy.
No, but they're working on it.
When I was in high school, we had a chemistry teacher who said, "I want to show you guys hydrogen." And he went into the other room and he came back with a hydrogen bottle. And you could see that it said hydrogen on it.
Yeah.
And then he hooked it up and he turned the valve and nothing happened. And he said, "I should have checked this first. It does this every year." The hydrogen bottle has probably not been filled for 17 years while this guy was teaching. But he said, this was the problem. Hydrogen...
It'll leak right through glass.
It'll go right through steel.
Yeah.
The molecules are so small that it will go through between the atoms in a steel alloy, and it'll just come out of the tank.
Dissipate, yeah.
It's kind of tough to store, but anyway, Okay,
Well, they, according to the article, they plan to have the first offshore turbines installed by 2027.
yes, this is not happening tomorrow.
Green hydrogen production is expected to be around 800,000 tons per year by 2040. So they're not playing around.
No, they're not. And
Okay.
honestly, again, I think some of these figures are conservative.
Probably is. At present, industry is using large quantities of hydrogen, mainly produced from natural gas.
Right.
Replacement with green hydrogen will contribute to decarbonization.
Yes.
Okay,
Which
so it's a
means this
step
is
in the
just-
right direction.
This is just one more thing that you're not going to be using natural gas for. And the number of articles that I'm seeing appear about how risky investments in natural gas are is just going up and up.
Well,
and up.
they're not proving to be what they expected them to be.
they're not.
It's a big failure.
Oh,
really.
I should mention.
Yeah.
I keep an eye on the Dow Jones coal index.
Okay, which isn't going to exist very much longer.
I don't know.
think.
In 2008, it hit 745. Now,
2008.
2008 was the year that Barack Obama was elected.
Yeah.
By 2009, when he became president, it had dropped to about 165 from 745.
That's a big drop quickly.
That happened with George W. Bush in the White House.
Wow.
Now,
Who was not an opponent of.
no, he wasn't. But they had that recession that came along during that time. Under Barack Obama, it went up, but it went down, and it wound up going from 150 or 165 or whatever it was to about 45, which is where it was when Donald Trump became president. Over an 8-year period, it
Okay.
dropped by about 75%, a little less than 75%. Since Donald Trump became president, it has dropped from 45. This morning, it hit $9.05.
$9? Wow.
It has dropped as a percentage-wise more under Donald Trump than it did under Barack Obama.
As a percent. Wow.
In 3 years as opposed to 8.
Wow.
Okay.
Well, that's basically, I think that's kind of good news.
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
We got a picture coming
We
up.
got to see these people get jobs, but
Let's get
okay.
this picture
This
coming
is
up
coming. Oh, got to get that out of there. Come on, guys. What's going on here?
I'm waiting.
Yeah.
There we go.
Is that the picture?
That's the picture. That's
This
the
is a
picture.
Hydroflex train. I saw this picture. The first picture that I saw looked even more like this. It looks like somebody has painted graffiti all over the side of that train.
They did.
That's what it looks like to me. Okay.
Okay, next stop.
Yeah.
Hydrogen-powered trains. I'm going to put the picture up again real quick.
Okie doke.
Okay.
This is from the BBC. The UK's rail system is currently 42% powered by electricity. One line running to London from Hampshire runs entirely on solar power. Okay.
Yes, well, that's in existence now.
It is. However, 58% of the UK track is not yet electrified, and on those, diesel engines still keep trains running. One test system may show how to replace the diesel, and it is powered by hydrogen.
How about that?
How about
We're going to
that?
be talking about hydrogen a lot today.
I think we are.
Well, in this particular case, the hydrogen charges batteries via fuel cells.
Yes.
Okay. The only waste product, as we've already mentioned, is water.
Yeah, it's not combustion. It's a fuel cell, which
It's
is
a fuel
slightly
cell.
different way of doing things, slightly different because you're using the same products and you're getting the same result, except you're
But
doing
it's
it without
using it
heat.
slightly differently.
Yeah.
The system produces sufficient power to take the train 75 miles, which in Britain's enough. That's enough.
Yeah.
And this is an interesting thing. Electrifying a single kilometer of track can cost £1 million.
Yeah.
Wow, it's expensive.
It's
So
expensive.
hydrogen-powered trains are much less expensive. Okay, so this could be a portent of things to come.
Absolutely, it could. But I
Well,
hope I hope they have trains that don't look like somebody's attacked them with spray paint.
Well, I think that's kind of publicity.
I think it is, but I don't think it looks very good.
Well, the UK intends to do away with diesel-only trains altogether.
Well,
2040.
yeah, and we're all going to have to do that. That's part of the
Well, it's
thing.
economics.
Yep. This. Are you done with that?
I'm done with that one,
Okay.
yep.
Our next one is fun.
Comes from the BBC. This one's kind of scary.
What?
Ducks?
Ducks.
China may send ducks to battle Pakistan's locust swarm.
Well, the locust swarms are scary, but the idea of using ducks to deal with them,
well, it's not new.
it's not new.
Not
I know.
new.
China could deploy 100,000 ducks to neighboring Pakistan to help tackle swarms of crop-eating locusts, reports say. Pakistan declared an emergency, saying locust numbers were the worst in more than 2 decades. An agricultural expert says the ducks can be more effective than using pesticides.
Which is good.
Yeah, this is the same outbreak of locusts, I think, that came from Saudi Arabia 2 years ago.
It's involved. Definitely. It's raining in a desert, which it's not supposed to do, and there's nobody out there to notice it, so they're not saying anything, and all of a sudden you got a plague of locusts.
Yeah, we talked about this last week.
Sounds like the Bible, doesn't it?
Well, it is, actually, but there's something interesting about this. These locusts that they have in these swarms,
Yeah.
I looked it up, and maybe I looked it up wrong, but those locusts can be used in kosher cooking.
They can, huh?
Yeah.
Well, that's good.
Well, it's good
A
if
couple
you can
quick
eat
takeaways
locusts.
here.
Go ahead.
Ducks have a voracious appetite for locusts,
Yeah.
okay, and have been effectively used against locusts since ancient times.
There you go.
Okay, a single duck can eat more than 200 locusts a day without belching.
Did it actually say
No, I
that?
said that.
I didn't
They are
think so.
easier to manage than chickens because they like to stay in groups.
Yeah.
However, some question whether the ducks would be suited to the mainly arid conditions where the locusts
Well,
are a problem.
that had actually crossed my mind too. But I've seen pictures of how this is done. In the United States, there are farmers who use geese to weed
Yeah.
their fields.
Yeah.
And I've seen this where a tractor trailer pulls up next to a field.
They dump over the whole bunch of
They
geese.
open up the doors with a ramp. The geese come running down the ramp. They go out into the fields, and interestingly enough, they will eat all kinds of weeds, but they don't eat strawberries.
Good, good.
Okay, we are up to Saturday,
Well, let's see
February
that-
29th.
Oh, I just wanted to mention there's a 2-minute video on this.
Oh, yes.
And it's interesting how East Africa is battling devastating local swarms. It's only
Yeah.
2 minutes. It's
Yeah.
worth looking at.
Yeah. Okay,
Well,
we
we
have
got
a
another
picture,
picture
of
coming up here.
this thing is just being mean.
Being honorary, isn't it?
Yeah, there we go. Oh,
There we go.
Wrong one.
No, that's-
Wait a minute.
we had the
There
right
it is.
picture.
There it is.
Okay, I'll try to get it up. Bingo.
Before I
That's
do something.
Gloucester.
There's an interesting thing about this picture. If you look just to the right of the middle in the sky, you can see 4 masts that are
Yes, you can.
on ships. If you look carefully just to the right of the right-handmost mast and just to the left of the left-handmost mast, there are things that are beyond the trees. Those happen to be wind turbines.
Oh. Kind of small wind turbines.
They're not all that small. Those
No,
things are a couple of miles away, and they're I forget. I think there's 3 of them.
How much you want to bet that blue building's a bar?
The blue building. It has a lot of windows.
That's an interesting picture.
There's a
though.
picture that comes up later that has a lot of windows, and I want to talk about that. But in the meantime, this is from the Energy News Network.
It's interesting because they called the article called that Gloucester. Gloucester.
Yeah,
They call it Gloucester.
Gloucester. Well, it might be Gloucester.
Well, that's
You
where
know, I
it
mean-
originally comes from.
Yeah, except that it's Gloucester in the UK. It's like Warwick, Massachusetts, and Warwick in the UK. And if you say Warwick, they laugh at you.
Well, it's not quite Warwick. It's Warwick.
Warwick, Massachusetts.
Well,
Oh my
I'm thinking
gosh.
Rhode Island.
Oh, okay.
The letter R is illegal to pronounce in Rhode Island.
In Rhode Island, yeah.
It's
Okay.
Rhode Island.
Okay.
Municipal aggregation savings, shattering expectations in Massachusetts.
The growing number of Massachusetts cities and towns that have negotiated community-wide rates for green energy have saved millions of dollars while also shrinking carbon footprints, according to a report released by the Green Energy Consumers Alliance. One of the first of these was Greenfield, just down the road. Yeah, yeah.
I seem to remember that.
Yeah.
Well, apparently the towns, not the individuals, but the towns have a right to negotiate for green energy.
Yeah.
And in doing so, it's turning out to be cheaper.
Yes.
Not by much, but cheaper.
Yes. So you can get green energy cheaper than traditional.
Traditional
And
energy.
in most of these places, maybe all of them, if you want to opt out of green energy, you're allowed to.
You can do it.
But you're going to pay a little bit extra.
It's going to cost a little bit more,
Yeah. Okay. Fizz.org has our next item.
Fizz.org, it is that.
Fizz.org.
Research identifies climate change fingerprints and emitters liability. And that word liability is in quotes.
Yes, but it's also kind of scary for some people, I suspect. We have methods to quantify how much of extreme weather and how much of an extreme weather event can be attributed to human-caused climate change and how to allocate the cost of losses.
Now, that's an interesting point,
Yeah.
allocating the cost of losses.
Yeah. Based on work by an international team of scientists and economists, emitters can be held responsible. And you know, this is an example that I've been thinking about on this thing. I've known that they would get there, but I've been thinking about this for some time. Hurricane Harvey had areas where that were flooded that were outside of the 500-year flood zones. Never.
Yeah, they weren't supposed to flood.
No. And Hurricane Harvey had 17% more water dumped in that area than it would have if it hadn't been for climate change. They had already calculated this. And you can do that because you can base it on the temperature of the water that is generating the storm, the temperature of the air difference, all of this stuff you can figure out pretty accurately, apparently.
Apparently nobody did.
Not in advance,
Yeah.
but they did afterwards. That 17% meant that areas got flooded that otherwise would not have been.
Yes.
So if a house got flooded and it was in one of those areas, the homeowner can say 100% of my loss is because of human-caused climate change.
That's interesting.
And if somebody died in one of those areas because of the flooding, that death could be attributed to human-caused climate change.
I learned a word here from this one. It's called the attribution science.
Oh, okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
And it provides a step, in this particular case, toward helping Pacific Islanders and anyone else harmed by climate change to hold those causing the change to more precise account.
Absolutely.
I mean, it makes sense to me.
It sure does.
You did it, you pay.
Yes.
The researchers compare their work to that done linking smoking to cancer.
Yes.
Okay, it's kind of the same idea.
Yep. Okay, our next item is from Inverse, and we have a picture here.
Oh, yeah, this
I
one's
said
nice.
that there was a picture coming up that had a lot of windows in it, and this is the one. You see the superstructure on that ship, and you can see all the windows on the bridge.
Yes, you can.
Okay.
That's a cable laying ship.
It is
it's
indeed.
A specialized ship for cable laying.
Think about this for a second, Tom. I looked at that, and I thought, oh yeah, that's the bridge of a ship, and naturally thought that given the location of the windows, that the bow would be on the right side of the picture. But those windows are looking toward the stern.
Yeah, they are.
And that just looks weird to me.
Well, when you look at what's going on, all of the work on that ship, when it's not just sailing from here to there, takes place in the back.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it makes perfect sense that they would have all those windows.
They've got large, what would you call it, drums on board that where they store the cables.
Yes.
And they lay them out.
Yep.
And they splice them on a ship.
Yep. And we've had pictures of the spools that those cables are on, and they're
pretty big spools.
Amazing. Okay. You have not read the title yet.
I have not. It might sound insane. That's what it says. But Australia could soon export sunshine to Asia via a cable. Well, they're pushing it, but it's accurate.
Yeah. It's the energy of the sunshine. The proposed Sun Cable project envisions a 10 gigawatt solar power. We're back to the big stuff, along with about 22 gigawatt hours of battery storage in the Northern Territory. Power generated will supply Darwin, which is a city in the northern. It's really the biggest city.
Biggest city up there.
Up there, although Alice Springs might be better known to Americans.
That's right in the middle, though.
It's right in the middle of Australia, but Darwin is the
big one up there,
the big
up
one in
north.
the Northern Territories, and it will also be exported to Singapore via a 2,360-mile long cable strung across the seafloor.
That's a big cable.
That's a long cable, yeah.
That's more than they can fit on that ship, I can guarantee
think
you
it
that.
probably is, unless they're using really, really thin wires.
No, they're splicing it on the way. I mean,
Yeah,
that's
they
what,
are.
That's what they're
That's
supposed
the
to
only
be
way
doing.
they could do it.
Well, this technology is not new technology. I mean, they used it 100 years ago to span the Atlantic Ocean for the telegraph.
Yes.
You know, so, but this is now up-to-date technology, and they're pushing power through it.
Yes.
When I was in the power cable industry, the company that I worked for had one of these ships, and I was on it very briefly.
Yeah.
Well, Australia is the world's #3 fossil fuel exporter.
Okay.
Right now, as of now. These fuels create substantial overseas greenhouse gas emissions. Australia doesn't currently export renewable energy, but a new solar project is poised to do that.
And we're going to have more to say about Australia's
exactly
exporting
that.
energy.
Power generated will be exported to Singapore via a 2,500-mile high-voltage DC cable, and it's going to provide a fifth of Singapore's power. Okay?
Gosh. Yeah,
And,
and
you know,
then what they'll do is...
it mentions that we already know, I guess, but just by looking at that, but submarine cables are laid using deep-sea vessels specifically designed for the
For
job.
that purpose, yeah. And what they're going to do is they're going to make huge amounts of electricity in Indonesia, and instead of using that in Singapore, they're going to use it in Hong Kong.
Probably.
I mean, I'm just making stuff up here, but, you know, yes, okay.
That's a long load for a undersea HVDC cable. That's
Yes.
a very, and I'm sure it's more than one cable.
Yes,
You know, usually with
They
DC
put a
it's
couple
two
of them
cables,
together.
a positive and a negative,
yes.
and sometimes even a spare.
There you go. Okay, we're up to Sunday, March 1st, and we have an item here from Nation of Change.
J.P. Morgan Chase announces an end to financing new oil and gas drilling in the Arctic.
After a similar move by Goldman Sachs, J.C. Morgan Chase announced that it will end all financing to new oil and gas drilling in the Arctic.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Yep, including the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. Chase is the largest bank in the U.S. to release such an updated energy policy. And you know, other banks will get tempted to get in there and take up where these guys are in their...
Well, if there's money to be made, somebody's going to try and make it.
This is getting riskier and riskier and riskier.
Well, that's what the article says. Financing drilling in the Arctic is an expensive risk that's not worth taking.
Yeah.
Okay? Chase's new energy policy will also end financing for new thermal coal mines and coal-fired power projects throughout the world.
Worldwide.
So they're taking a real close look at what they do best.
Yes, and there are other ways to make money. Okay, we have a picture of wind turbines. This is an amazing picture, don't you think?
It is an amazing picture. I don't see any of the infrastructure that gets that wind power to market.
Well,
But there they are standing there like soldiers.
they are indeed, right in a line. Okay, this is from Motley Fool.
The Motley Fool,
Yeah.
which is a financial
It's a
advisor,
financial,
right?
yeah, it's a financial publication, web publication, and it's called Motley Fool as a kind of a disclaimer right in the title.
I think it's fairly highly regarded.
It is, yes.
So it says U.S. coal-fired plants just had their worst year since the 1970s.
In 2007, the U.S. generated a record amount of coal-fired electricity at an estimated 2,016 terawatt hours.
That's bigger than gigawatts.
That's bigger than gigawatts. That would be 2 million plus gigawatt hours.
Gigawatt hours.
This data was compiled by the U.S. Energy Information Administration. Last year, coal generated less than half of that, as natural gas, nuclear, wind, and solar all
set records. Okay,
Yeah.
it's economy, stupid.
Yep. And you know, one of the things that I noticed looking at these figures coming from the government, not just the EIA, the Energy Information Administration, but also what they call FERC, the Federal Energy
Federal,
Regulatory.
yeah.
New gas-fired power plants, the construction is just falling like a rock.
That's basically what they're saying here. The next sentence says it. No energy source has experienced a 50% decline in output in a 12-year period dating back to the country's founding. 50% decline within 12 years never happened before.
Yep, but natural gas construction of new plants, that is falling like a rock too.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Generators are turning away from coal primarily due to economics.
Yeah.
Okay, which makes sense. The share of an average customer bill dedicated to fuel expenses is expected to fall from 47% in 2010 to 28% by 2024. So that's almost half.
Yes.
Okay, the overnight abandonment of coal-fired plants, which is happening, okay, has created an opportunity for other power sources to gain market share.
Yes.
And a secondary
And FERC is artificially jacking up the price of renewable energy in order to keep these coal plants open.
Going.
And of course, this is coming from a political background that says, don't fool with the market. You know, don't pick winners and losers. And they're just picking winners and losers.
They're picking winners and losers. There's a little bit of politics involved, I would say.
A little bit of politics. But the politics are not based on ideology. They're based on some contributors' finances.
I would say, yeah. There's a little bit of money changing of hands there.
Heck with the ideology. We don't need ideology. All we need is the to know what the bottom line is. Okay, that was Motley Fool. Our next item is from Clean Technica.
Well, it says, damn the North Sea.
That is damn without an N. This is D-A-M.
Hey, it could happen.
Yeah, it could. Who says scientists don't have a sense of humor? Ho, ho, ho. Two of them just published a proposal to build two dams, one from Scotland to Norway and the other from England to France, to maintain water levels in the North Sea.
It looks like a joke, but it's not.
Yeah, it's not a joke. The interesting thing is that it would be cheaper than allowing the sea levels to rise.
Well, building the dams would cost between 250 and 500 billion euros.
Yeah.
Okay? Which they consider affordable. The cost of doing nothing ultimately would be many times higher.
Many times. Just think of the Netherlands, okay?
Yeah.
The Netherlands is built behind dikes.
Yep.
Much of the country is below
This is
sea level.
basically what they're doing here, or planning to do.
That's what they're planning on doing.
Well, without the dams, the North Sea levels are projected to rise by as much as 35 feet. We've talked about that.
Yes, we
By the
have.
year 2500. The authors acknowledge the effect on the environment would be considerable. The tide would disappear, and the North Sea would eventually become a freshwater lake.
I think that's
They're pushing that.
Stretching things a little bit.
Well, from the article again, the idea to dam the North Sea is a wake-up call.
Yes.
The question is anybody listening?
Well, this actually says something about what the scientists did here. They are not actually, I think, proposing that we get out shovels and picks and start working on building a dam. What they're
I don't
saying
think
is,
so, but they're saying, let's think about it.
they're saying, let's think about it. They're saying, you think this is a ridiculous idea? Not doing anything is far more ridiculous.
That's a valid point.
You know? So,
You don't normally think about it, but that's absolutely right.
yeah.
Well, we got a nice picture coming up
We
here.
do indeed. We have an e-dumper. There it is, the e-dumper.
That is the e-dumper.
Yep. This is, by the way, we're up to Monday, March 2nd.
Time flies when you're having fun.
That's right.
The battle for the title of the world's largest electric vehicle. And by the way, I saw a picture of a guy standing not next to this one, but next to the other one.
Yeah.
Tires are bigger than he is.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's
Well,
a big truck.
This is this thing here is a big truck, but
The other one's bigger.
The world's largest EV is an e-dumper, a 45 tonny, T-O-N-N-E, mining dump truck. This is more like metric tons.
It's a metric ton, yeah.
They're about 1.1 tons. So this is about 50 tons.
2,000 kilograms.
No, 1,000 kilograms.
Yeah, right. It's 1,000 kilograms. 2,000 pounds. 1,000 kilograms.
2,200 pounds,
Yep,
roughly.
bingo.
It may soon give up its title. There is a much bigger EV coming, a hybrid vehicle that's powered by both a battery and, guess what, hydrogen. The new vehicle, and you know, I tried to check this figure because I don't believe it's tons. I think this is also metric tons, but the articles that I saw all said ton ton. The new 290-ton EV
That's about 6 times as big. That's a big truck.
will do its test runs at a metal mining plant in South Africa. The plant by a metal mine. The mine is a place where they look for things like platinum and stuff like that. But this year they're expecting this. You know, I looked at this and I thought, how in the world do you deliver a vehicle like that?
In parts.
In parts. That's
In
the only way
pieces.
you could do it. Yeah.
It's too big to go and run on a highway. Anywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, even the highways, the streets in Washington, D.C., where Donald Trump wanted to have tanks running in a parade.
Well, this is a lot bigger than a tank.
It's a lot bigger than a tank, but a tank would do a bigger number on the road because
It would
tanks
do that.
You want to remove a road, drive a tank on it.
Well, this e-dumper is currently hauling limestone in Switzerland,
Yes.
and a new South African new electric vehicle will be in South Africa,
Right.
and it's going to replace the diesel with a fuel cell and batteries.
Yep. Our next item is from Clean Technica.
This is an interesting article.
It is.
EVs are taking over the world.
Oh my gosh. They're coming out of the woodwork. EVs are taking over the world, and if you need proof of this, just look at the numbers of sales. Since 2015, that was only 5 years ago, sales of EVs have been growing at a rate of about 41% annually.
That's a lot, guys.
That's a lot, guys. That means they're doubling every other year.
Yeah, absolutely.
In 2014, there were just over 60,000 EVs sold in China. In 2018, the number sold in that country has grown to above 1 million.
So we're talking 60,000 versus 1 million.
Yeah.
Interesting. This article has an informative 10-minute video. It's
Yes.
worth looking at.
Yes.
Takes 10 minutes, but it's, it's good.
Yeah.
And it's talking about trends in global EV sales.
Yes.
Okay, the sales mix of fully electric vehicles versus plug-in hybrids and why, and global EV adoption. Okay, it totals up to a 40% annual growth, as we said, for the entire world.
Right.
And PIHB, plug-in hydro vehicles, or what are they?
Plug-in hybrids.
Plug-in hybrid vehicles,
Yes.
PIHVs. They have a gas tank and a battery.
Yeah.
And that complicates the process of manufacturing, and it's really just not needed.
With cheaper batteries, it makes much better sense not to have a hybrid, but to have an EV.
Well, the article also mentions something that had me thinking. The batteries are temperature sensitive.
Yes.
They don't want to work very well in cold weather.
Cold weather.
But I thought about that. Okay, the car's still going to start.
Yes.
It's still going to run.
It's going to run.
Okay, and as it runs, it's going to warm up.
That's right.
So it's going to mitigate that problem.
Yes, that's right. Okay, we have a picture coming up.
Yeah, we do. Let's see
he
if I can
always
find
says
that
that,
picture. Huh?
He always says it, but it's computers. It's driving me nuts today.
Yeah,
There
I
we
have
go.
a problem with it. Let's get that picture up.
This is also from Clean Technica. Interesting graph.
Look at that graph. That's
Yeah.
that's exponential, guys.
Yeah, I guess it is.
And that is a graph of climate disasters.
Climate disasters. What do you got for a title?
Oxfam. Every 2 seconds, climate change forces a person from their homes. And we've talked about that.
Yeah, we have. Every 2 seconds, climate change forces someone from their homes, according to data from Oxfam International. Climate fuels disasters are the #1 cause of internal displacement globally, and they have increased, quote, 5-fold over the last decade, end quote. And you know, we've talked about this before. I did that research about the cost of flood insurance in the United
Yes,
States.
you did.
Going up by a factor of 47, where it should have gone up by a factor of 6
Yep.
if you deal with inflation and so forth. This is it's another graph of the same kind of thing. We just have lots and lots of and you'll notice that down at the bottom there is a graph of non-weather related events.
Pretty flat.
It's pretty flat. It's been increasing, but you know, the population's been increasing. So
Still pretty
and
flat.
some of those events are, well, some of those events may be second order of consequence, but
They're not weather related.
they're not weather
that's
related.
The deal.
But that increase that we've seen, I mean, in the last 5 years of this graph, every single year was greater than what happened in the previous 5 years, any of them.
Pretty much.
So,
Well, from the article, it says that people are 7 times more likely to be left homeless due to hurricanes, floods, and wildfires
Yep.
as they are by earthquakes and volcanoes.
yep,
Man-made stuff versus
natural.
natural things. Those in poorer countries who bear the least responsibility for global carbon pollution are the most at risk.
Yep.
Duh.
Right.
It's interesting how that happens.
Yes.
Well, almost 2,000 people died in Katrina, which was a disaster. But 200,000 people died in the tsunami that struck Indonesia the year before.
Well, another thing, you know, we're talking about the coronavirus now. A lot of stuff. In fact, there was a thing today about General Motors having General Electric having to deal with the fact that plants are closing because of the coronavirus.
So they're not getting supplied.
We're going to have, I think, probably a recession worldwide
Because of this.
But you know, we were set up for that other times too, and of course, Donald Trump isn't responsible for it. Truthfully, Donald Trump did not cause the coronavirus, and he shouldn't.
You're kidding me.
He should not be held responsible for that taking place. Although,
But it's not a hoax, is it?
no, this is not a hoax. Okay, we should probably move on.
Yeah, we
6
should. We've
items.
mentioned already, I think, Hornsdale.
Yes, we have.
So the Hornsdale Tesla battery exceeded expectations. You're going to tell us what the Hornsdale Tesla
I
battery
sure am.
is.
Tuesday, March 3rd is where this came up, and it comes from Clean Technica. The engineering consultant Oricon Group said the Hornsdale battery installed in South Australia has exceeded expectations for the way it was stabilized the grid and lowered grid-related costs. It reduced the cost of regulating the South Australian electric grid by 91%.
And that's an expensive thing.
Yeah, and this was the one where they had a bunch of tornadoes in South Australia. They tore down a whole bunch of high tension lines.
The tornadoes did.
A bunch of the towers that were, I think it was something like 16 or 18 of them were collapsed. So the whole grid was down for days.
Yeah.
And you know, Elon Musk said, what you need is a battery, and we know how to do that. And I can put in a battery that'll be 100 megawatts.
Or
And
I'll give it to you for nothing.
if I can't do it in 100 days from the day that the contract is signed, you get it for free. And he had it in.
Yeah.
It was actually producing power 98 days after the contract was signed. And now what they're saying is it's
working
done
better than they
a whole
expected.
lot better than expected. And the price of it was extremely low also. Okay, we've got 5
That's
items.
Tuesday, March 3rd already. We've
Yeah.
got 14 minutes left.
We've got
we're
5
gonna-
items though. Okay, you have anything on that?
French energy company, Neoen, which owns the Hornsdale installation, says it is adding 50 megawatts of capacity at Hornsdale this year, and has plans for a giant renewables hub, which would provide nearly a gigawatt of battery
Yeah.
storage.
Yeah.
So they're getting on the bandwagon here.
They are. They are.
We got a
Okay.
picture coming up,
We
so
do.
let's take a
We
look
ha-
at
This
it.
is from Sour Energy. I don't know where that
Sour?
picture. SAUR Energy. Sour Energy.
Sounds sour to me. I
It
don't know.
sure is. I don't know where that picture was taken.
Well, it says Esco Pacific, but it's real. It's not an artist's conception.
No, it's not
That's a
an
real
artist
picture.
conception, but I don't know where Esco's Pacific
No, I don't
is.
know.
I usually look those things up, but this particular picture, I think, is just a generic picture that was thrown at an article.
It was in
So,
the article, or an
yeah.
article.
Okay,
Construction begins on a proposed 2.7 gigawatt Westlands Solar Park.
the CIM Group is advancing development of Westland Solar Park, one of the largest permitted solar parks in the world, it announced. The project will be in California's San Joaquin Valley, and it could grow to over 2,700 megawatts, that is 2.7 gigawatts at full build-out, powering over 1,200,000 homes.
Joaquin. Those Spaniards talk funny, don't they?
They do, but they have very wisely not gone the way of Rhode Island and said you're not allowed to pronounce an R. They pronounce it differently, but they do pronounce it.
Well, you said it. You pronounced this word right. It's one of the largest permitted solar parks.
Yeah.
They have a permit already.
Yes.
Rather than just permitted.
Yes.
I was thinking that as I read it. I said, wait a second. Who's permitting solar parks here?
Yes.
But it's permitted.
Yes.
It means that it's on the works. It's in the works.
It is indeed. And we are, we have one more item from Tuesday. It's from The Guardian.
It's from The Guardian, and it says,
this was a big surprise for me.
UK government lifts a block on new onshore wind farm subsidies. I didn't even know this was happening.
Well, they did this. We talked about this when it happened, but
I probably forgot about it.
That was probably 5 years ago. The UK abandoned its opposition to subsidizing new onshore wind farms 4 years after ministers scrapped support for them. The government will remove a block against onshore wind projects by allowing schemes to compete for subsidies with other renewable developments.
I mean, I don't understand why they did that in the first place. Other than politics.
It was people were objecting to the idea of wind farms, and some people would rather have fracking. But guess what, gang? Fracking has completely collapsed in the UK.
Yeah.
And they've done a lot, but they've got a long ways to go before the end of the road here. So.
Well, the quick takeaway here.
Yeah.
Onshore wind is presently UK's cheapest energy source.
Yes.
Okay. The U-turn follows the government pledge to cut emissions to virtually zero by 2050. So they got themselves painted into a corner here.
Well, they had to do something.
A feat that official climate advisors believe it will require the UK's onshore power capacity to triple in the next 15 years.
Yes, this is the thing. They've started to look at reality here.
Yeah. Yep.
So,
wind farm developers will need to comply with tough new proposals on community consent.
Well, this is the thing. They're going to have to go to the community and say, we want you to want this wind farm. And that actually has
Isn't
worked.
Isn't there a song about that?
I don't know.
I know that someday you'll want me to want you.
Oh, okay. There was a guy who came from Germany, and he was talking in Brattleboro, and he was talking about wind farms, and he put up a picture of a wind turbine.
Yeah.
And it had been taken. The
in
picture.
Brattleboro.
No, it had been taken. He gave a talk
Yeah.
in Brattleboro. It had been taken from an apartment or something like that in Germany, looking out across rooftops, and there in the distance, pretty big, was a wind turbine. And he said, some people object to wind turbines, but, other people don't. And, and he showed a picture of the wind turbine that said, people object to this, and down at the bottom it said, their wind turbine. And he said, people accept this, our wind turbine.
Huh?
If the wind turbine belongs to a big company from some other part of the world, they object to it.
Okay.
If it belongs to the town, it's acceptable.
Okay. Okay. Well, I can understand that.
And there are towns in Germany and other parts of Europe that own their own wind turbine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we have talked about the hospital out. Where is it in Kansas?
Oh, yeah, Kiowa County Hospital, which has its own wind turbine between the parking lot and the front door.
Well, we're going to take a look at Mr. Warren Buffett.
Okay, there is here. Mr. Warren Buffett.
In case you want to know what he looks like.
There he is.
There he is.
He looks very happy.
Warren Buffett's secret to cheap electricity.
This comes from Forbes. In his latest letter to Berkshire Hathaway shareholders, Warren Buffett touted its low electricity bills for customers. Quote, the extraordinary differential between our rates and theirs is largely the result of our huge accomplishments in converting wind into electricity.
Well, he's sort of right.
Yeah.
He bought this company that now is known as Berkshire Hathaway Energy.
Yeah.
Okay? And it's a diversified conglomerate operating in 9 states and Canada. It's a big company.
It's a big company.
It owns the means to generate, store, transmit, and supply power to its customers.
Right.
Okay? It owns 33 gigawatts of generation.
Gigawatts.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
3/4 of that is wind.
Yeah.
Okay? And he's got 33,000 miles of transmission line.
And where everybody else is...
You don't even know about it. This guy's a big operator in this field.
He is. And Berkshire Hathaway, by the way, has historically been known as the company with the highest stock price of any company in the world.
Is that so?
It's like, I don't know, $50,000 a share or something. I don't know. I haven't looked for years. But so I could be way off with that. But Berkshire Hathaway is run by Warren Buffett, and he makes a lot of money. He's called the Wizard of Wall Street.
Yeah, he is that,
And
right.
he is a very bright guy who has figured out a long time ago that you can make more money on electricity if you don't have fuel that costs you money. And he's been keeping prices down at a time when everybody else's prices are going up. And he's guaranteeing prices for like 20 years into the future.
Keep your eye on that, man.
Well, you know, I mean, it makes sense. You don't know what's going to happen with the price of natural gas, but you do know what's going to happen with the price of wind.
Yep, bingo.
So there you go.
Well, I've said it before. I mean, when you got a fuel that doesn't cost you, when you got energy that doesn't cost you for the fuel,
Yeah.
you're ahead of the game.
You are ahead of the game. Okay, we have an item now from MSN Now.
We do that. Fossil fuels for power at a turning point as renewables surged in 2019.
The use of fossil fuels such as coal and oil for generating electricity fell in 2019 in the US, the EU, and India. At the same time, the overall power output rose, a turning point for the global energy mix. The declines suggest the end of the fossil fuel era could be on the horizon.
It could be. In 2019, the amount of power sourced from fossil fuels dropped by 156 terawatt hours. Now, a tera is bigger than giga.
Terawatt hour is 1,000 gigawatt hours.
From 2018, 1 year, overall renewable power is increasing at a rate faster than the overall growth. Overall renewable power is increasing at a faster rate than the overall growth in power.
Absolutely.
The contribution of nuclear to the global power mix rose last year slightly.
Slightly.
And the reason for that is Japan is putting back online some of the plants they closed after Fukushima.
And the Russians are, and actually the Chinese have been putting on plants too, new plants, building
New plants. Well, in case of the Japanese, they're older plants that they shut down that they're turning back on
Right,
again.
and the Russians are pushing nuclear power plants elsewhere in the world because
Are
they can make a lot of money doing that. They know that it, you know, they're going to countries in Africa and saying, you need electric power. We can sell it to you. You don't have to worry about this. We'll loan you the money to buy it.
How sweet.
How sweet. Okay.
So we got a picture coming up here.
We do, and this is our last item.
get
It
this
comes from
picture
Renew
here.
Economy, and it is a mind blower. We've had a bunch of mind blowers.
Well, that's a picture of
The
Muscle Row,
Wind Farm.
which is in the upper right corner of Tasmania. And
The upper
Tasmania, yeah, if you look at a map.
Yes, I know.
And Tasmania, of course, is a state in Australia.
Yeah, which in this article is referred to as a tiny island.
Well, it's not tiny.
Not exactly tiny.
Okay, but that's an interesting picture. It looks like a pretty place.
It's kind of like saying, well, Louisiana is a tiny state. I mean, compare it with Texas.
That's probably very accurate. Well, Tasmania sets a world-leading target of 200% renewables
What?
by 2040. 200% renewable.
They want to have 200% of their electricity
That
come
doesn't
from
make sense,
renewables.
does it? Well, you're going to explain to us why it does.
While Australia's federal coalition refuses to accept the notion that Australia can reach 50% renewable energy without sorcery or total economic destruction.
Sorcery?
Sorcery, that's what it says. Tasmania's Liberal government, and we will get back to Liberal on this, has just announced a possible world first, a renewable energy target of 200% by 2040. And the reason I said we'll get back to Liberal, the federal coalition is controlled primarily by Liberals. and the liberals are the equivalent of
conservatives.
conservative Republicans in the United States. And but the liberal-controlled governments of Tasmania and also South Australia are really pursuing this renewable bandwagon hard.
They look like they can make some money on it.
That's the whole point. They've got this underground. Submarine cable
Yep.
running to the main.
They're there already.
That's already there. They want to put in a second one. They want to have.
Yeah.
They want, in their words, to turn Tasmania into Australia's battery.
Yep. Well, Tasmania is already hydropower rich.
Yes.
It's got hydropower running.
Yep.
So they're going to double the state's hydro, wind and solar energy production.
Right.
And they've got what they call a Tasmanian Renewable Hydrogen Plan, which calls for commercially exporting hydrogen by 2030.
And they're serious about this.
Oh, I think they are, and I think they're going to do it.
2030 is not that far away. If you think about it, it kind of is it's an aggressive move to do this in 10 years. They've got to build ships to hold hydrogen.
Yep.
There are no ships that exist today to do that. They know
There's
how to
nothing
do
now,
it.
huh?
There's nothing. They know how to do it. It would be like a natural gas tanker, but this hydrogen that they're shipping is liquid. And
So they got to keep it cold.
it boils at like 20 degrees Kelvin. And yeah, it's got to be kept super cold. Of course, they can run the ships on hydrogen by allowing the hydrogen to boil into
And they can, yeah.
They could.
Well, what they're doing here is they have a resource,
Yes.
which is their hydro.
Yep.
And they're figuring out we can make money on it.
Yes.
And that's basically what they're trying to do.
That's what they're doing.
And my goodness, a year ago I didn't even hear about hydrogen. And now everybody's talking about it.
Everybody's talking about hydrogen. Everybody's got new ways to get hydrogen cheaply, and base it entirely on renewable.
Basically storing energy.
Yeah, and hydrogen can be used as a replacement for natural gas
Yes, it can.
to a degree.
In
It's not a-
existing natural gas pipelines.
If you're going to extend the natural gas by adding hydrogen, you can just do that.
You can mix it.
Replacing it altogether, well,
That's
you're going to
a
have
little tricky.
a little trickier, but nevertheless, hydrogen's a real product. It's not a anyway.
No, it's just that the technology is changing and people are looking at it, and hydrogen's starting to make sense for certain
Absolutely,
things
it
that
is.
nobody ever thought of
Yep.
before.
And we have
Well,
a
this is
message
the end
for
of it
you,
here.
which is have a mysteriously felicitous week.
Mystifyingly.
Mystifyingly felicitous week. I forgot.
What does that mean?
I knew you were going to ask me. I made that sentence up. I don't even know.
Well, in any case,
felicitous means happy.
y'all come back and see us now, you hear?
Absolutely.
So just to let people know, there's full copies of the budget. They are. All 100 and something pages of it. Right over there, there's the copy of the Brattleboro Finance Committee report, and then the sort of budget summary all over there, if you need any of those pieces of paper.
Christina? that a student looking for childcare?
Oh, let me see. That's something to
Yep, I'll take her.
You guys ready to roll? So I'm going to call the meeting to order at 6:01. Welcome, and I guess we are also streaming live on Facebook. Thank you, Mr. Perrin, for arranging that. So, no, that wasn't you. Oh, BCTV. No. You get blamed for a lot of stuff. You should get credit as well. So thank you for coming to the WSCSD budget information session. So I think I'll start at the beginning, especially because we're live streaming this. What is the WSESD? So the WSESD is the towns of Guilford, Brattleboro, Dummerston, and Putney that were merged as of July 1, and also the former BUHS number 6 district. This now is one district providing education for all the children in that town. We have a sister district, Vernon, that did not merge. Because of that, we have another structure, the WSESU. It's a supervisory union structure, and that provides certain kinds of services to students in the WSESD and our sister district, Vernon. So some of the differences are, because this is important in budgeting, because some of the things by statute are going to be budgeted through the SU, and some of them through the SD. So at the SU level, the services provided to Vernon and WSESD are the superintendent's office, fiscal service, curriculum coordination, special education, transportation, and actually food services in there too. There's a whole laundry list of services that are funded at the SU level. At the school district level, both for Vernon and for the WSESD, the budgets include costs for principals offices, regular education, guidance, building, maintenance, paraprofessionals, the things that you would normally see in your school budget. Any questions? Talk louder. Okay. Oh, that makes some pictures.
I have a question, Madam Chair.
Yes. Can you just state your name?
Jody Normando, Dummerston. Special ed, you say, is provided by the SU, but
Oh,
it's,
you need a mic.
You need a
Sorry.
mic.
Sorry, thank you.
Sorry.
Would you like me to be a runner?
Yeah, we'll try not to.
It's my favorite job.
Yeah.
You can take it.
special ed is saying is provided by the supervisory union. However, Vernon doesn't get it through the supervisory union shared like we do they? They pay for all of theirs.
So yes and no, Jody. Well, we all pay for all of ours. I mean, it just doesn't. In the end, we all pay. So Vernon's kind of a different case. There's a lot of cases like that around the state. People that have tuition in, the payment is done a little bit differently. But to be sure, we're all paying the supervisory union back for the special education services that are provided. So, I've only talked about who provides the services because that's where they're going to land in the budget. So maybe I'll go a little further and then I think I'm going to turn it over to Frank because I think I could almost explain how Vernon's special ed reimbursement happens. It's not entirely, well, I guess it is because we have to pay for the SU. But let me go a little further and talk about what's happening so that people will actually understand the question as well. So the WSSU has a $22.7 million budget, give or take, and that is on page 48 of your 2020 annual report. And those services are provided to the WSESD and Vernon. And then the WSESD and Vernon have to reimburse the WSESU for those services. So that question that Jody is asking is, we receive services, we reimburse the SU based on a couple of different formulas. I think Frank must have spent the whole month of October working on these formulas. So by statute, SUs must provide special education. So Vernon students that attend Vernon School reimburse the SU, and it's averaged out through all those students in the whole Vernon K through 6 and the WSESD K through 12 on a per student basis. So it's based on your equalized pupil number, and the money is then reimbursed to the SU for providing services. In the case of Vernon students that are 7 through 12, the costing is a little different because they're not averaged out with all of our students because they're really not part of this district, but they're still part of the SU because it's tuition. Is that clear enough? Maybe I'm going to phone a friend. I'm just wondering if maybe, I'm kind of in the weeds here, so maybe I could have Frank respond later. But it's a very complex model. In the case of transportation, there are 14 buses, I believe. Vernon has 3, so they pay for the cost of 3 buses. In the case of food costs, different districts reimburse based on the food. In the case of superintendent services, fiscal services, curriculum coordination, it's all on the basis of the number of students. But special ed was a very tricky calculation this year. It's on BCT TV too, if you want a full and thorough explanation if you're still not completely on board with it. So if you went to page 48 and looked at our SU budget, there were pretty significant cost increases in a couple of areas. And at the SU level, special education costs were up $2.5 million, basically due to students moving in the area that have increased needs and general increased needs. So that's a pretty significant increase that we have to reimburse the SU for. There was also, I believe last year, maybe 2 years ago, Brattleboro Union High School went to a Provision 2 free lunch program, and the reimbursements didn't work out quite as we expected, so the cost to support that program, which is free lunch for all BUHS students, is going to be approximately $200,000 more than last year. So then at the WSESD, there's other factors that are affecting our tax rate as well. A $700,000 increase in health insurance rate, that's really dictated by the state now. Increased salaries and a net of 3.4 additional staff. That's a $500,000 increase. The food service that we have to pay back to the SU for providing the food service at the high school level, $200,000. And I think I don't have that number right. I think it's not $200K, but I think it's more than that. But special education reimbursement to the SU is also increased. I think that's closer to $500,000. But we have some things that brought down our tax rate. We actually have an increased number of equalized pupils. So I think we have close to an additional 30 equalized pupils this year, so that helps bring down our tax rate. And we had several retirements, so while that's not always a great thing, it does when you take a teacher who is at the top end of their pay scale and bring in generally a younger teacher, that will also reduce our tax rate. So the other thing that's affecting our budget this year is last year the board voted to use $1 million in reserve funds to bring down the tax rate. And this year we chose to use about $800,000 to reduce the tax rate. So that has an effect of increasing our tax rate slightly. But we felt that there's so much going on in the legislature right now that we're not very certain about what's going to happen, that we thought it was a good idea to keep the money in our fund balance and not spend down anymore. And we had about an hour and a half discussion about that. So it's been clearly vetted that the board agrees this is the most prudent thing to do when the legislature is making a lot of changes for us, as usual. So the bottom line on the overview of the budget is our expenditures are up 1.8%, which is actually in line with inflation right now. However, our net education spending is up about 5%, and that is pretty close to what's happening statewide, and things like a 12% increase in health insurance when we are a large employer. Our biggest line item is employees, so that is going to hit our bottom line. And our equalized rate is $1.74. But wait, there's more. Ooh, I could have made a bigger font. Sorry, that's what happens when you make a PowerPoint at lunchtime. You don't vet it completely. So it's not over when we get to the tax rate, because we have different communities and statute requires that we adjust the tax rate for how the market value of our houses compare to the tax assessment. So for example, right now in Dummerston, houses are selling for slightly less than their tax appraised value. So in order to make it fair, there's a factor that the state calculates every year. Some guy, someplace, some woman, someplace calculates this, what's called the CLA. So you take that rate that we all share, $1.74, you divide that by each town's CLA, and that gives you your town tax rate. And I rounded the numbers. I go out one more decimal, but it would have been a smaller font probably. So there's another factor in figuring out your actual tax rate is most Vermonters pay their tax rate on something called income sensitivity. Our rate is 2.83, but it's a very complex formula because it's based on $200,000 of home value plus 2 acres, and it phases out as you get higher in your income level. So a family of 5 making $40,000 a year as a family income would, no matter what their house was appraised at up to $200,000, they would not pay more than 2.83% of their taxes, and it phases out at around $140,000 a year income. So I thought we could maybe go through and just take an overview of page 12 of the annual report. And I can just show you how these numbers affected the tax rate this year. That's a state form. Keep turning to page 12 till you find something that's clearly a state form. So the top line, number 1, the budget, those are all of our expenditures, which for the WSESU that we have reimbursed now, our portion. So our total spending for the WSESD is $51,171,300. Now, we get grants, we have tuition coming into we have a lot of tuition students at the high school, a growing number of tuition students at the high school, I hope. And so we get to take that off of our expenditures to get our net education spending, which is $42,654. You can see that big, bold education spending number. So if you go down the next line, you can see the number of equalized pupils. And if you look at last year, we had 2,234. This year we have 2,253 students. So these aren't exactly students in chairs. You get, the state takes all the students and they give values based on, at this point, what somebody thought of was the good number to use. So for example, if you have a preschool student, that student counts as 0.46. But if you have a high school student, they count as 1.13.
You do now.
Yeah, right now, 1.13. Because the thought is it costs more because you have so many different classes you need to teach, it costs more, and so many more facilities you need, full labs, that it costs a little bit more to educate a high school student. So they put all the students, figure out all the values. A student learning English might cost more, so there's a value associated to this. So it roughly equates to the fact that we probably have more students, but it might mean that we have more high school students, fewer pre-K students, more students learning English, so those values will affect that number. But the good news is that higher number means our per pupil cost comes down. So it brings our per pupil spending down to $18,932. It's in line 16, education spending per equalized pupil. We did not go over the threshold this year because some of our spending is from capital improvement work we did, so we don't have to pay a penalty for doing that. So you see a couple numbers down there that we can happily ignore this year. It's a number that every school board member looks to first when Frank hands us this page. Are we over the excess spending threshold? Because then every dollar you spend, you get penalized another dollar. So you take that number and in very tight, that 18,932, if you look in very small letters, it says the threshold. That's the excess spending. And then you go down and you see it says 174%. That number is taking the yield. If you look below that 174%, it said based on yield, 10,883. That's a number determined at the state level that you divide our per pupil figure by the yield, and that we're 174% of the yield. So if you just move your decimal point, that 174% becomes a tax rate, Shazam, of $1.74. If you look down further, so that's our district rate. So if everybody's house was selling in all of our towns for exactly what the house was tax appraised value at, that would be your tax rate. If your house is selling, if the houses in your community are selling more than that rate, then your tax rate, your actual effective tax rate will go up. And that's just how it is at the state level. We didn't make that up here. In fact, everything on this sheet is decided by statute in the state to help our taxes be transparent and clear to everyone involved. How's it working for you? Also, if you came in, we had a great gift on the board this year. In the past, it is in the Brattleboro Charter that the Brattleboro Finance Committee will independently review, and they are appointed by the town meeting members. Is that right? Yes. So it's people who maybe stayed late enough and weren't paying attention when they asked for volunteers that will actually take this whole budget, review it. They come to our meetings and ask questions, and they prepare a report reviewing what we're doing with our fund balances, how we're spending our money, and they have traditionally always done this for the Brattleboro Town Schools and the Brattleboro Union High School Board. This year they did it for all of us, which meant they did probably 40% more work reviewing it. But this report is on the way in if you want to take a look at it. And I hate to bury the lead, they recommend passage of the budget. But it's a gift no matter what to the school board, because it was very helpful for us to have a set of eyes checking our work and being able to recommend to the voters the correct thing, what their opinion was on our work. This packet here is all the backup that goes into your annual report. What we did this year, rather than try to have all these annual reports printed, it would have been heavy, unwieldy, and really hard to follow with all these schools. So we have summaries of all the different schools' spending, really broken down by broad categories. So if you have a question about what's happening in your school with spending, and why did this number go up, why did that number go up, between all of us, somebody can answer that question. What have I forgotten? So I'm happy to open it up to questions.
Good evening.
I'm sorry. You know what, I'll take maybe you all can pass this on, because this one will reach all of us.
You want to come up? Good evening, people. Can you explain to me how the state comes up with that yield? I'm sure it's a number that they come up with, and when do you get that number?
I'm going to phone a friend for that one because I kind of know. It's how much money they have versus what they think they're going to spend, and it's not done yet because they're still working on it. But Frank will do it.
I can't add a whole lot to that. That's the general concept. They ask for preliminary board-approved budgets in February. The legislature does. The agency that collects that data. It's shared with the legislature. They look at common level appraisal statistics that come in from the town listers, so they have a sense of what does the state property values look like in general. And then they say, okay, here's proposed spending, here's changes in the CLA. So based on that type of data, they then project, as Christina articulated, it's the denominator that the entire state uses in terms of school board budgets to divide by. And you can see how simple that math is in terms of projecting essentially the effect of a statewide property tax. The reason why they do all of this sort of preliminary work is so before they adjourn in June, they set that number so that they're confident the education fund will receive enough money to pay out all of those budgets that have been passed by voters.
That's a consistent number throughout the state, though.
It is a consistent number. It's printed at the very top of page 12, and I've added the prior year for reference. So you see this, when we say prior year from a budget point of view, when we're talking about fiscal year 21, Christina's mentioned the 10,883. That's a proposed number that's estimated by the legislature based on what we just talked about. The 10,648 is the actual number that was used to set this fiscal year's tax rates. And yes, it's the same number across the state.
I think last year that they kept the legislature an extra week. That was one of the last things they were figuring out was what the yield was going to be, because Scott wanted it different than the legislature wanted it. So yeah, these are only preliminary tax rates. We make our best guess, and as you remember, we make our best guess, and then it'll depend on how the ed fund spending looked. Earlier they were saying they thought budgets were going to be a little lower than projected, but I don't think that's true anymore. So.
Well, the last I've heard from the agency that as a result of collecting the preliminary budgets is that the tax commissioner's estimate, you remember in December that was shared with all the school boards, I think estimated about a 5% increase in education spending across the state. It appears that that's coming in a little bit lower. So they're suggesting that yield number is probably going to go up a little bit, which is going to bring our tax rates down. So they're not being specific at this point, but the implication is it's going to be a favorable adjustment.
Jody Normandale.
Is this on? I guess it is. I have several questions, but maybe ask one at a time. Okay, the capital plan.
So that's on
Page 23.
Oh, thank you.
It appears, and I was not at a meeting where you discussed this, so you may have answered it along the way, but looking at the 5-year plan, it appears that there's quite a discrepancy between the different schools as to how much you are doing for them. And I've tried to go through and find out exactly what was happening. And so my question, I guess, is how do you come up with these issues? Like Dummerston doesn't have anything in the 5th year, Guilford doesn't, and Putney doesn't. So I'm assuming you haven't gotten them, from the principals or any information from the schools. But how do you decide how much to spend on each school? Because we're supposed to be fairly equal on things like this. Thank you.
So I can speak generally to that. I know, for example, some of the schools had much more flushed out capital plans that were going long-term than other schools. For example, our Dummerston board did not have the kind of capital plan going on that other schools did. Some schools are in better shape than others, and so we do, for the Dummerston school, there are some pending projects. If you see in 2024, is that a new furnace and a roof we're talking about in the same year? Yes, a new roof and a new furnace for Dummerston in 2024. So that's the $279,000 if you look across FY 2024. So that year is a huge year for that particular school. The next year, there's nothing projected to be needed. So there's some little things along the way, but for that school, that's what we're looking at in 2024. If you'll notice at the top right-hand corner, it says project subject to board approval. So all of this is just our best guess on what we need. And I think now that we're through our first year almost, the schools that have not had the deep dive, we will be in a place to take a little better look at what various schools will need in 2020. We shift priorities. If somebody else's furnace blows up, you've got to manage that. So it's just our projection to sort of make sure we have this, on our plan and we know what we're looking at. And I think that's something that we could hone in the coming years. You had other questions, I bet, though.
Somebody else may.
Okay. Yes, Paul.
Well, Mendel from Dummerston. My question goes back to the supervisory union on page 48. And if we look at that, revenues miraculously equal expenditures. Amazing how that happens. And what I'm curious about knowing is what is the net amount that is that goes through that flows through that we have to pay through our taxes. In other words, what you get monies in from grants. You have a grant-funded program. So what is the net amount that that the schools themselves have to supply to support the SU? Can I have another question? You want to stack them, or do you want to?
It's pretty late in the day for me at this point, so if we could do one at a time.
Okay.
I'm
not
young like you, Paul. So.
Thank you very much. That's the nicest thing anybody's ever said to me.
So, I will just comment on the revenues have to equal expenditures because the SU has they don't have a money printing machine, they can't raise revenues, so their expenditures have to be reimbursed 100% by us. So in the case of the SU, they have to be equal because the SU isn't raising any funds, they're raising them from us, and the districts have to pay the SU. So, and I will then turn.
Yeah, but they're they get grants for like special ed, right? Part of that's funded by the state. So I guess I'm curious, what is the net amount we have to pay?
Oh, I see what you're saying. So what's the net amount of that 22 million on that side? So it's in various places that I can't add off the top of my head.
Yeah,
but let me hand it to you.
I bet Frank can.
I can. Page 21 of the expense budget in the annual report that you have there, that has a group. This section of the report is organized by school site. Okay, so this is intended to be for the reader to see at each school site how much are we spending on instruction, how much on student support services, and school operations and so on. As part of all of those, the site concept, one is the district-wide services. So what are those expenditures that serve all of the sites? And that's the question you're asking. So when you get to the supervisory union on page 21, that's all within the school district. Okay, the school district budget that Christina gave us an overview of 51 million. Part of that is in that you see that middle section 3096 is the location code that the state assigns, and it says WSED. District-wide programs and services. So your question gets at the line there that is going from left to right starts with the function code 2500. It says support services, SU, admin, instruction, and transportation. So of all of those numbers on page 48, 3,193,000 is the assessment to the school district for, as you say, the net of all of the state aid that comes in that the SU retains and then has to bill the town for. So it's 3,193,000 for those things, which are the admin, the supportive instruction, and the transportation services. And then in addition to that, the special education services that we just talked a fair amount about are just a couple of lines below that. You see under what's called Program 22, this is all part of a state coding system, and it says Special Education Services Pre-K through grade 12. You see that? That's the header, and then there's the line, the expenditure line. It says Support Services SU Special Education, 4,992,000. So it is the addition of that 3,193,000 plus that 4,992,000. You know, about 8 million.
Right, but that's what you assign to the local schools, right?
Right.
But how much do you get from the state?
Yeah, everything else in that budget is from the state. And, you know, we're talking in the forum of the Wyndham Southeast School District. So everything other than that 8 million comes from the state, other than, of course, Vernon. Vernon has to pay as well.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
So that's the answer.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Next question. Still back on page 48. I notice under expenditures, well, it doesn't make any difference which part to go to, expenditures or revenue side, but there was the F-20 budget you have amended. Now, what was it amended? When was it amended? What was it amended to? And what was it amended for?
You can take that one.
Yeah, great question. So years ago, when the world was a little bit simpler in education finance, you would have a town meeting, you'd set a budget, and that would just be a static number until you came back the next year, you saw what you voted on as the same number, and then you have a new proposed number. Several years ago, as the Agency of Ed has tried to standardize the financial reporting and the data collection that they do, they have required a number of changes, and one of them is this concept of if a grant is applied for and awarded subsequent to, let's say, today, or let's say March 17, in the old days we used to just kind of have a spreadsheet that would say, well, here's what we published, and then here's all the stuff that came in after the date in which the town voted. But now they're saying we must have in the public record, in the general ledger, all of those amendments that occurred subsequent to a vote. So what the common theme in this concept of an amendment is it's always a grant program. It's always funded by a source other than the tax rate. So that means that when you see an amended budget, it doesn't mean that there's also an amended tax rate. The tax rate is what the voters voted on as adjusted by the legislature and at the end of every June. And amended budgets are reflecting grants that were applied for. I don't know if Paul's here, Paul Smith, but in general, the grants are Title I, our Title II programs. Nancy Weiss, I think, is here at the Career Center. She's done a terrific job applying and receiving substantial amount of Perkins funding money for our Career Center. So it's those types of things.
Okay. Last one, if I may. I'm glad it's not a big crowd because you wouldn't let me do this. Concerned about administration. You keep hearing, this a lot of talk on the street, and yet I don't know how much of it is valid. That's why I'm asking this question. But we've heard that several positions were added to the SU budget, and it's a great place to hide, additional staff if you want to, because it's hard to locate. But I've heard that there was statements made about hiring a facilities manager, number one, for all the schools in the area. One, I'd like to know if that's true or not. And not to point fingers at anybody, and I don't want to name names, but it was. I heard there was a position that was created to mentor principals. And I'm curious, why do principals need mentoring? Because by the time you become a principal, I would tend to think that with all the workshops you go to and the education that you've attained, that you don't necessarily need mentoring. So I would like to, if that is the case, I would like to have an answer to those. Thank you.
So I do not think in this budget there were any positions added at the SU level. Is that correct?
Last year, diversity.
Yes. I don't believe there were any positions added at the supervisory union level with this budget, especially where our special ed numbers were coming in so high. It was a really difficult budgeting session season at the SU level. So I don't think, am I correct? There's no new personnel. We have a number of new principals in our district, and I bet everybody could use a mentor. I could have used a mentor in this job, let me tell you. But it's a state requirement that you have mentoring actually for principals. It's another thing that comes from on high. We could have hired in-house or had mentors come down from the VPA. We have an in-house mentor where we had a lot of new principals. But that was put in, I think Ron put that in. I think Ron created that position, so it's prior to merger.
Are you saying state required?
There's a state requirement that principals are mentored, that principals have access to mentoring.
Minimally 2 years. At least 2 years. Yes. Yep.
Any other questions? Jody, we've come so far. Thank you for waiting. Another question.
I have a couple of questions. Excuse me. One of them I think I know the answer to, but it's between the schools and it's the food. And Academy School, for example, has $85,000 on it. Oak Grove has 0, Green Street has 0, and BAMS and BUHFs have 0. So I'm assuming that's because Academy creates the food for the Oak Grove and Green Street?
I believe that's correct, yeah.
And that because BUHS and BAMS is 0 because they have free lunches?
Which line are you looking at?
Oh gosh, Frank. I just wrote down on the bottom of the page, so I'm on page 17, so I don't know where that went to. I was just taking them all together. If you go to Academy, you see 85,274, and I can't turn the pages with holding this.
Because
food service, it's down halfway in the page, 3,100, right, and it's 85,274.
And then,
So is that because they prepare the food, so they get all the cost for all the food for Oak Grove and whatever? And then the high school, you said earlier that they get the free reduced lunches or whatever. The high school and BAMS both get it.
but there's a line for food service operations, page 17.
Yeah, that's one.
There's the third bar down is food service operations is $229,213 this year.
And that's under BUHS.
That's under BUHS, yes.
And so is BAMS a separate?
They're part of that.
They're part of that.
Just like Academy, yeah. It's
Okay.
The whole school, yeah.
Thank you. The other issue was transportation. And I noticed Putney. I'm looking at Putney, for example, and 2,700, it says student transportation is up 47.6% with a figure of 9,300. And then you come down here further to 2,700 under the regular education, and you've got 4,000. I don't understand the discrepancies in the numbers.
Sorry, Jay, I'm trying to catch, can you just go over what the numbers were you were looking at? The 2,700?
2,700 under Putney Central School on page 19.
Okay.
You have student transportation, and it went up 47.6% at 9,300. And then you go down to the next section, 11, regular education total, and you got 2,700 student transportation at 4,000.
Right, that's for the summer school program.
Oh, that's under the summer school.
Yeah.
Okay, not under regular education.
Right, it's, the regular education is for everything above it in that bold 11 line.
Okay, so what is the total of their transportation?
It'd be, looks to me like 13.3.
Okay. My question, second question along that is, what is different in the top section under Putney Central School for $3,000 increase in transportation? I mean, they've been transporting their kids like the rest of us have forever.
Principal can speak.
Oh, yes.
Thanks. I'm Herv Pelletier, principal of Putney Central School. The discrepancy in the cost, I believe, has to do with the bus monitor, right? Am I correct on that?
It's part of it, but
Yeah.
also we've done a lot in the summer program.
Yeah.
In terms of increasing services, and we know we have to review that.
Right.
Emily did a committee report on that, and we see that as far as the going from 6,300 to 9,300, that's in the general field trip budget of the school.
Right.
And what we've done is look back at the historical actual and found that the 9,300 was closer to our actual cost.
Right, and it's also worth mentioning that as far as the summer transportation budget goes, it would be much higher, frankly, if we didn't call on some friends at the Putney School for the loan of a minibus, which they would graciously supplied us with last summer at no cost. So all we had to do was put gas in it, so that was a big savings.
And I have one more question. On page 26, where we've got the resident student census, are those butts and seats or equalized students?
Those are butts in seats, correct?
Okay, thank you.
On October 10th, I believe, right? Or something like that, or thereabouts.
November 10th.
November 10th. Oh, off by a month. Any other questions on the budget? On any of the, we also have Lyle here, so any of the assessment data? Yes, Jody.
I forgot to say something, and I forgot to thank Frank and the administration for putting the page numbers on here, because in previous meetings it was very difficult to follow on that 130-something page budget, so thank you.
Any other questions? I would just like to mention, if you just give you a few minutes to think, the legislature is considering changing how equalized pupils are calculated. When in 1997, when the Brigham decision came through and we went to a statewide funding system, the idea was that everyone should have equal opportunity for education. And they made real guesses as to what it costs to educate certain types of students who might be a little bit more expensive to educate. But we're trying to give all students the same opportunity. After 20 years of asking, the legislature commissioned a report that came out in this past December that actually looked at the costs. It was a UVM, Rutgers, a couple other organizations. So it was a research study to figure out what it really costs to, is a high school student 1.13 times a regular education student? They didn't touch pre-K on this, I think, but what are the costs of educating a student who is learning English for the first time? So they came out with this research study, and it's dramatically different from what people guessed it would be at the legislature in 1997. The fiscal office at the legislature did a model showing what would happen to districts. So education spending, if you didn't change education spending, but you counted students for taking into account what it will cost to educate them, it dramatically changes various districts. And ours is one that would be greatly helped by reconfiguring and using what's called the weighting analysis. The legislature is taking testimony tomorrow on this. As one could imagine, if we are winners and you're not spending any more money, some people will be quote-unquote losers. Those people that are losers have been having their education subsidized at the expense of students who are living in poverty, students who are learning English, providing high school students with the opportunities that they need. So I don't view it as winners and losers. I view it as doing what should have been done in 1997, and I really take somebody who has been in education in Vermont for a long time. I was talking to him, and he said he read the study before he went to what I did, which is how does it affect the WSESD? Well, this gentleman read the whole study and made a determination of whether it was the fair thing or not, because he didn't want to think about how it affected his district. And he, without looking at the analysis of how it affected his community, he supported it because it was the fair thing, it was the right thing, it's what we should be doing under Brigham. And so I would like to think that I would feel that way if we were losers, but as I think about it, it's what is fair. And we really, if we're having a statewide funding system, we should be doing this weighting study. There's several good articles in the Bratt Reformer, had an opinion piece today. Laura Sibilia, who is a representative and been a long time on school boards from the Wilmington-Dover area. Anyway, she's really pushing for this legislation. So if you have a few minutes tonight, there is something on our website, a flyer that I did for town meeting day. There's a link on there to write your legislature and just advocate that the weighting study, please move on it, because people are talking about let's go slowly, let's wait. I'm all for phasing something in because dramatic changes in property taxes are difficult on schools and communities, but I think it's the right thing and the fair thing. And just for last year, our tax rate in their simulation, it would have gone from $1.71 to $1.53. So that's not to say that we would maybe bring our budget down to $1.53. Maybe we would split the difference. I can't speak for a future board if this were to happen, but it would give us an opportunity to perhaps lower our taxes and to perhaps provide more supports for children who are struggling and need that support. So if you have a minute, it would be a really good use of your time to advocate for children living in very rural conditions in this state, children learning English, children who are living in economically disadvantaged situations. So it is on the WSESU website, correct? Can somebody check it? Or just write to your representative. I attacked them all at our town meeting, and Jody Normando was close behind me. So. And the school board has had a resolution on this as well, and so you could say you supported the WSESD's resolution. Jody.
I was also going to say that there's a fantastic letter, if anybody's on Vermont Digger today, from David Kelly, and it really makes you want to cry. And he's up in the Northeast Kingdom where there is real poverty, and they've been gypped out. So.
Any other questions? Yes, Robin.
I just wanted to acknowledge a lot of work went into this, and I appreciate what everyone on this board has been doing for months, and also on the Brattleboro Finance Committee. And I noticed in their report, they said it would be more appropriate if a committee made up of members from all of the towns review this. I was just wondering if the school board had any ideas about how to form that.
We had a brief discussion about this at the Finance Committee level, and did we bring it to the full board for discussion? No. I don't think we spoke about it briefly at the Finance Committee level, but we had kind of a pile of work because of the Academy project at that level, so it's been pushed off. I think it would be a great idea, and I'd love to volunteer for it. It'd be just the perfect thing for a nerdy math girl to do when she's retired from the board, because I know all this stuff, so I might as well use it for something occasionally. So I think it's a great idea, but that will be up to the next board going forward and to the people that have served on the Brattleboro Town Finance Committee, but it would make more sense to me. Thanks for the question. You want to speak for yourself, Franz Reichman?
Franz Reichman from Brattleboro and chair of the Representative Town Meeting Finance Committee that put together the little report that you've got. This is, I think, a kind of difficult question. Our report addresses it more or less in a theoretical way, that it would make sense for a committee that's doing a report like this to have representation from all the towns in the district. It just seems logical. From there, though, how it would be authorized, where it would draw its legitimacy from, questions like that came up at the WSESD Finance Committee meeting that I was sitting in on. So there'd be a lot of questions to answer, and just how it would be put together, I don't know. And I guess, the new board can talk about that, but the direction's unclear, but the principle seems clear that if there's going to be a report like this written, it should come from a broad representative subgroup of the citizens of somebody. Thank you.
Thanks.
I mean, do you guys have anything like that in your town meetings? Are there committees for the towns?
So when we pass our budget in Dummerston, I can only speak for Dummerston, that's my only history is within Dummerston. People read through this with a fine-tooth comb. We don't need a committee because we have a committee of the 60 people that have served on boards in the past and say, what's going on? Did you buy 4 more brooms this year? Because I thought there were 3 brooms in the budget. Because it was a, $3 million, give or take, a $3 million budget. So there was not quite the need, I would say, in our smaller budgets to have that kind of review, whereas Brattleboro Town Schools were a more significant budget. You're trying to balance needs and understand, had capital plans, and you may not know what the roof academy looks like because your children go to Green Street, whereas everybody in Dummerston knows the roof was leaking during the middle of the championship basketball game. So I think it's a different need level. So we had various, very robust conversations of the budget. It was walked through carefully, questions were asked, but there was no formal committee process in the smaller towns. And I think it's harder now, even than Brattleboro was, because now it's a $51 million budget. So it's much harder to understand how things are apportioning. That is just my opinion, and it's a waning opinion. It'll be the next board that will take that up. Yeah.
I think it's safe to say that everybody on the board thinks it would be a good idea, and I think the way Franz laid it out is exactly the way it should happen. Probably the most appropriate place for it to come would be on the floor of the annual meeting next Wednesday. So I would encourage people to come and propose that we do that, and then that'll give us the authority, maybe not to do it, probably with legal questions, but certainly to look into it and maybe set up a draft board. That's not the right word. tentative board until we actually have a vote at an annual meeting to create it, but it would be the annual meeting that would create that.
Anything else?
Waiting study, I found, you want.
Oh, yes, the waiting study.
So if you go to the WSESD board, it's under press releases, March 5, 2020 press release, board resolution, change to student waiting formula. So find it there.
Thank you, Lyle. Yes, Paul.
Paul Memendo. I'm looking at two things here. I'm looking at the tax rate sheet you have, which shows equalized pupils of 2250.
2253, yeah.
Yeah. And then when Jody asked the questions about butts in the seat, on page 26, it says 2,509. No, it doesn't. Okay, I'm looking at. Oh, that's non-member. I guess I'm looking at the wrong thing. It says 2219. I'm sorry. But also looking at that same sheet, I see that out of every town except Putney, either stayed the same or dropped in butts in the seat. I want to congratulate Putney on their fecundity, and I would like to encourage other people to follow suit.
The chair will pass on that request personally, but but it also, that's just butts in the seat, so the equalized number is going to be different based on what's happening with free and reduced lunch levels and everything else. So, but yes, having more students would be a great idea for bringing our taxes down. Any other questions, thoughts, comments? Well, excellent. I hope you're our ninjas on the budget now, and you can join us next Tuesday. Next Tuesday, March 7th. I know it's a week from today. Thank you, David. Next Tuesday, March 17th, 7 p.m. we'll be in the BUHS Gymnasium for our annual meeting and our budget presentation. In the meanwhile, if you have any questions, Sean. If you have any questions, you can email any of the board members.
I can't let this go by and not thank Christina for all that she's done. She's amazing, and you're going to be greatly missed.
I'm joining the O'Connor sisters as in the audience. So Kate and Carrie, and we're going to sit in the audience of the WSESD meeting. So you won't miss me. I'll still be here. So thank you all for coming tonight. I appreciate it. And I have finished a meeting in under an hour.
My job. Do a Stony Cup? Yeah. I get a free meal service.
Oh my God.
Vaguely familiar. Hey, how are you? Are we supposed to shake hands? I'm willing. You're a UMass, right? I'm on sabbatical this semester, so I haven't seen any students. Right, Chrissy, this semester. Yeah. You're on sabbatical, huh? Yeah.
going to call the meeting to order at 6:03. Sorry, we had a bit of a meeting backup. I have, of course, a few changes. You can delete 10A, the PPE presentation. I was so excited that I scheduled it earlier than the PPE committee asked for it, and they apparently don't want me to see it. You can delete the 10D, the flag policy. That's not ready for prime time. You can delete X10. The doc has been created, but we have just, the policy committee sort of spoke about, let's wait till the next board and they can work on the policy committee created a list of things that need to be reviewed on an annual basis, and we figured it'd be better to hand it to the next board and the next chair to work on scheduling it versus having a conversation about it now when it's going to be a different board. So people may want something different. But it exists for the next chair to have some fun with. And I will very popularly going to move public comment section, public comment on items not on the agenda to that little spot before the 3 executive sessions. You get all that? There's going to be a quiz later. Any other changes that anybody needs to make? Frank?
Were you able to reorganize the sequence, or do you need to talk about that?
I don't think I need to for executive session, because we could go into an executive session on mass, and we'll invite y'all in, and then, assuming all the parties are here.
I was talking about the academy discussion.
Oh.
Were we going to try to get Tori out of here earlier than later?
Oh, let me see, where is that? I thought about that.
9A.
9A. So if it is okay with the board, how about we move up the academy project to, how about after approval of the warrants before committee reports? Does that work?
And can I just tell you, if you're a new board member or a returning board member, I have your oath of office. I'm going to bring those around to you. If you could just sign them and put your town name in. So that's what I'm doing, wandering around.
Thank you. Time for her to go. She's just wandering around. With that, sorry, Sean?
I'm sorry, I probably missed it. You did the sign-up sheet for the guests?
They're already floating about. There's 2 of them.
And make sure that town is put.
Yeah, I was going to get to that when I welcome recognition. I have it on my list.
Sorry.
No worries. So with that, I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of February 26, 2020.
So moved.
Thank you, Tim Morris. Is there a second?
Second it.
Thank you, Thomas Nolan. Any discussion about the minutes of February 26th?
Sorry, go ahead.
There was a mention that I was going to distribute David's resolution to Sarah Coffey.
Oh, yeah.
But David did them all.
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
I did all of ours, our local people, yeah.
yeah.
So long as
So
we're
I
done.
You can send it again.
No, I didn't do it. I sent you the email address.
Any other corrections?
Very minor, but Jamie asked me after I had sent her the minutes, and she said that she wanted to add it that she had welcomed the board on behalf of the Putney PTFO.
Fair
I
enough.
didn't get a chance to add that before sending it back.
I thought I got that. I'm sorry.
I didn't see
So
it.
what can you send me an email with that, please? Thank you. Then I'll correct it.
Any other changes to the minutes, aside from Tim Morris's? All those in favor of approval of the minutes of February 26th as amended, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays or abstentions? Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Recognition of visitors. Hello, everyone. There is a sign-in sheet going around. If you could put your town on it, and if somebody new comes in, if we could all just look out for our neighbors, and if somebody comes in late, could you get folks to sign it? Because we've had people come in late, and then we don't have them on the record. We don't know who spoke. So it's very helpful if you could do that.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
may I address I want people to write legibly. I don't need your signature. I don't care. What I need to know is what your name is. So if you could make sure that it's printed legibly, that would be really helpful because it's for a legal document. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. It's a statutory requirement, so I appreciate that. Jody.
Jody Normando Dummersted. I just wanted to comment on the ballots. Then particularly for the ballots that were at town meeting.
So this is out of order because it would be under the non-agenda items, although you could conceivably, if I'm
Okay, I'll
in a
wait.
good mood, we could wait until we talk about it would actually fall under town meeting school discussions.
Okay, thanks.
Back to my welcome. As is our practice, I take comment on any agenda item before we move on, but sometimes I get distracted, so wave furiously. I'm used to teaching 7th grade, so jump up and down and wave, and I will not be judgmental of you if you want to comment on something. I take board comments first, supplemented by administrators, because they're the ones that can very much inform our discussion, but the board will always take input from the public. So wave if I somehow miss that in my urge to get people home on time. Communications, I'll whip through mine quickly because maybe it'll help people recollect ones they've had. I had a communication from the union. I had a communication from Kelly Dias about Robert's rules. I had a discussion that I initiated with one of our new people that were elected about Robert's rules and things, which has made me think it might be good for us to do some training for people coming on who don't have experience and for leadership councils. That's a parenthetical. I had an email from Kelly Kalansky asking for an update on our POW flag situation, and an email and email I forwarded, but I also had a discussion with Franz Reichman from the Brattleboro Town Finance Committee about their report and about the future of that process. Those were mine, and a million others from you that don't really rise to this occasion. So. Any other communications that the board should be aware of? Moving on to finances. I would entertain a motion to approve the warrants of February 3rd in the amount of $749,978.05, February 10th in the amount of $193,351.73, February 18th in the amount of $300,865.63, and from February 24th in the amount of $367,622.32, as well as the payrolls of January 31st in the amount of $1,067,357.96, and from February 14th, $1,280,666.14, all of which have been approved by the Finance Committee. So moved. Thank you, Emily. Do I have a second?
A second.
Thank you, Thomas, for the second. Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the warrants as listed, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays or abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And so we are going to now move into an update on the Academy project with Frank presenting project goals and green building strategies with Stevens and Associates.
Okay, I'm going to very quickly turn it over to Corey Freshee with Stevens and Associates. This is a follow-up to our last board meeting. I'll just repeat the motion that was approved. Motion is that the administration engage Stevens and Associates to contact the Putney School, the Building Green manufactured building contractors for alternative design examples that meet the needs and requirements of the Academy project and maximize environmental and fiscal advantages. So just as a reminder, then there was a second motion for the board to pursue the next steps in the Academy School project, which is to prepare for a public hearing on a bond vote. So we have followed through with that, and we're very pleased that Corey was available to respond as quickly as he has in essentially taking the next steps. So we needed to inform you of our progress on that, and keeping in mind that we're looking for consensus from the board and clarity from the board on, as we move forward, that we have a clear sense of the board's goals. We've created some resources to help facilitate that discussion, and hopefully at the end of this, we do have a clear sense of next steps. So that's a quick summary.
Great, thank you.
So can I turn it over?
Yeah, Corey Frazee with Stevens and Associates. I'm a civil engineer and a principal there. Diana Bade, who was here with me last time, is the licensed architect who did the project. She wasn't able to be here tonight, but I think I can move the conversation forward adequately with you, and I think there's probably another discussion where we bring others back in. So quickly, we've reached out to the Putney School, at least one contractor, and Peter Yost, who I have a working relationship with and who used to be at Building Green. We could also reach out to Building Green. We can talk more about why I think Peter might be a good fit for this. And unfortunately, I haven't heard back from those folks yet. It's only been a few days. So we are moving that discussion forward to get their input, to talk about alternative systems. I think we're fortunate in this valley that we have a lot of companies that have alternative systems. Ford Panel also comes to mind, and we could go on and on with other resources that we can tap into. I wanted to add that alternative building systems, wall types, wall sections fit well within the feasibility work that we did. We can build off of the feasibility study, and as we get into the next steps of design, we absolutely would envision looking at building systems that meet with the project goals. So I don't know that tonight's discussion and update to you is linear, but I'll do my best. We have some handouts that I'd like to go through with you, at least quickly. We would like to, as part of updating you, talk about project goals. I think that we could study this indefinitely, and to make good use of our time and everybody's resources to get some direction from you, which perhaps is finalized at a following meeting, so that we can complete the next step of having these conversations with other organizations and bring back to you some concise material that would help you finalize the next steps or the path forward. And I'll go back to Peter Yost. I think that he would be a great person to bring in to help finalize some project goals specifically as it relates to energy. Sorry, Peter, I haven't heard back from you. Put you on the spot on television. So I think I'll circulate these goals now. And we worked with Frank and Lyle to just come up with a draft. And if you could pass those around. I've got a 6-page handout. So this is a draft of goals that I think responds to what I've heard in discussions to date. And then there's some discussion about energy efficiency specifically. And I don't want to take too much of your time, so I'll quickly kind of walk you through that and then see if there's questions and whether we want to continue this discussion at another meeting. The goals that we've drafted, that we would be looking to you to kind of finalize, but rather than starting with a blank page, I hope it's okay we took a crack at this. The first two are talk about meeting the students' needs. The third is about financial responsibility, fiscal responsibility, and balancing the finances of this project with the energy piece and the sustainability piece is going to be a challenge. Although, again, I'll go back to our feasibility study. I believe we included a budget to do a high-performance building. And then the last two goals address sustainability and energy efficiency. And one of our proposed action items, not necessarily tonight, is that we think it at some point to choose a building standard rating or certification system to work towards would be a good strategy. And in the Finance Committee, we quickly talked about a couple projects that started out working towards one of those certifications. They didn't necessarily achieve that certification, but it provided the path to a high-performance, highly energy-efficient building. So just fly through the top of page 2 at least, quickly touches on several different of those industry standard certification systems. Just start with the basic Vermont Energy Code. It's worth pointing out that that is higher than most national standards. And then we believe the Academy School project is going to require an Act 250 permit. And therefore there's something called stretch guidelines. So the state of Vermont has added on additional energy requirements for projects that come under Act 250. And so that is a higher standard already. And the BOHS garage, which is under construction right now, which I believe everyone on this board is familiar with because that came through about 6 months ago, that's being built to the stretch code. Then you also have net zero. Net zero is interesting because it looks at net energy consumption for a project or a property. So if you're offsetting your energy consumption in some way, you can still be considered net zero, but it may not mean your building is all that highly energy efficient. You've got LEED certification. There's 4 breakdowns, 4 different thresholds for LEED. And just to give you an idea, based on other similar projects, we think you're looking at a 10 to 20% cost premium for LEED. And then passive house is also a common standard, and that could exceed 20% of additional cost. The following 4 pages are a document that I found to be a fairly neutral and comprehensive document about building standards and certifications. And it was cool to see that Building Green was quoted on the first page. That's, again, one of the organizations that you would like to talk to. They talk about 600 different product certifications and over 100 in the US. So there's a lot to sort through when it comes to choosing a path for energy efficiency. It has on pages 2 and 3 just a lot of language about building certifications. If I pointed you to the 4th page of that document, it has a table which tries to compare LEED to net zero to passive house to another standard that Stevens and Associates hasn't ever pursued, but this green standard, which I think is the standard that other certifications come from. So the last page talks about life cycle cost, and we touched on this in the Finance Committee. And this is not new, but it's identified as an emerging issue in green building. So looking at life cycle costs as a part of this project is a really valuable way for all of us to think about the appropriateness of decisions when it comes to the construction. And that is something that we would recommend you incorporate into the next steps of the project. Back on page 2, we brainstormed some things that you could include for procurement of the final design. Stevens and Associates hasn't been hired for the final design. We've finished our feasibility study. We wanted to offer to participate in a couple of these goal-setting meetings pro bono. We've talked to Frank and Lyle about that. Once we get some direction from you, if there's some work to do to talk to other organizations and to come back to you with some concrete information, that would be great to be engaged on, but we're kind of in this, we're exploring next steps. I could talk all night about this.
If I could also just add, you may already recall our discussions earlier on the sequencing of the project, but as Corey is alluding, traditionally it would be setting goals, understanding where our consensus is around one of these standards, and then asking our architect to incorporate those standards in a schematic design. The schematic design phase is what's going to define those general cost premiums and whether or not the board feels they can afford that. And that precedes the final design. The final design is where we have a bid package that goes out to the public, and we get general contractor responses. But so what Corey's really underscoring is how important it is in the work that we do in these next few weeks that it responds to the board's interests, because to engage these resources obviously costs money, and we want to be going in the right direction. So it's did I get that right in terms of?
Yeah, and we could talk more about design process if you want, because schematic design is really the meat and potatoes of where we're going to flush this out, and we're going to find that balance of finances with energy efficiency. But to have some goals and some direction now is absolutely appropriate and important.
Okay, I could listen to you talk all night about saving energy and building standards, but I'm not sure everybody else feels that way. So I'm looking for suggestion from somebody on the board about the best way to go forward and what their thoughts are. I mean, it'd be lovely to come out of here tonight to have people say what we meant by green was low energy consumption. Or, this is, and if we all had a mind, that really directs us in terms of one of these standards. But
well, let me say that I have some proposed steps that you could consider. So if you wanted me to throw out kind of
Sure.
3 proposed action items, I think you've received some information that you should digest. I think that if there's consensus around setting some goals that will provide direction, that we should come back to that, and I understand your next meeting is actually scheduled at Academy School, so maybe that would be the right time to do that. And I think that I need some more time to hear back from these people that I've reached out to, and specifically, what I think is really important, this is a niche, this is a specialty, and Stevens and Associates has brought in an energy consultant on their last 2 projects. And so if the goals go in this direction of being a high performance building, that if we were presenting a proposal to do final design, we would have an energy consultant on our team. But we have some local people in this community who would bring more credibility to the discussion that I would be interested in inviting to that next meeting to finalize these goals, to make sure we didn't miss something, right? And whether that's Peter Yost or Alex Wilson from Building Green. I've been on a panel with Peter, so I just know that he and I would have a good kind of dynamic in that discussion with you guys. But so that would be one thing that I'd be looking for your feedback on tonight, but that would allow us some more time to move this along.
so the one caution I will give you is that some of these seats will be changed, and there'll be a new bunch of people
That's
coming
a good
in for that next meeting. But many of them are here tonight. I haven't actually done a head count, so they're not. We'll make sure they get copies of this, so they'll be up and running. That sounds like a good way to go. I mean, I know that time is of the essence, but to me, it seems like a good way to go so that people can sort of read through this and have an opportunity to hear from somebody who specializes in that. And so I'd like to hear from the board what their thoughts are, like head nods.
So go over what the information we got here, and then just at the next meeting, talk with everybody and have a final.
Come up with what it is that we mean by green, because green can mean lots of things to lots of people.
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak for everybody. I think for me, I was thinking, obviously the energy consumption, and that the materials were responsibly sourced and sustainably sourced. That's what it meant to me. I don't know about other people. And it's, I guess, the building's impact on the surrounding area, but I don't think that if it's a basketball court right now, it's probably not gonna. That probably won't be an issue. But mainly materials and energy consumption.
Mm-hmm. And so LEED is a good metric to use for measuring how are we doing with sourcing materials. And then most of the certifications touch energy use.
Anybody else want to throw out an initial thought, because maybe it helps direct also who comes if you're hearing overwhelmingly lead versus energy efficiency, maybe. Sean?
Sean Murphy, I could say that I built for a living for years and years and years and years, and there's always a, what you want to do is maintain or achieve the best thing that you can for the amount of money that is expended. And when you start to concentrate on saving money in terms of energy efficiency, it's like a bell curve. There is a place where you're going vertically in money expenditures where you're not really gaining that much in terms of long-term energy gain. So I think it's very important to maintain a financial reality in the same time that you're considering any kind of new building. So I know that you talked about the SIPS building. I mean, I've been in SIPS building, and I wonder how the integration of this, and maybe this is getting ahead of today's conversation a little bit, but how you integrate a SIPS building with the requirements of, fire protection and safety and all that in a commercial building. There might be some serious considerations to achieve using that material and also achieving the state mandated safety goals within a building. So it's a balancing act as I see it. And I think the bottom line is that this is going to have to be a bond vote. So it wouldn't be difficult to make a presentation to the public that because the financial overview is too much and then the bond doesn't pass. And I know that the needed academy is a real-time need. So, it's like walking on a knife edge, or taking medications, and you want to keep the sweet spot. It's difficult to achieve. But I appreciate what you bring forward.
We call it point of diminishing returns, like you said, when you're vertical on that bell curve. We did do the public building up at Hilltop Montessori with Ford panels, so that was a SIPS panel that was put into a public building. We figured out that challenge of fire protection and such. Durability is another part of the conversation, and maintenance is part of the conversation. So again, we're getting a little ahead of tonight's discussion perhaps, but we've got, I think, like 80,000 square feet of an existing building type at Academy School with a brick veneer, and we've got a 2,000 square foot addition proposed. And so we need to have a discussion about whether we introduce a different building type there and what that looks like for maintenance, durability, and consistency of building materials.
Just one question. So the NZEB portion?
That's the net zero.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I can look it up on my own, but some of their requirements seemed inspirational. So, I mean, like it says limits of growth, net zero energy, rights to nature, beauty and spirit, inspiration, and education. I don't know, beauty and spirit, inspiration, and education, that sounds amazing. I don't know what that means for like a standard. Do you know a little bit more about, I mean, I can do my own research, but I didn't know how that came into the green conversation, but I was like, oh, maybe my definition should be expanded.
Yep.
I want it to be beautiful and I want it to be inspiring, but I don't know.
Educational, sure.
Yeah, educational, definitely.
Yeah, I wouldn't hurt that.
Maybe it'll be pretty too. Okay, I can look it up though. Cool.
So, any other?
Yeah, a couple of things. One, this is great. I really like the idea of us talking about identifying. I really like that there are standards so we can reach a consensus about what our goal is, which seems like a really good place to start. And also, thank you for bringing these descriptions so that we can take the time to look at them. I haven't read as much as Emily did, so I haven't found
And
these
this
inspirational.
website is, you could go for days on this website, so it's
I'm
a
not
good
gonna.
resource.
I'm not going to do it. But this is a good start. I also, it's reassuring to hear you mention Pete Yost, who was on the Brattleboro School Board for, I think, 3 or 4 years.
Okay.
And whose youngest child voted for the first time yesterday, so I know he's in town. But he's hard to get because he's a consultant now, he's around a lot. But I think Frank mentioned Alex Wilson, who Building Green generally recommends to work on these things. There's also the New England Sustainability Energy Association in Greenfield that Sion here in town is associated with. And I think among the 3 of those, I think it's not going to be hard to find a, I forget what's
consultant.
an energy consultant, yeah, somebody to help us with that. And to help us understand, I mean, we can all read about this, but to help us understand what that it sort of means in lay terms. And a couple questions about the architect and the schematic. That's after we tell them what we want in terms of the range of materials, what shape we're thinking about, or maybe even have 2 small buildings instead of one big one, depending on on all the other considerations, whether to use panels or not. We need to decide all that before we give it to the architect to make this?
At least our recommendation, and I think the best way to move this particular project forward, is that we have a high level of confidence that we have a viable project. We have a project budget, right around $1 million.
That's your budget. We haven't.
Fair enough. But we have real cost data. This went to a professional cost estimator. We've done the programming. We've established the need of the sizes of the classrooms and the renovations as well. Let's not forget there's a renovation piece of this. And we have a high level of confidence that this budget would suffice for the needs of the school. And I've just passed around a second handout. It's titled 2015 CBES, as we call it. That's the stretch, the Vermont stretch energy code guidelines. We anticipated that as part of this feasibility study. So we did pick a building type. It is a pretty good energy efficient building type. It's got exterior insulation, and I forget what the complete wall section looks like, but we have a viable project. So the next step, after there's goals and a direction for the board, would be to procure the architect for final design, and then to get into schematic design with that firm. And during schematic design, they should be pursuing alternatives and bringing them back to you for final decision. But let's say they come up with 3 building sections that they feel like will meet your goals, but they're going to come at different cost premiums, and have a discussion about, this one will be LEED Platinum, but it's going to cost 20% more than, I don't know, some other building section. And then I'm being neutral here, but you've got 3 building sections at 3 different costs. So David, you wouldn't be expected to choose those prior to hiring the architect, and the architect will be leading that conversation. We think you should have an energy consultant that's, the advocate for the project, working with the architect, helping to advise on those decisions.
And just to be clear, energy consultants generally get paid.
Yes.
Yeah, so we would be hiring an energy consultant to work with the architect that we'd be hiring as well. Okay. And that's really the only difference.
Could be required as part of the consulting team. It's done, that's commonly done nowadays. The commissioning, which actually I think we made a bullet point, the commissioning we suggest is by owner, because when you're commissioning all of these mechanical systems that have such a big piece in energy efficiency, it's nice to have that that entity working directly for you as an independent third party.
Okay. Take your word for that. I have no idea. So I think that's all my questions. Thank you.
Anybody else have a question, thought, or comment?
Well, just one quick question. There are going to be a lot of infrastructure that has to be built in somewhere in this building for the HVAC and the heating and all those different things. So is that something that's already been laid out in what you've already given us to an extent?
Yep, it was explored. We actually consulted, we pulled in a mechanical engineer and electrical engineer. We reviewed the current systems at the school with them to again, make sure we had a viable solution for the HVAC needs of this addition and of the renovation space as well. And that is included in the budget.
And all the required, state required protective things like door types. And,
Yes.
And
yes.
sprinkling and all that stuff. Everything.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did a comprehensive code review as part of this.
So we have a good foundation, it sounds like.
Yes. Again, we have a high level of confidence. There are contingencies in here, so I would say that this budget kind of is for the Vermont stretch code, which I would encourage you that if we hire a consultant, Christina, I really like the way you said it in the finance committee meeting. That we look at life cycle costs and that we identify places where we can go above and beyond. But I think the Vermont stretch code is going to be your basis, and you're going to be very happy with the energy efficiency that you find from that building.
So if you missed finance committee, one of my thoughts was that there are things that you can do that they might say, oh, there's a 7-year payback on this, but we're going to have that building for more than 7 years, so look at, well, will this last 12 years and what the long-term cost is of something, as opposed to doing what, I mean, if you do this with your house, they'll say, oh, don't do it, it's a 5-year payback and that's too long. But that depends on how you look at it, really, what's too long and what your priorities are. So I agree that there is a curve, and we have to figure out where on the curve we are and what our return on investment should be. And I think the other thing that I won't be here to make these decisions, but you referred to something called papering, which is going after some of these certifications, and somebody in town was going after a certification, but the cost of actually getting the plaque on the wall was going to be a lot. And I think from my perspective, I would rather have us invest in actually technologies that will improve the building performance than the attractive plaque on the wall, because we're not marketing a destination resort, we're serving students and modeling. So I think we should be mindful when we're talking about these standards. Maybe we go to the standard, it's built to a LEED standard, but maybe we don't want to pay for the LEED certification process. I mean, that sounded like what you were saying is an option. You get almost there, but maybe there's a piece that is not, maybe there's something we would have to comply to that would not have a good ROI. So to be thinking about having that kind of flexibility in what we're doing going forward. So. And maybe we could invest somewhere else that you wouldn't get recognition for, but it absolutely makes sense for the situation of a building where we don't occupy it hardly in the summer. I mean, maybe that would, there might be different circumstances. So. Yeah, Sean.
Would you be the shepherd to get us to a place where we knew as we go along that if we choose this, the cost is going to escalate beyond a point of comfort?
Yes.
Because that's easy to do, choose things. And if you have a vision of where that choice will get us in a financial realm, I think it'd be very helpful to have that sort of check, so that, we do as much as we can with the money available.
Yes. Well, I should rephrase. I very much hope that we are. That is going to be your architect. And that architect is going to be working in consultation with hopefully an energy consultant, a mechanical engineer who has a lot of expertise in this field. Efficiency Vermont is a free consult on these projects, so they're another resource that can be easily and at no cost brought in to collaborate. And perhaps there's a contractor involved at some point. But again, going back to that schematic design process, that's where we see really digging into this and having those discussions.
If I could follow up,
it's very logical that you would have the same firm that does the schematic design be the final design architect. As far as that decision, that would be another decision point for the board. You know, and it sounds like if the conversation moves the way we've just described it here with maybe on the 18th, March 18, we fill out the discussion around, you know, you've had a chance to absorb some material, we hear from some of these other resources. It wouldn't be too long after that I would be recommending that the board consider hiring the architect to get us to those next steps. And you know, we'll see what the conversation looks like on the 18th if the board is thinking that's a good time to do this.
And David had one follow-up.
Yeah, just I want to be really clear that Efficiency Vermont can be helpful, but they are not energy consultants, and they don't advise you. They tell you what they think. They help you out with your ideas. So I wouldn't want to have Efficiency Vermont become our energy consultant. I would want to have somebody that is really going to get us where we want to go once we figure out where that is.
And that's not the intent.
Great, thanks.
So it sounds like the board members that will continue to serve are asking that for 318 that Corey will return, bring some backup singers for your presentation, and the board will have done their homework, and new board members will have done their homework and read about and got somehow, do you have a digital copy of this packet you could send to me?
I do.
Okay.
Yes.
So that I can make sure that the oncoming board members can start doing homework
You
beforehand.
can send it on to all of us, so we can send it on.
And
to
again,
the
those goals were intended to be a
Okay.
draft. I think I even put a watermark on it. I can send those along as a Word document.
Just keep the watermark on it, that's a good idea, yeah. Whatever, we're pretty good at.
So we'll post it on the website as well.
Oh, great, fabulous.
That's easy.
Awesome, thank you. So I see nods of agreement that that's going on the next agenda. I see at least 4 nodding heads, so that makes it warm. Excellent. Thank you so, oh, I'm sorry. Let me just, yes, Jody.
Both of these handouts will be on the website.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other quick public comments on this agenda item? I want to thank you so much for this really thoughtful presentation that you put together really quickly. And if you know me, you know I really want to thank you for offering to do a little bit of pro bono work for us too.
Our pleasure. Yeah. So thank you for moving me up the agenda.
Well, thank you. Hey, yeah. Thanks again. Moving back to committee reports. Sean, you want to take it away with just a little brief highlights and?
Sure. The Finance Committee met this afternoon at 5 o'clock, and we did a couple of things: warrants of payrolls, approved the minutes, and then we did another agenda item that we didn't have time to get to, was prepping for the budget meeting on 3/10, but we'll probably do that in this meeting. And then Frank gave us a fiscal year-to-date financial statement review, and we went over that. And then right at the end of the meeting, Corey was able to make himself available at 5:45, and so he gave sort of a preliminary of what we just went through with Corey right now, and that was about it.
And so maybe I'll talk about the Franz Reichman report down later.
Yes, thank you
I'll talk
very
about
much.
that down maybe when we're talking about budget prep. That might be a good place to put it.
Okay.
Did Frank just leave?
He was just walking Corey out.
Oh, okay, because I would love to hear the up to the financial statement to this point.
Yeah.
How we doing?
He had
We
a
were
handout.
concerned about a deficit, so.
Wow,
a
it's
handout.
early yet. I have
And
it.
he went through the whole handout.
Yeah, I know, but not with us. I don't know.
I'm
I don't
getting
know
it
any
to
of it.
you.
And we'll be presenting a budget.
Here. Well, this is the current year, so there.
This is everything that he handed out?
Yeah.
No,
let's
this is
look
the
at-
budget, right?
This is the year-to-date budget.
That's an expanded version of this, so that you could
Oh, I see.
actually look at each.
This is the
item.
backup.
Okay, yeah, we've had these before.
He had a
So-
summary, and then he had the whole.
And
he
what
had
was
the big
the,
package.
I guess what I'm asking, what was the summary? Are we like overspent
The
at
summary
this
was
point for 9
just
months?
where we are now, but it also includes all the encumbrance figures, so things that anticipated, like in the in the payroll, the figure represents what it'll be on June 30th. So, you know, he didn't, I think probably because they're unknowns, I don't think he made a specific recommendation, but it, you know, he gave us all the information.
Well, I'll ask him, maybe we can just come back to this for a second. Because I'm just curious, we're 9 months, you know, 3/4 of the way through the year, and we know pretty much what our unless something comes up that's a surprise, we know kind of what our spending is gonna be.
Well, I think
And I'm
that's-
just curious as to where we are in terms of what we budgeted as opposed to what we spent
That's
as of 9
exactly
months.
why, that's why he gave us these materials.
I think when Frank comes, well, let's ask
Yeah.
Frank his, because I think
We're
he
talking
might,
past each
yeah,
other.
yeah, he'd be the one that would say, I'm worried, I'm not worried. And we didn't ask that question, we went, oh, okay. Yeah. Personnel Committee.
She is not here.
Okay, so skip right over that.
But I can, we did have a meeting.
Oh, okay, then you can do it.
We had 1% that we approved. And it was for a science teacher from Putney to go to the National Science, what do you call it?
Congress.
Say it again.
The NSTA?
Right, the National Science Teacher Association, which is in Boston. And we set dates for 1% to be due, so May 1st will be the date that 1% need to come from teachers to be due to principals. Principals will vet them, get them to Barb. Barb always does the financials, makes copies, sends copies on to board members to preview, and then we'll need at least 1, probably 2, even 3 meetings, because in the past, of course, each individual board did their own. We'll be looking at far more 1% requests. So our goal is to have them all done and approved and wrapped up by June 15th. So
That's a question for personnel. I think you can probably answer it. In the January 22nd meeting, is that the most recent one, or you met since then? It doesn't matter. In the January 22nd meeting, I noticed that the committee approved a long-term leave for someone.
Yes.
And I'm curious as to, I mean, I didn't know that a committee could do that. I thought if someone wanted long-term leave, the board had to do that.
So did we report out on that? Because I am sure.
It's in the minutes, but I don't recall.
Yeah, I don't recall either. If the board would like to approve it, I can talk in generalities about who and what and why.
Well, I think it's more of a question of just, I mean, it makes perfect sense for the personnel committee to do that. I just don't ever recall us saying that. And when something appears that I've never seen before, because you have given us, well, it weren't leaves, but a lot of retirements. You've given us a lot of retirements, but this is the different thing.
Right, right.
That's a good question. I know we gave them the approvals of 1%. I don't remember leaves.
Leaves.
I can't think of why not, but just, you know, it doesn't mean anything if I can't think of it.
That hasn't come up since I've been taking minutes.
Yeah,
I think that was.
Yeah, I do remember we were at Oak Grove School when we discussed it.
Yeah, it was one of Mary's.
Yeah, it's one of Mary's.
Christina?
I'm trying to remember what we put in the mission statement.
I know, that's what I was just
Is that what
trying to
you're
look-
looking at?
that's what I was trying to look
It didn't have that.
It didn't have
It was
that
1%, it was
specific?
something,
Okay.
the language, there was some language about negotiations, and that was then altered to say something else, but
Okay.
it was a very brief mission statement.
And so maybe we could consider that, if that would make sense.
Just to, you know, to formally say that's a good idea for personnel to do.
So would you like to make a motion?
That we look at it, or that we ask them to add it to their,
We authorize the Personnel Committee to approve long-term leaves?
did you get that?
That was David's motion.
That was David's motion.
To authorize Personnel Committee to approve long-term leaves, right? By David. Thank you.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of approving David's motion to authorize the Personnel Committee to approve long-term leaves, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays or abstentions? As we have it, the ayes do have it. Oh, see what happens when you're away, Kelly. We can put more work on you.
More work for Kelly.
Okay.
Actually, we don't have very
AP committee, oh, that's mine, I was skipping ahead, how about that? We met Monday morning, we've met twice since the last meeting, is that correct? Yeah, we've met twice since the last meeting. We've been looking at creating a sexual assault policy. We've been working on, and that's taken the bulk of our time, we've been working on a flagpole policy, had some discussion. We're gonna have to meet with an attorney on the phone because this is a complex Title I issue that we're going to walk very carefully on, but we've sort of talked about the committee's concerns and issues and sort of had a preliminary discussion so that we can actually have a cost-efficient conversation with an attorney, that we know what our concerns are, we know what our interests are, and then we can find out what the law has to say about it. And then David very wonderfully created a list of annual updates that are embedded in policy that we're supposed to do, and unless you read through the whole policy book, it's hard to know. So just to pull out from that to say, if it says the superintendent will inform the board annually, and it's always somewhere tucked into a policy. So he came up with a list of things, and I would also like to publicly thank Tim Morris for saving my butt on the sexual assault policy, because I think I wrote him on Sunday night. No, that was a bad metaphor. You're trying to get through this position without doing that. But there was a lot of legal stuff in there, and I'm like, this can't be right, this can't be right. And so I chose the right person to be to be the one that helped in that committee, because he's like, nope, that's what it says, Christina, that's what the law says, and then really did the bulk of the backbone writing, and I just did the nerdy laundry list stuff. So it was a really big help for somebody who's just supposed to be my proofreader, and he really stepped up. So I appreciate that personally. So I sent the first copy out of that for a read, so we're gonna just, there's nothing really to talk about in a first read, but I wanted to get it fleshed out so we can run it by an attorney. And Sean, you already sent me edits, thank you so much. But if you'd all take a look at that, but it'll be later in the agenda. And is that pretty much it? Policy and amendment? Excellent.
That's quite a bit.
Yeah, we were there for 3 hours, on Monday. So, and I did, Kelly Kalansky had communicated to me like what's going on with that, and I said we have been crushed behind getting some other things done, and we have to schedule time to talk to the attorney, and it didn't happen this past meeting. So I told her it may not happen before the 18th, but it was still on our radar. So, Climate Crisis Task Force.
So we finally got a time that worked for everybody. The meeting is going to be, hold on, let me double check. Tuesday, March 10th. Where's that going to be? Oh, that's at the main office at 4 p.m. And then after that, every month we're going to have the same time, same place, so it's more predictable. Yeah, that's it for now.
And while you're commending, I don't know how to describe what Tom said to go through to get this done. He's got 2 committees with 4 or 5 people, all with really complex schedules. And I don't know if you have your email system. Every time a message comes along, there's a line that goes down to it, and the lines go across the way as it becomes a long chain. But he pretty much filled the page with lines, trying to get us to figure out what time on a Tuesday, we get in which Tuesday.
Yeah.
It was pretty amazing.
Very exciting.
So we're through it. What time? Oh, nobody.
4 p.m. 4 p.m. We're going to have
Just under
every second Tuesday of the month, 4 p.m., so people can sign on it.
Nice. I mean, it might be an interesting thing to talk about the building, the academy project a
Yeah,
little bit.
we'll add it to the agenda.
Yeah, just get some other opinions. Excellent.
Yes.
Can you, sorry.
Did you skip PPEC?
Oh, I did. Oh my gosh, how
That's
did I
okay.
do that? PPEC, sorry.
We haven't met.
It'd be a short meeting.
No, I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that we are meeting next Wednesday at 5 p.m. at the library. And that'll be at least our summative meeting around after-school care before we give our presentation. So if you did have questions at that point or just wanted to come hear some of the stuff we're putting in the presentation, you can come on down. And the following meeting after that will be on the 25th. I hope if any board member, if future board members are here that think about joining PPEC, maybe they might attend one of those meetings. They're always on Wednesdays at 5, usually at the library.
Same with sustainability, too.
So
Looking at Tim back there.
everybody's going to make their pitch for their committee now.
Yeah.
And you're planning to do a short presentation on 318, correct?
Yes.
Okay, fabulous. I'm filling out that agenda.
I was wondering who's gonna fill out that agenda, because you're not here.
I know.
Hopefully you're gonna do that before you leave.
She's here till the day
That's
before, and
right.
we'll pile it on.
Well, it has to be warned while I'm still
Yeah.
here.
Okay.
Unless
So I'll
you
still
decide
be
you want to
working.
make it an emergency meeting. Communications Council.
I have one, can I actually ask
Sorry.
something? So it was something that came up, David and I were chatting about. Did we want to do, I know that the equity committee will be looking at more of the equity study that was done on sports in our PPEC 25th meeting. But is that something we thought, I don't know, last time when I'd heard PPEC would be taking that on, I'm fine with that too, but I wanted to re-bring it up to the board because we will have new board members who've not been involved in any of the discussions. Would it be valuable at that point on the 18th to actually have the overview discussion and then hand it off to PPEC? So we have a little bit more direction than we have right now.
The executive committee discussion with the
Equity, yeah. I just
Yeah.
labeled it.
Yep.
Equity.
That sounds like a good idea.
Okay.
on the 18th.
So on the 18th, you'll do a presentation and we'll do an equity in sports discussion? Okay.
I don't know if that has to be.
Yeah, probably not. Okay, sounds good. Communications Council, hey, I'm gonna try, give it a third try. Communications Council.
We have not met since our last meeting, and we don't actually have a plan to meet as of yet. But I did want to update the board on a couple of things. One, I sent 2 releases earlier today that I actually wrote myself, because I realized if we don't have a release in about the annual meeting by Friday, it won't be in the Commons before the meeting. Jamie was sending around a draft release just as a general update regarding the resolution from last time. I know it was already approved, but just to give you an update. And then in the interest of full disclosure, I individually, on my own, with no authority, created 2 Facebook events. One for the information session and one for the annual meeting, just so they're actually on social media as soon as possible.
So if it pleases the board, we're firing him effective. Let this be a lesson to the rest of you. Thank you, Tim. I know there's a lot of pushing out of stuff, so I appreciate it. I know Jamie's working on getting that flyer out too, so.
Oh, I'm sorry, I did want to update. I forgot to mention that I think this might be incorrect, that David, you had a release to the Commons last Friday, right?
Yeah,
Resolution.
the board asked me to send it to the ed committees and to the board, our
resolution.
local representatives. Yeah.
Just the resolution, though, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll comment.
Okay, diversity and equity.
So similar to the climate crisis task force, we set up a recurring meeting every month. This month it has to be the second Monday, just because of people's schedules. 4 p.m. on Monday, March 9th at the BAM's conference room. And then after that, every first Monday of the month, it'll be at 4 p.m. at at main office from there on.
So you have not met since our last.
We have on Monday.
And WSESU board, I think we'll skip over because it's been focused solely, am I correct, on the superintendent search, right? Since the last meeting. Right. That brings us to leadership councils. Any reports? Any appointments?
Yes, I have a list of people for the BAMS Leadership Council.
Awesome.
Okay. So Cassandra Holloway, Valerie Annis, Tim Young, Samantha Eagle are all parents or community members for the BAMS Council.
So I would entertain a motion to approve Cassandra Holloway, Samantha Eagle, Tim Young, and
Valerie
Annis to the BAMS Leadership Council.
So moved.
Thank you, David. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Kelly. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion to approve the listed members to the BAM's Leadership Council, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays or abstentions? As appear to have it, we're halfway there.
And we have two teachers, Jen Corse, who's a parent and a staff member, and Jessica Montanari, who is a staff member.
Although I would entertain a motion to appoint Jen Corse and Jennifer Montanari. Jessica, sorry, I couldn't read my scrawl. Jessica Montanari to the BAM's Leadership Council. Please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays, abstentions? Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it.
Who made the motion and seconded that one?
Yeah, I think anyone had-
Oh, I didn't. I was really hurrying. I'd entertain a motion.
So moved.
Thank you, Tim. Second?
I second it.
Thank you, Thomas. All those in favor?
Aye.
Nays, abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. Now the motion carries. And so and is there any other, we're still working on the, awesome, that is terrific. Thank you so much, Keith and company, for getting that started. This may be a good place to pause and, like, I have found a lot of questions because of the Secretary of State's requirement that we we are meeting open meeting law requirements and that we follow Robert's rules. In the Leadership Council, we have new board members coming up. I was thinking if there was anybody, of doing a few little Robert's Rules light, open meeting light presentations at starting up leadership councils and for new board members. I'd be willing to do that. If there's somebody else that wants to do that, I'd be very happy to let somebody else do that. But just go over the basics of Robert's Rules, the basics of open meeting law, so you've heard it once. And it's so hard to find where everything is in trying to do this job. Maybe just put some materials together. So here it is.
I can help you with that because I've got a little handout about the Robert's Rules for small boards, the distinctions that the town has, and I also have a brief thing that came from the Secretary of State when they revised the old meeting law.
So that'd be great. So
glad to help. Just one on one.
So maybe we'll try to keep our ears when they're first starting out, and we can just come for 10 minutes and say, look, this is how you warn a meeting. This is what an agenda looks like. You have to do it 48 hours in advance. You have to,
Yeah, perfect. So why don't you and I be in touch? I'll be in touch with Keith to figure out when they're going to meet. And any of the other principals who have had meetings established, if you want that to happen, you can just let me know and we can work that out too.
After the budget meeting would be really
I'm
great
sorry, I don't have
timing for me. So excellent, because it's confusing and it changes. Yes.
Ruby McAdoo Putney. So I'm the clerk of the Putney Central School Leadership Council, and I just this year. And I would just encourage you to really lean into having a document rather than...
I have a document actually, so that's...
But having that be something that's self-supporting, because you're going to have this every year for all 10 schools. Yeah. Because it's a new leadership council every year. And I do think that I'm sure there's little cheat sheets for the small boards, Robert rules, that you could adapt and even put like Barb's email address so everybody knows where to send things like that on it.
I actually wrote a draft of it in the first one. I was like, oh, yeah, people don't know this. So, yeah, we should get this. And it's a good thing to know. Good thing to know Robert's Rules. So if you go to town meeting or whatever, or a part of any organization. So with that, we have I don't know why there's finances in there, administrative update.
So it's only been 3 school days since we last met, so it'll be quick. We did have excellent feedback for the PD day. Again, thank you to Deb and Paul for the elementary. Steve and Keith worked, and Nancy worked for this complex here, and thank you all very much for that. I do have 2 letters of resignation. So the first one, dear Ms. Holliday, I'm writing this letter to formally inform you of my resignation from teaching pre-kindergarten at Dummerston School at the end of the 2019-2020 academic year. It was not without much deliberation that I have made the decision to discontinue my work here in WSESD at the end of this school year. I am passionate about my work as we educators do and have felt welcomed and supported by WSCSD during my time in the district. It's been a privilege to work with this district. My hope is that submitting this letter now will allow for an adequate amount of time to find a suitable candidate for the pre-K position in Dummerston. Should you need any additional information from me at this point, please let me know. Thank you for the opportunity to work with the children of Dummerston and grow as an educator. Sincerely, Jill Johnson. So I would ask to accept with regret, extreme regret, actually.
I'm not accepting that. Let's don't make that motion. Oh, Ann can't talk.
I'm afraid even if you don't accept it, she's going to leave.
Come on, somebody cough
I'll
up.
make the
Thank you,
motion
Sean.
to accept with regret Jill Johnson's resignation as the Dummerston pre-K staff.
And we have a second from Ann. Thank you for bailing out the Dummerston reps. The reps who hail from Dummerston, who have to walk through town.
And I'll say, just because I was on the board for a long time with Lynn Corum, is this all within contractual
Yes.
timeline?
Yes. Contracts for next year have not gone out. She has not been here long enough for separation benefits. She's not asking for that, so.
Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion to accept with great regret the resignation of Jill Johnson, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays or abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it.
And I was just given one minutes ago. And actually it was forwarded on from Steve. Dear Steve, I'm writing to inform you that I will not be returning for the 2019-2020 school year. My husband and I bought a large farm in Maine and my family will be moving. I'm bringing this to your attention now as there is already a hiring team in place and it would be appropriate to let my department have the best possible chance at the replacement for my position. Leaving has not been an easy decision as BUHS has been my home for many years and every school year has been unique in students, initiatives, classes, and focus. It's one of the things that has been awesome about working here. We are always evolving to meet the needs of our students. This is a big transition filled with much excitement as well as sadness. I'm excited to shift my focus more to my family and farm and set up as we embark on this new journey that has been years in planning and preparation. Thank you for being an inspiring leader who is willing to take risks and rally the rest of us forward towards the bigger vision, even when it's scary and fraught with the potential for mistakes. You and the BUHS community will be missed. Diane Skoski Pride. So I would ask that you accept with regret Diane's.
I'd entertain a motion to accept with regret the resignation.
So moved.
Thank you, Tim. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Thomas. Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the motion to accept the resignation, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays, abstentions? The motion carries.
The rest of mine, I will talk with you under the coronavirus stuff. Got lots there.
Excellent. You're just filled with good news.
Great news tonight.
Thought I'd have a little fun at our beginning meeting. So we have already discussed the academy project, so we're moving on to item B, which is next week's budget info session and how that's going to go. Hopefully I won't have to call a meeting for anything, but you never know, so I will keep you posted. It would be great to have all the members of the finance committee there who are probably the best, the most familiar with the budget. We need a quorum, so if you can't make it that night, let me know, because I know it's not a regularly scheduled night. There is childcare available, so you can bring your children. And then I'm not sure if the board has, I figured we would just go through, have copies of the budget, give an overview, answer questions. Anybody want to do like a song and a dance or some sort of, art project to the budget or anything to supplement learners?
Do we have, Tim mentioned the press releases going out. Do we have things going out through the school newsletters and websites, and is it a full court press in terms of getting that out? I know we already mailed it out.
Everybody got the postcards. We can certainly put reminders in newsletters.
It's, people aren't in the habit, and of course surrounding towns think it's all over.
Yeah.
Town meeting's done.
I should add that I actually wrote those 2 press releases in part because I got an email from Barb saying, what should we do? Should I pay for ads? I was like, after we have it, so you don't have to pay for ads.
Yeah.
So.
Excellent. And I think, when Jamie and Barb do it, doesn't it go to all the principals and stuff? So it could go on the newsletter, so it's going that direction, so.
Usually Thursday is the newsletter day, so the info meeting might be a little.
Too late. It's ready to go.
It's ready to go, okay, yeah.
Awesome.
But definitely the 17th.
Yes.
Could
you just state your name?
I'm sorry, Tara Castine Putney. You'd mentioned postcards had gone out to everyone.
Weeks ago.
I never got one. Either of these two from Putney. So I would like to have a review of that process to make sure that people in the towns actually have received your postcards.
They go to, it's one of those mailers that gets put into every single post box and every single mailbox, so.
I got one, but it was like kind of stuffed in with the ads that we usually just, put in recycling.
Yeah, it does go in that, junk mail stuff, so I know that my husband, it came in his box in his junk mail, and he pulled it out, but it may have gone to people's junk mail, because that's the cheap way to mail. But we got it at home and at work, so I know 05346 in some fashion was working, and I know 05302 in some fashion was working, so.
So it's not anything that we do, it's whatever the post office does, so you'll need to check in with your post office, I guess, on that one.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry you didn't get it. I hope it wasn't a rampant problem, yes.
Ruby, Matthew Putney. Will the budget info session be recorded by BCTV?
So the only additional factor, since nobody seems to want give a musical presentation of the budget, which is really fun, the only other additional piece of, kind of assessment data that would be available to the public is a gift arrived, which I shared with all of you, which was the Brattleboro Town Finance Committee's review of the budget. And it's been something that has been done. It's appointed by the select board, a group of volunteers who have reviewed the Brattleboro Town School Board budget and the BUHS budget independently and given a recommendation. So even though we are a different district now, they went ahead and did it. And I forwarded to all of you, get rid of that because that wasn't the final copy, so you can delete that. And when the final copy comes through, because our budget changes like $5 one way or the other, and then that throws everything off. And so Franz Reichman, who's the chair of that group, is doing the final touches on it, so we should have it in the next day or two. We spoke at Finance Committee about having copies of that available to the public at the budget info session and the annual meeting. And we agreed that that would be a good idea to recommend to the board. Would that be a fair way to say what I said, what we all agreed? So if that is acceptable to the board as a whole, I would entertain a motion to have copies made and included. Did you want to speak to that?
Well, it'll be online also.
Yes, it'll be online too. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think that he said, I could be wrong, but I think he said that it's at the town rep meeting that they're actually appointed. Is that correct?
I think that's what he said.
Yeah, you had said the select board.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Maybe didn't.
Well, yeah, the representative town meeting created the finance committee to do those reports, and I think that Franz's point to talking to us is that it's a representative town meeting, Brattleboro representative town meeting function, and so we might want to get people from the communities that, rather than Brattleboro people telling everybody what's wrong with their budget, might we get some contributions from the surrounding towns about the insight of the budget. If we wanted to have a report like that went to the public. If we didn't want to have one, then we wouldn't do anything.
So
we have to decide that at some point.
That has to be decided. It doesn't have to be decided because we have it now, and we've all agreed it's very helpful to have now. And I didn't want to bury the lead in case you didn't read it. The Brattleboro Town Finance Committee recommended approval and passing of our budget. So that might change how you feel about including the information if you're voting on the board. So I would entertain a motion to ask central office to make copies of the final Brattleboro Town Finance Committee recommendation to be available for the budget meeting and the annual meeting. Is that your motion, Sean?
Sure.
Thank you, Sean, for the
I also
motion.
want to say something after.
Oh, okay. Is there, well, that we can do it during discussion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
We're giving it to Emily. Tom's been a big second. Any discussion, Sean?
I could say it after we vote.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays, abstentions? The ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it, and the motion carries. Yes, sir.
This is just in terms of voter awareness. Christina did this little fold out, which maybe a lot of you already have, a trifold. And I have to say that she's amazing, as we all know, but it's really, really helpful. So these might be good to have available at the,
Yes, we should.
on the 10th.
Yeah.
Yeah, and even the 17th, well, no, the
Yeah,
17th,
both.
just the 10th. So I have 3, if anybody wants a copy,
I have a stack of about 10 or 15.
see me afterwards.
Oh, good.
Oh, I'm sorry, this is a trifold for understanding your education tax, and that basically Christina put together, and it's extremely informative, very, very clear, well stated, so everybody can understand what Frank knows already.
Is that something that would be included in the presentation? Because maybe it could be a supplement that's just projective. Because it's
Well, it's a trifold.
It wouldn't really
Oh,
work on the
project?
presentation. I
Yeah.
think it was, the intent of it was so that people who were like, where does this number come from, could maybe get some guidance to that, but also a call to action on the legislature hearing about the weighting study, and you need to understand education financing to get a little understanding of that. So I tried to do 2 things in one trifold, and it takes a village, because I was in the guidance office of BUHS, and Selena Romo walked by and said, hey, we've got this trifold, I'll send it to you. So I modified it for our, ripped it apart, but said that's a great idea. Sean backed me up and did the editing, and then Frank Monday morning in a scramble corrected where my decimals were from a previous revision. So, and then Barb got, the best thanks to Barb. That was not, the photocopy was not cooperating, so.
Plus, our intention was not for Barb to print them out and fold them.
Well, it was to
And
print.
she said, oh, I can get them done by 4, but
I wondered why she didn't get any word like that. Barb, don't watch this. That's it for me.
Well, we really appreciate her taking care of that, and we certainly didn't mean to have her, if she could print them, because on my inkjet, I would still be printing now. So I really appreciate using a high-speed, inexpensive copier, but, so we should maybe ask to get, I don't want to, I could go to Staples and just pay for it myself. I'm not asking Barb to print more of those, because we'll make sure we come up with another 100 of those suckers to have available, so.
Out of the surplus of the Guilford Town Office, so they're available in Guilford.
Excellent. So we're kind of all set with the budget info, and I'll work on making sure I'm good with that. You're bringing the copies of the town, or somebody from Central will bring the, for Franz's list.
Once
and
we have the final, Franz is gonna fix up with your suggestion.
do we have extra copies of or a lot of copies of the annual report?
We have a few here tonight.
Well, I wanted to get like about 50 of them. The Brattleboro Town Budget meeting is next Wednesday night, and that would be a
Good time.
good opportunity to hand them out.
Can you stop at some point?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure you had them. Yeah, I thought so. Thank you.
Yes, Jody.
Jody Normando Dummerston. I don't recall that you talked about some of the things that we talked about from the last meeting about having photographs of where they go to the information meeting, because, I mean, I've lived here forever. I graduated from the high school, but things have changed. I had no idea where to go to the BAMS building. And is that going to happen?
I don't know how feasible it is to stick those into like one of these press releases for a website and newsletters.
Or sandwich boards out
Well,
there?
certainly, I think sandwich boards is
I mean, because last time people got locked out, they didn't know which door to go to, it was.
Well, I think Jamie was part of that request, and Jamie's on the Communications Council pushing these things out, so we should maybe just remind Jamie.
Christina?
Yeah.
Yeah, Jamie and I have sandwich
I'm sorry, could you
boards.
just-
I'm sorry, Ellen Strong Putney. Jamie and I are going to be bringing, at the very least, sandwich boards that we're taking from the Putney Library. We have permission, so at least we'll have some physical signage. So, and we'll keep working on the other piece.
Or an address, so they know where to go.
Address, we can put
GPS.
photo in social media because we can control that, and then sign.
Yes.
I should note the addresses are on all the press releases, but obviously it doesn't help if there are multiple doors.
Thanks, Dick.
Moving on from that, because we have the fabulous Carrie Amadon here, who chairs the SU board, would you be willing to favor us, if it's okay with the board, that we ask her to update us on the superintendent search?
Sure. Today is Wednesday? Okay, so tomorrow we end the application process for superintendents to apply. And then on Friday, we should be choosing, or Dawn will be choosing the search committees. And we are hoping to have the first round of the first committee to review all the applications next Monday. And then we'll be scheduling interviews. So things are going along quite well. And again, thanks to the fabulous Barb for continually answering my emails. When I say eek, I forgot to ask for, and she gets it done. So things are moving quickly, which is good.
Would you be able to just briefly outline the process so that people are aware of the process, you know, those two committees and the board, and just so board members coming on, the selection?
So we're gonna have two separate committees. The first is going to be, I might be doing the math in my head badly, about 10 people. So it'll be 2 administrators, 2 teachers, 2 support staff, 2 or so parents. There are no board members involved. So it's a group of teachers, administrators, parents, community members who will be reviewing all of the applications. And then they will be making a recommendation as to who should be interviewed. At that point, we will establish a second committee, again, similar makeup, so administrators, teachers, support staff, parents, taxpayers, community members,
Students
as well as students. So we're gonna add 2 students to that. They will be performing the interviews. And again, no board members involved in that. That group will then recommend to the board 1, 2, 3 people for the board to interview. So the board is not involved at all in winnowing things down. We're just going to be given what we hope is the cream of the crop based on the recommendations of the key stakeholders.
I did not get the impression that one for the board to
I think it's going to be multiples.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
Don was pretty clear about give us choices, give us a couple.
Yeah, definitely.
So.
And then there was the wild card option too, the Don Collins Choice Award.
What Don has a lot of. I'm not messing with Don.
Yeah.
So I mean.
But he, if there's a candidate that he feels should go into the next round, he reserves the right
He reserves
move
the
a
right
candidate
to add
forward.
someone to the committees. Once we get all of the recommendations as to who should be on the committees, he reserves the right to say, you're missing this person. And he reserves the right to read all the applications and say, you know what, this person should move along to the next. So.
How many applications have there been?
I did ask this question because I've been asked this a lot, and I was like, Don, can I tell people? And he said, make it sort of like that. So we're over 12, which I thought was
It's a goodly number.
a good
We
number.
should be very happy with that.
Yeah, and it's not closed yet, so.
Tim.
Tim Macyhill, Brattleboro. I tried to find the job description
online? Where is it?
It's on, well, let's see, it's on Indeed, it's on School Spring, it's on Education Week, it's on Top School Jobs, and it's on the main website. So if you go to the SU website and you look under, I should be able to tell you this, but usually there is something for employment. So SU employment, let's hope I can find it quickly. Yeah, if you go to employment, and then look under the SU, so it's on there. But we advertised as widely as we possibly could. But also if you go to School Spring, you'll see it there, and that's got the entire process where you can apply online.
School Spring?
School Spring.
Oh, thanks.
So.
Thank you so much, Carrie.
You're welcome.
Jody.
Jody Normando Dummerston. Is it possible to tell if there's any in-house candidates? Or is
I'm actually not looking at them, so I don't really know. Because I figured Dawn basically said, hands off, and I said, cool. So I pretty much look at the number and say, yay. But as far as who they are, where they're from.
And does everybody know who Dawn is?
Oh, Dawn Collins is the consultant that we hired to help us walk through this process. So Dawn was a long-term superintendent himself in Vermont. He's been a principal. He was a state senator. He chaired Senate Ed. He's been a parent. He pretty much hits every stakeholder category that we're having on this board. So.
School board, 15-year school board member, teacher as well. So teacher, principal, superintendent, school board member.
Parent.
So grandparent. So I think he.
And the SBA, right?
He's a lovely, the SBA member. Let me just say it thusly. He's, as I think I said in an earlier meeting, Jody, he's the one person that everybody has managed to like, even when they don't agree with him, which is quite a skill indeed. So
He's a talented man.
He's a talented man, and he brings
And
a lot of
charming
experience.
Can we hire him?
Thank you so much, Carrie, for that.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the board? Excellent. It was nice because he met with teachers before we hired him, he met with administrators before we hired him, he met with other school staff before we met with the board. So it's been a very, it's taken a little longer than we thought, but we have left no thoughts unturned in all this. So
it's taken longer, but we're on schedule.
True.
The schedule that we set in the beginning, we're making
looking
it.
for
Yep.
because
March.
he is like, nope, we're doing this. It was like music to my ears. Like, let's get the show on the road and not lose momentum. So I'm very happy. Thank you, Carrie. Oh, moving on to, speaking of superintendents, moving on to the font of good news. Lyle Holiday.
I have spent hours, literally hours on this. So, COVID-19, novel coronavirus, also known as, the information is changing as we are sitting here. I have asked a couple of school nurses to keep up with it, to make sure that they keep me informed. But the best information is that we have to be following the CDC guidelines and the Department of Health guidelines. As we know from the Vermont Department of Health, it's still unknown as to how impactful it's going to be. Right now, the best information that we've been given is that we need to ensure good hygiene, hand washing, keeping students and adults, so teachers, paras, custodians, parents, home until they've been fever-free for 24 hours without the use of medication. And that all went home in a letter that I sent out. I've been in touch with Peter Elwell and Chief Bukasi from the Brattleboro Fire Department to ensure that we are all working on a coordinated response here in the greater area. And also tomorrow evening, I'm at Brattleboro Memorial Hospital for a session with the hospital chief of staff on what the regional response will be if it hits here. Of course, we have school trips. It's hard to know what's going to be going on in April. At this point, Costa Rica and Belize seem to be fine. Those trips are probably a go, but again, things are changing every day. Germany, there are higher number of cases. It seems like it really is going to depend on where in Germany our students are going. Steve and I have been in conversation about this. He's in conversation with the trip leaders. It's still a few weeks away, but we will need to start to make a decision in another couple of weeks. As yet, there's no guidance on school closures. If there is a recommendation, then I would be in touch with, obviously, with the board, and that will also come to me from the Agency of Education. I am making a plea to all of you, if you've traveled to an area that is known to have cases of COVID-19, to contact the Department of Health. If you need help contacting the Department of Health, contact your school nurse, and the school nurse at the school your child attends will help you with that. So, one more thing, I did today ask principals to check in with custodians to ensure, and this was actually information that came today, this afternoon, to ensure that high-touch areas are frequently cleaned throughout the day. Door handles, faucets, areas where you just put your hands, railings, that type of thing. So I'm sure custodians aren't going to be happy to add that to their load, but right now that's what we need to have done. So that's what I know as of right now.
Laura, I have a question. What about kids who are immunosuppressed?
Their parents need to be talking with the school nurse, and then they'll put them in touch with the Vermont Department of Health. Everything is an individualized basis right now.
Okay.
Because
in listening to the interview that they gave, they said that the state isn't charging for the testing.
I can't answer any
It was on
questions
Dicker.
Yeah,
Anybody wants to go back and watch it.
Also don't.
So,
The whole testing thing has been all up in the air.
Yeah, I can't respond to anything.
Any other board questions? Kelly?
Yeah, I'm wondering, in the event that there is a school closure, hopefully that doesn't happen, but how will parents or people in the community become aware of that?
We use School Messenger just like we would use for a snow day. But again, I would be making sure that all the board knows, and again, my guess is if there are school closures here, it's probably going to be school closures around the state. We're not going to be an isolated, so we'll be getting advice through the Agency of Education, through the Vermont Department of Health on, yes, it's time. That generally, just like the flu, if we had over 50% of our students out and our teachers out with the flu, we would likely close. We did that actually in Guilford a couple of years ago, where we had huge numbers of people out with the flu. We couldn't staff because of the number of teachers, so we had to close for a couple of days. It would be the same type of thing.
And because we inhabit a corner of Vermont here, is there coordination between the Vermont Department of Health and New Hampshire? I mean, do we have anybody who lives over in New Hampshire, who has kids in the school, that's going to let us know what's going on? Just because.
And Massachusetts.
And Massachusetts as well. Yeah, I was going to say that as well. Like, is there?
I can ask the school nurses.
Because if it's happening in Keene, that's far more relevant to us than if it happened in Target in Keene. It's far more relevant than if it happened at U32 or something in Montpelier. So.
I have a question. Do we have any contingency plan for, say there's a long-term, say there's a big outbreak and kids have to stay home for a long time. Do we have any sort of contingency to let them not fall behind in their classes?
That will be easier at the middle high school because all those students do have Chromebooks and are connected. Elementary, it's going to be much more difficult, and we do not yet have that. Not next week, the week after, I meet with superintendents, and that's one of the things that we'll be talking about. So what would contingency plans?
But middle school and up, they would be able to
They
get some
should
lessons?
be able to, yeah.
Okay.
New territory.
Well, thank you, Lyle. I appreciate you letting everybody know. And I'm wondering if it might make sense to do another push about not sending kids to school that
Yeah,
are sick, and just keep reminding us. I've noticed it's on a bunch of the school websites, but just, because I know the temptation is there, you gotta go to work.
And to teachers, maybe even more so than the parents, as teachers don't want to not come to work. It's more work when you don't come than when you do.
It is, you're right. Yeah.
You
It's one of
drag
the
yourself
things,
in, but
I meet with all principals on Friday, and that is on our agenda, so making sure that we're keeping regular updates, and nurses are regularly updating both us. The school nurse at Putney did a really nice informational thing for the staff at Putney, and making sure that we're keeping parents informed as well. So, trying to stay on top of it. But
Yeah, that's a full-time job, but thank you
It has been a full-time job.
Well, I knew you were constantly keeping up with this. I appreciate you updating the board and giving people an opportunity who watch BCTV to be reminded as well. Use good caution and wash your hands.
Stay home when you're sick.
Keeping with the good news, as I mentioned before, keeping with fun things to hear about. That first copy was sent out with a draft. I got comments back from Sean. Thank you, Sean. My goal would be to get this in a place that it is kind of ready to go out for legal review by changeover, so that or even maybe before, while we still have Tim Morris on board. So because it's helpful, I find it cost efficient to have a lawyer talk to a lawyer and then explain it all to me what happened. So, though you're not practicing in the state of Vermont, you're acting as the school board's attorney. He's just somebody who knows exactly what they said. He's a good translator. So, if you could send comments to anybody on the policy committee, we can work on getting a next level policy together, and hopefully get this in front of a lawyer sooner versus later, so we can be one of the first states to have this, which will be good. Also, sorry, Sean.
In terms of a timeline, you were thinking on the 18th possibly, or?
I'd love to have it. Sorry?
I mean, all we have is tonight, then the 10th was the budget, and we're not gonna do it then.
Well, I think the committee could meet and consolidate comments and figure out what makes sense with comments, and then we could have it either and take it, send it off to the attorney so we could get feedback before half of this policy and amendment committee is gone, but at least it's in a stage where you can go to the next phase with this and make sure procedures and everything else that goes with this, and however the process is going to carry forward. But there's a solid document so that all this thought we put into it over all this time doesn't land dead in the water. It was my goal. I just want to tidy up before I go. That's what it is.
It's likely that the whole board is going to have the same conversation that we had in the committee as well, and probably the community too. But at least we'll have answers to all of the questions that we're trying to.
And it's a starting point for discussion as well, because you see something on paper versus having to think of everything, and we've spent a long time thinking of everything. So whatever we can do to kind of put that is my goal.
In terms of a timeline, though, it probably realistically would be April 1st.
No, I think you're probably right before the board would see it, yeah. I meant like the 18th or after, but I'm just looking at that as a hard stop for half the committee, or 2/5 of the committee.
And as long as I'm right there, I forgot to say that the next finance committee meeting will be April 1st at 5 o'clock.
That'll be, oh darn.
April Fool's Day Finance.
April Fool's Day Finance Committee. Why am I writing that down? So I omitted E, but if you got a hard copy, I underscored instead of crossing out. So we're not reviewing the annually required updates from the superintendent to the board because we decided to push that to the next board. Yes, sorry.
I have a question about the Ruby Mackey from Putney. I am wondering how you are communicating, whether it's in draft form or even in the final, like the last reading, to the public about your policies.
They show up on on the website, like it will be on the agenda, it'll be warned 10 days before a policy would be adopted. We'd be a long way from adopting that policy at this point. But 10 days before any policy, we'll be discussing it and we'll say, okay, we're going to be ready to warn it on such a day. And it has to be 10 days before the final adoption. So the policy is attached to the agenda in its final form. There may be remove a semicolon in your final reading, but pretty much you have to be ready to go. So it's warned for 10 days before any policy is adopted. And it's discussed and approved at the full board level.
I guess I would just ask that just if you could review. I feel like there haven't been. I don't know if maybe you have not adopted any policies in the last number of months, but it hasn't been appearing in the same way that you're describing, which it used to. And also just looking back, there used to be first reading presentations of first readings as well. And so I just wanted to understand what the goal was in terms of, because it's, that policy in particular is like brand new. And it'd be an interesting thing to understand what you're going through when you're talking about.
So I know that every policy we've warned has been warned 10 days in advance because I've checked every single one because I'm chair of policy. So it may not have been easy to find or something because I think our website's sometimes challenging to navigate and sometimes the policies have come at an SU level. So if you didn't pull up the SU agenda versus the SD agenda, so that might be at issue. But it's always in a live line underneath the warning, so you also may have thought it was something totally different, but it's sort of indented and underneath. So, because I've always checked to make sure because it's a statutory requirement. We had a practice of doing a first read and then a second read, and it turns out the statute is you need a 10-day warning. So just something you stumble upon when you read Title 16 sometimes. And you go, oh, wow, that's not right. So we have adopted our format to reflect statutory requirements that we need a 10-day warning. So that's how we've done it. There's usually 1 or 2 discussions at the board level. Some things are just, I will say the only time that was not true was when we wholesale approved all the ones we needed for the start of school. And it's like, we're just taking them, we can't do anything with them, but they have to say the district and they have to apply to the schools that we're working here. But other than that, we have chunked through. When we got into budget, we did not. Policy, it's the same cast of characters on budget that were on policy, and we spent a lot of time on the amendments. So policy was a little burnt out, and we were working on budget. So we took a couple months off, and now we're back in swinging at policies and trying to get through them. So, would that be a fair assessment of our process, fellow policy committee members? So I wanted to just get a touch base if people had feedback from town meeting, any leadership, how'd it go? We got different communities yes, Sean.
The Leadership Council in Guilford made a really nice presentation. John was on the stage with them, and they had a really good little slideshow and a description of every class in the school, and it was very well received. The only downside is that there wasn't any place to put it within the confines of the meeting. I thought it was going to be under business, which would have been nice, because we lost some precipitation of the town members. But I think all in all, it was a very well done Leadership Council presentation, especially with the slideshow. Somebody put a lot of time into that. So I thought it was really good.
So Tim, do you want to talk a little bit about Putney here?
Well, I'm not sure I have that much to say. I ran into a similar thing where the town manager had suggested I come and say a few words, and I responded that all I could really say was to promote the annual meeting and maybe talk about factual things we've done, but nothing moving forward because I won't be on the board in part, and also due to the board rules. And then it turned out that the moderator, rightly I think, said this isn't town business, so it shouldn't be under other business. So it got pushed to after the meeting, people were starting to leave, and then the principal, Herb Pelletier, got up and gave a presentation in which he talked about the annual meeting, et cetera, and I thought there wasn't much purpose for me addressing the crowd beyond that, and it was thinning out greatly at that point.
Yeah, Sean?
I would say, I think next year what I'll do is, because we had Becca Balin and Sarah Coffey were there and gave a nice presentation on the legislature, and I was able to take this and ask them specific questions about the weighted study on 2019, and they had a nice response, both of them, so they're really well aware of that. But I think what I should have done was ask to have a WSESD presentation right after them, which would have been within the town meeting, because it would be the same as Becca and Sarah. So I think next year, that's what I'll ask for.
We should add that there was a motion at Putney's town meeting to invite a representative from the SD board for next year's meeting, but then ultimately it was amended to make it a leadership council member.
Let me just, and so in Dummerston, our leadership council has had a few meetings, but I think a full presentation, whereas Guilford had, so many board members and has been going for a long time, so I don't think it was quite ready for prime time that way. I did a 5-minute, this is when it's happening, this is what's going on. 5 minutes max presentation. I got to do it under the business, so hopefully they don't talk. But the other thing was it was short and sweet. So our moderator called on me first so that everybody hadn't left, because you could see people leaving. So it was 3 o'clock, so. Which it used to be. You used to be able to do 2 municipalities by 3 o'clock. So, it's like a gas. It will expand to fill whatever time you have. And so, God, you all know science. Excellent. So that might be an interesting path. I know one town in Vermont held a meeting at 9:30 of the board and did their presentation early. So families who wanted to do that. So that might be an option going forward. And that didn't seem to ruffle feathers in that community. But we're dealing with different moderators, different select boards, different communities. So I think if we go gently and are, trying to find a way to make it work, something will be better next year. So.
Yeah, it was a little awkward at Guilford because I was actually told that I would have a time to speak, but then when it came right down to it, nobody corralled that moment. So what I did is everybody was standing up to leave. I jumped right up to the podium, went to the mic, and said, "Sit down, I have something else to say." And people reluctantly sat back down and listened to my little rap for 5 minutes. So.
Oh, and I don't know when the legislators came to see you, but I got 4 legislators with my waiting study. Jody Normandeau spoke up when the legislators were there, loud and clear, and asked them to support it in no uncertain terms. So they got at least a triple barrel because they were trying to, everybody in town cleared away. I was carrying a piece of paper and I'm like, don't mess with me, I'm getting to that legislator. So they got it. They got an earful in the waiting study from a bunch of people face to face, which is great.
Yeah, the legislature both said that it was very unlikely that there'd be state money for projects within the schools, within the confines of the timeline that we need to make the changes in the academy. So that was a little dubious.
Yeah.
But they were not, they were definitely interested in the weighted study. So that would make a big difference.
Well, I think that's something, and Becca felt very strongly about it and was really, I think there's some will on the Senate side. So I had a good, we shall see, but at least I think it was helpful, and a lot of people were writing down, how to contact. So hopefully we'll get a little more push. And any other board members have any updates?
Liz Adams Putney. So one of our select board people is going to bring it before the select board to have a school piece at the very beginning of town meeting. And I'm pretty sure they'll do it. I was really struck by how few people actually showed up at town meeting. And I think that's related to not having the school board there and that interaction. So that's something that our leadership council can work on, outreach to the community, and but I'm pretty sure Laura will get it through, that we get to talk first. You know, it won't be a big, long thing, but that way people won't leave, or we won't have to wait until there's like 15 people left there.
I think we'll work it out if we're thoughtful with, you know, our requests and just think about how long anybody wants to be there. So it's a learning process. And then for Brattleboro, it's the twain shall not meet. So, you know, there's an advantage in the small towns there for that opportunity that we'll have to think about going forward. How does that happen in Brattleboro? Because there is no mechanism now for that at all in Brattleboro. So let me call in Sean first.
I would just like to interject, Guilford did have a very robust turnout for the town meeting. And we're definitely not on life support in Guilford.
Good to hear.
Well, you had something to give.
So, Jody?
I just want to add to what you said. We were very fortunate. We had our 2 senators there and we had our 2 representatives there. I spoke with one of the senators and one of the reps after the meeting. I spoke during the meeting, but the rep said this is going to be, and actually emailed me just yesterday and said this is going to be a long session. I mean, it's going to take a long time to put this together, which was kind of what Jeff Francis had said. The senator said, no, we've got to get on this. So it remains to be seen what would happen. What I wanted to say at the beginning of the meeting to put in here is that I also ended up counting ballots at the end of the meeting. And it was very obvious and very frustrating that people, after all the letters, the Facebooks, the whatever, still did not understand that they could vote for everything. And I think what it did, because it said like, let's see, the competition was in Brattleboro and Putney. So it said blah, 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 and it said Brattleboro and blah, 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 and it said Putney. Those 2 sessions were blank, and probably half of the ballots. And we had almost 800 voters. So I think because of the presidential stuff. So if the board can somehow figure out how to get to them and maybe get to them the day of the vote, that they can vote for everybody. I don't know, because it was frustrating to see that.
It was also on the bottom.
So I'm also wondering.
It was on the very bottom.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think the leadership council is gonna have to be the structure to do that, because we can, you know, we don't have, other than the media, there's really nothing we can do. But I think if it just, when people get used to it, hopefully they will. I'm surprised that many people didn't vote. It's really unfortunate. But I also can understand it, because a lot of people said to me, I don't know who to vote for. Who are these people?
It was way down the bottom too. You have to go all the way down.
So,
I mean,
we'll learn
I
next
sent
year.
that stuff out,
Yeah.
and there was all kinds of stuff in the paper and everywhere else, and people just didn't pick up on it.
Bigger fonts. Yes,
Ruby McAdoo, Putney. My experience at Putney, actually, I actually thought that it was fairly robust as well, but as was mentioned, we had very few people for the final portion. But the reason I'm bringing this up is that I feel like it's really interesting to hear all of the different towns' meetings. I only have Putney's experience, and I would really like to, I don't think there has to be complete uniformity in what the presentations look like, but I think having some recommendation or standard that's promoted or encouraged by the board would be good. And I think in the same way that Guilford came to naturally the idea of placing a school section around the time of when you have your legislators come, that's where Putney landed, and I think that's a good recommendation. With the Leadership Council in Putney, multiple of us were told by our town clerk and our town select board to do a certain thing, and we did those things, and we got shot down by the moderator both times. And so there was a lot of frustration around that. It would have been, I think if there was a push from the school board to say, hey, this is what we like, that would make it easier for the Leadership Council and even the individual school board members or the principal to insert themselves in that way.
It's an interesting thought, and so some boards might react one way to another, so that might be helpful in some situations and less helpful in others, so I think it's something to kind of feel our way through, and I think, you know, in my case, it worked to have the, you know, could we, and it'll be quick, and that really worked, and it would be different if we were looking for a half an hour, because everybody was getting tired, and so I think having some constraints on it, because different communities are gonna have different interest levels, and then poor Brattleboro's got nothing. So, we'll have to figure out your town meeting, date, for elections and things, but something for next year. If we did everything this year, it'd be so boring for you, the rest of you, so. With that, I would like to ask.
Before we do that, I just got a text from Keith. Is there a way you want BAM set up for the informational meeting next week so that he can make sure that it's ready for us?
He's right here.
He's right here. Can we talk about Keith
I think how you had it for the amendment thing was great. So if we had handouts, that was nice to have the projector there.
I don't remember what.
So we had a bunch of chairs out, and then there was a projector, and so we could just kind of speak to the amendments, and so if we could have a projector so that if people want to go over a page of the budget, we could maybe get that up so that we can all see what we're doing. I think that's probably all we need, right?
So just like a table for the board up front, and then just.
Sure, yeah.
Just seating.
Just
for
seating.
50.
10?
Well,
you know, I'd say that.
What, like 80 last year, isn't it?
No, just for the information
center.
20. I'm going to say 20, but if we could have a way to find another 20
there
seats.
There are plenty of chairs.
Yeah,
okay.
they're stacked in the back. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Are there any public comments on non-agenda items?
Ruby Matthew from Putney. Jamie Contois from Putney could not be here, and so she texted me to and let the board know that she's sending you an email that's specifically related to some kind of a press release about the pupil weighting study hearing, that I think that there's fairly quick turnaround in action because the hearing is on March 11th. So I know that's been referenced before, but she asked me to tell you, so I'm telling you.
And we empowered the Communications Council to do that with the approval of Ann and I, so when that final thing comes through, we're good. But thank you, Jamie. If you have a thought about it, call either, contact someone in the Communications Council or Ann or I. Being that, I would move that the board moves into executive session under 1 VSA 313 A1A, to discuss a contractual matter, 1313 A7, student matter, and 1313 A1F, a legal matter. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Tim. Do I have a second? Second. All those in favor of moving into executive session as listed, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. We will move into executive session in the Cusick room. Isn't it too early?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, for which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Shelley. The legal voters of the town of Newfane, Vermont are hereby notified and warned that pursuant to Title 17, Vermont's VSA, Section 2655, they are to meet in the Union Hall in Newfane, Vermont on Tuesday, March 3rd, 2020 at 9 a.m. to act upon the articles below. And I will turn this over to the presiding officer, Carol Hesselback, to open the polls.
Don't give them a hard time. You need to request a Democratic or Republican primary ballot. Don't get both.
Articles 1 and 2 will be voted by Australian ballot. Once you pick up your ballot, you must cast your ballot before you can come out. You can't carry it out here, all right? And I have a few more announcements before we start with today's business. It is my responsibility to remind everyone in the hall that this is a polling place and we must abide by the following laws. Candidates or political activists can stand outside 70 feet and on the day of election and hand out brochures or palm cards to voters as long as they do not hinder or impede the progress of voters going into and out of the polling place. No political literature, buttons, or other political materials can be displayed inside the polling place. So this is a time to pocket whatever you've got on your lapel. You are, however, allowed to bring a cheat sheet into the voting booth as long as you take it out with you. All right? The next item of business is that this meeting is being recorded by Brattleboro Community Television. Thank you. You can watch it later this week if you don't get enough this morning. It will be on cable channel 10 and online at BrattleboroTV.org. For anyone speaking at the meeting, we really ask you, please stand, state your name, and speak directly into the microphone there, or really loudly, so that everyone in the room and at home later on can hear you. So I see that Jeanette is here. Can you wait till I get through all this? Great. Okay. There's been some confusion about the school budget and vote. So there is no school meeting today, okay? Because there's no longer a Newfane school. It's part of the West River Modified Union Education District. You can get all the information about that from this booklet. There's a pile of them here. There's an annual meeting of the West River Modified Union Education District, which will be held on Tuesday, March 24th at Leland and Gray High School from 7 to 8 p.m. But you'll vote on the West River Modified Union Education District by Australian ballot on Wednesday, March 25th from 9 a.m. until 7 p.m. at the Newbrook Fire Department. All right? Today, there is childcare, thanks both to our librarian, Erica Walsh, and Phoebe Connolly, a counselor at Leland and Gray, has got kids providing childcare at the Morphy Library as we speak. If you have kids you want to drop off there, please do. Food. You can't get through town meeting without nourishment, and the Newbrook PTO is providing us with that today to support their enrichment programs for the school. Please donate generously and eat heartily. At this time, I ask for all non-legal voters who are present to please stand and identify themselves. Jeanette White, you want to? You're a non-legal voter in the town of Newfane. Our Senator White is here, and we'll get to her in a minute. Kate, you want to? Louder? Okay, Kate Geary is a part-time resident. Anyone else? We have BCTV. Are you a voter in the town of Newfane? No? Anyone else? I just have to remind you that if you're not a voter in the town, if you're not a registered voter in the town of Newfane, you can't vote here. Simple as that. But we welcome you. We're glad you're here to watch our proceedings. Are there any first-time new voters in the town of Newfane present today? Please stand up. Not so fast. Tell us who you are.
My name is Emily Poole, and I'm here from Vernon.
Emily Poole from Vernon. From Newfane. Back in Newfane, right? Right, thank you.
My name's Carlos Solar. I moved here from Marlboro.
Okay, welcome. Resident now, right, great. And? Great. All right, I'm going to have to ask everybody else to please stop their other conversations so we can all welcome and hear who these new voters are. Welcome. Awesome. Great, thank you. This is wonderful. Inside, I'd like you to turn to your town report. Inside your front cover. Let's see. You will see that this year's report is dedicated to Larry Robinson. Larry, are you here? He's probably deliberately late. And if you turn to the vital statistics on page 139, you will see that for the second year in a row, we have 2 more births than deaths. Okay? So maybe the tide of depopulation in Vermont is turning, at least in Newfane. We are able to convene today and practice this democratic process because of the people who have come before us, and it is our responsibility. What we decide today will affect those who were just born. There are lots of ways to serve the town, in addition to coming to town meeting. And if you look at, pages, what page? There is a page, 1819, thank you. Juanetta Howling is our, just keeps us all going. This page, town officers. If your name is on this page, would you please stand? Page, would you please stand? Can we please give people who are serving in the town a round of... The town works mostly on volunteer effort. And we have a few vacancies. You'll see my green highlights. The town is in need of a town agent, a deputy health officer, a second regional commission, Wyndham Regional Commission advocate, a town energy coordinator, an animal control officer. The Vermont Green Up vacancy has been filled by Gloria Cristelli. Thank you, Gloria. Anyone interested in serving in any of these capacities could show up and could show up on Thursday at 6 o'clock at the town hall when the new select board convenes and organizes, and you can be appointed. And if you don't want to do it on Thursday, you could do it another day, but don't delay. Somebody else might get the job before you. Yeah. Yes?
Before I stop the thing, there's an error with the listing of the planning commissioners.
Okay.
There are 2 openings. We meet on Thursday evening, the 2nd, and 4th, Thursday, at 6 o'clock.
So the Planning Commission is looking for 2 more members, and if you have questions, please see Lynn Forrest, who serves on that committee. All right. We have, it's a year since we last met, and I want to go over Robert's Rules of Office, but I also see that Senator White is here, and I know she has her own meeting to go to in Putney at 10 o'clock. So if there is no objection, I would like to allow Senator White to take the stand, as it were. That sounds very welcoming.
Turn
Sure.
this around and...
Sure.
Fine, how are you? Good. So thanks for letting me join you this morning, and I am going to my own town meeting, but I'm also going to go, I believe, to Dummerston and Dover. So I'm zipping around today. So I'm Jeanette White. I live in Putney and I serve Windham County as one of your 2 senators. And I apologize if I got the timing wrong here. I thought we were supposed to be here first thing this morning, but I see Becca and Emily aren't here, so they'll be here later. Huh? I think it's on. Okay, does that work better? Oh, okay, so I won't repeat what I just said. So in the Senate, we serve on 2 committees, and I serve on Judiciary in the morning and then Government Operations in the afternoon. And Government Operations sounds really boring, but it is, I believe, the basis of our democracy. It deals with elections, all municipal issues, and the structure of state government itself. So we're doing some pretty exciting things. Town clerks will be very happy to hear that we're not messing around with elections this year at all. We're going to leave them exactly like they are. Thank you. So one of the things that we have done in government operations that we're hoping the House will take up when we get back is called a limited municipal self-governance pilot. And it would allow municipalities to have more power. I was on the select board in Putney for 9 years, and I know that municipalities don't have a lot of power. We are what's called a Dillon state, so municipalities can only do what the state allows them to do, as opposed to other states where municipalities can do anything that isn't prohibited by the state. So we're trying to loosen that up a little bit and have a pilot project that would allow a number of towns to have limited self-governance. So we hope that you support that, and I'm not sure where Emily is on that, but I hope that you will support that. We are also dealing with, in government operations, one of the issues that I think is really important. Our EMS system in this state is dying. We have fewer volunteers. The way we credential people is insane. We're working with the Department of Health to try and ease that up a little bit. So we've been working really hard with Rescue down here and people at the state level to change that system. We are, in Judiciary, our focus has been on what we're calling justice reinvestment. And 10 years ago, we did Justice Reinvestment 1, and at that point, we were told that if we kept on the same trajectory, we would have 2,700 people in prison. That's a lot for our state. That we have had the highest percentage of people in prison than any other state. So we've been working, we worked on the first reiteration of it, and we now have 1,700, which is still high, but we changed that trajectory. We are working now on Justice Reinvestment 2, and our focus is on less crimes. Let's redefine what we mean by a crime, and let's have better options for people who do go afoul of the law instead of always just popping them in prison. So that's what we're doing, and I'm happy to take any questions from you later on, or call. My number's in the phone book, and it's also on the legislative website. I just want to say one thing about our budget. Budgets are always tight, and that's not any different this year. But I believe that we have the best chair of an appropriations committee that you could possibly have in Senator Kitchell, who is from St. Johnsbury. She really understands state government and human needs, and she used to be the secretary of the Agency of Human Services, and she really understands the budgeting process. And so while it is very, very difficult to make everybody happy, our appropriations committee tries really hard to balance things and make it the best possible place that we can for Vermonters. So with that, I'll say thank you, and I'll, do you want to? Yeah, go ahead.
Just speak really loud. Morning, Christina, new face. We talked about the budgeting, and I'm with the Southeastern Vermont Watershed Alliance, and we've gotten some trickle down that's really going to affect the water quality monitoring program. Something monies that are available for those grants have been really curtailed, and as a consequence, as a people on the board who are stuck on, I don't know what's going on, and it's like $76,000 in the whole state, and Sedgwick uses at least $8,000 a year to do our monitoring, and that's when.
Is that a federal, is that, the La Rosa money, is that federal? It's state? Okay, I don't know that funding. I'm not on appropriations, and I'm not on natural resources, but my guess is that they're taking some testimony on it in the Natural Resources Committee, and that they'll be making a recommendation to the Appropriations Committee. I can get back to you. If you send me an email then I'll have your email, and I can get back to you and let you know what's going on. Okay? Yeah. We do. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. I believe that Emily and Becca will be here later, or maybe not. We'll see. Because it's been a year since we've done Robert's Rules, I'm going to do a quick reminder. And for those who want their own cheat sheet, this horrible green one up there, this sort of I hurt green, has got your basic Robert Rules on it. Please help yourself. We have to follow Robert's Rules of Order because that's state law. We can change Robert's Rules, but we cannot change state law. Robert's Rules are parliamentary procedure designed for an assembly to conduct its business in a fair and orderly way so that everyone who wants to say something can be heard. And here are the basics. You must be recognized by the moderator to speak. Please stand up, speak up, state your name. Address your comments to the moderator. That would be me. There's a reason for this. It keeps things calmer. A motion must be made, seconded, and repeated by the moderator before the discussion of an article begins. The person who makes the motion has the right to speak first. When there are many people who want to be heard, the moderator will try to alternate among different points of view, all right, to allow the widest possible discussion of an article. An article can be amended, and the amendment can be amended. But all amendments, this is really important, all amendments must be germane to the article, to the original article. We will vote on an article either when no one else wants to speak or when the body, that's you, has decided to call the question. A member of the assembly must be recognized to call the question. You can't just yell it out, all right? that doesn't work. And if we get to a point where someone decides to call the question, it has to pass by a 2/3 majority to end discussion. Because if we vote if 2/3 of you decide to call the question, it means discussion on that article is over forever. And call the question needs to be seconded and voted on. So a point of order is not the same as a point of information. A point of order interrupts the proceedings on an issue of procedure. It's you telling me I have skipped something, done something wrong, okay? If I've made an error, a member of the assembly should call a point of order. Help me out, okay? And bring it to the body's attention to be remedied. As a moderator, I really welcome hive mind. It's great. A point of information is just that. It's a request for information, should be addressed to the moderator, and I'll then find out who can answer your question, all right? Colonel Roberts, he had so many rules, so many rules. Not knowing them shouldn't be a barrier to your participation. You pay me the big bucks to keep order here, and I can help you out, okay? I'm still looking for someone to be a parliamentarian. If you are someone who is just dying to learn this procedure, or you already know it, let me know. I would love to have a parliamentarian. I was a parliamentarian for 3 years before I took this on. It was incredibly helpful. And I again thank you, the town, for sending me to Montpelier for the town meeting tune-up. I also know that for some of you, speaking in public is really uncomfortable. I don't want that to be a barrier. So what I suggest is you just concentrate on me and just talk to me, and everybody else will hear you, especially if you're at the mic. All right? Finally, I ask you to really listen to each other, all right? Instead of thinking about what you're going to say, really listen to what is being said first. We're living at a time of really rancorous and uncivil discourse. But we're Vermonters with a long history of bucking national trends, all right? From being the first state to prohibit slavery in our state's constitution, the first state to declare war on Germany in September of 1941, and the first state to legally recognize same-sex marriage. Unions, I'm sorry. We didn't do marriage first. So in the New York Times, Nicholas Kristof has written, I quote, "It should be possible both to believe deeply in the rightness of one's own cause and to hear out the other side. Civility is not a sign of weakness, but of civilization." So we have a long tradition of civilized debate. At town meeting, we know how to be passionate in our beliefs and polite in their expression. Do you all have pencils to make a correction to your book? There are some corrections on page 4 and 5. On page 4, in the top right cell, property taxes, proposed budget fiscal year 2021, the correct number should be $1,605,659.73. Again, that number is 1,605,659.73. That, of course, changes the bottom number on that line, which should also read total town and highway. And that number should be 1,913,306.73. Again, that number in the bottom right cell on page 4 should be 1,913,306.73. page 5, the bottom number on the right under total revenue should read $2,318,855.73. Again, this is page 5, the bottom number on the right-hand column, 2,318,855.73. Okay, you've all got that. So let's get started. We are on Article 3. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane pay taxes for the ensuing year on a quarterly basis due on the 15th of August, October, January, and April, the late charge for interest being at the maximum legal rate of 0.5% per month for the current fiscal year and 0.75% per month for each year thereafter until it is paid. Do I hear a motion?
I move to amend Article 3 by...
Just, no, you've got to, we have to move Article 3 as written. Just... as I just read it, it has to be, so the articles have to be put into motion on the floor as written before they can be amended. Is that what you want to do? You could say, I move Article 3. And then I need a second. And that would be, so Melissa Brown has moved it and Myra Fassler has seconded it. So this is part of the routine. I now have to repeat it before it goes into motion. Okay? So Article 3. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane pay taxes for the ensuing year on a quarterly basis, due on the 15th of August, October, January, and April, the late charge for interest being at the maximum legal rate of 0.5% per month for the current fiscal year and 0.75% per month for each month thereafter until paid. The motion is now open for discussion, and the person who makes the motion has the right to speak first. So Melissa, would you like to speak? Yeah, you should tell everybody who you are and use the microphone.
I am Melissa Brown, treasurer, and I move to amend the article, the late charge for interest being at the maximum legal rate of 1% per month for the current fiscal year and 1.5% per month for each month thereafter until paid.
Okay, so there's an amendment on the floor to change Article 3.
Yep, by deleting the second paragraph. So the entire article would be read as, shall the voters of the town of Newfane pay taxes for the ensuing year on the quarterly basis due on 15th of August, October, January, and April, the late charge for interest being at a maximum legal rate of 1% per month for the current fiscal year and 1.5% per month for each month thereafter until paid.
Is there a second? Lynette Pauling has seconded the amendment. So this is the amendment, and this is what we're going to discuss now. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane pay taxes for the ensuing year on a quarterly basis due on the 15th of August, October, January, and April, the late charge for interest being at the maximum legal rate of 1% per month for the current fiscal year and 1.5% per month for each month thereafter until paid? Is there discussion? And as the maker of the motion, you can discuss, you can make the first.
Okay. So I've noticed in the first 6 months already with lowering the interest to 0.5% and 0.75% that there's been an increase of 150 to 200 invoices per month that are going out due to more late payments coming in. This is also going to affect the revenue that comes in towards the end of the year by about $12,000 to $13,000 less than what we would currently earn. There's also a listserv that Carol Hesselback and I belong to for just treasurers and clerks. And there was one of these questions that was brought up about other towns and lowering their interest rates. And they did state that by lowering them, they did end up getting into trouble and having to take out bonds and loans to pay for things because there was no incentive to people to pay on time by keeping lowering it or everything for interest.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion?
Neil Johnson, question. Has the current set of interest rates that we now have in effect led to a deficit in our town budget?
So the question is, has the current rate of interest rates led to a deficit in our budget? And the answer is no. Any other questions or comments? Yes.
Eric Walsh, New Face. Although you say it hasn't led to a deficit, has it led to a decrease in revenues?
So, yeah. Do you want to stand up and explain?
It's going to overall, within the end of the year, be about $12,000 to $13,000 increase, and it could potentially keep getting higher and higher as time goes on.
Increase or decrease?
It's going to be a decrease in revenue, which is going to increase the expenses on the other end because it's going to take down the tax rates. Yeah, potentially, if they are late this current year, it's going to roll over into next year.
So the question was, from Tom Bedell, will it affect delinquent taxes? And our treasurer will answer that.
It will eventually affect them because the later they are in the current year, it's just going to push them further back behind, so it's them in the following year. And I think the further behind anyone gets, it's harder to get back out spent. So it's better to keep them up than the years.
Yes.
Diana, is there any data about who is delinquent on their taxes or not paying currently? For example, are they full-time residents versus second homeowners?
So
I don't have like a breakdown, but there is a lot on the list that are only delinquent. I couldn't hear you.
Yeah. Can you use it?
I don't have a breakdown on who's residential and non-residential. It is a mixed bag of both, but there is a huge number of Cannoli Village campground owners that are on that list as well. Yes, the campers.
Did everybody hear that? Is there any further discussion of the amendment?
Dan DeWalt, South New Fame. At a 0.5% per month, that's 6% per year. The 1% a month, that's 12% per year. So that's still significantly more than like if you go to a bank and you borrow money, aren't you paying? It seems like this is a comparable rate. And it seems like we're looking at this as, we're looking at our town as a money collector. You know, these property taxes get paid eventually. And if people are late, they pay a fee. And no one, if you look on the rules, even when we've never had a thing where somebody eventually didn't pay their taxes. And when they do, they eventually pay the fees. So we're making better interest rate on both of these things than you can get in any savings account or any money market for that matter. So I don't understand why we have to be so, we are not a business, we are a town. And I think that when people have trouble paying their bills, I can't speak to obviously all these people, each one individually. But it seems like last year the town thought, yeah, this is a hardship on people, let's try to be humane. I'm a little bummed out that all of a sudden this year we're back, oh my God, it's cost us a little bit of money. It's the money. The money should not be the most important thing in our lives as a town. And I think that we should care about our citizens, and I think that this is okay the way it is, and it's an okay amount of interest to make, and I don't think we need to ask for more.
Can you hear me? Yes. Okay, great. Point of information, Lynn Forrest. On page 32, you will find the list of delinquent tax reports. If any property parcel number that starts with 00147, that's Cannoli Campground.
is there any further discussion on the amendment to Article 3? Yes.
Ingrid Longo, New Thing. I'm just curious, you mentioned that they will become incrementally larger as more and more people default. Do we have any figures for how many defaulters change there's been from, say, previous years for August and October and January in terms of collections?
I'm not sure what you're...
Are there more people who are in default than there were last year, which we...
At this point, yes, there is more behind, which could potentially put them into tax sale if it keeps going.
That I understand. I just wondered if there was a significant change in the quarters that we've had since this change was voted in.
Yes.
Jim Phelps again. On its face, I'm opposed to the amendment. It's my sense that people pay their taxes more with respect to their ability and their willingness to pay, and not in response to the industry.
Are there any other? Second time out? This is...
Yeah, well, and also, I mean, there's a correlation, but we don't know if it's causation or correlation. So this is often the case, and it might very well be cause. I think even if it's causation, we should just like live with it for another year and see if it shakes out. It could also be correlation. So the fact that we have more people this year could be because of this, or it could be we don't really know why that is. And I would just like to put that out there.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Are you ready to vote? Hearing no objection, we will vote on the amendment. So you understand, we're not voting on Article 3, we're voting on the amendment to Article 3, which reads, so first of all, a yes means you're in favor of the amendment and changing the legal rate of the interest charge from 0.5% to 1%, and for the current amount due, and 1.5% for every month thereafter. So that's a yes vote, you're in favor of raising it. A no vote means you're not. And then once we have the outcome of that, we'll move on. This is what we're voting on. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane pay taxes for the ensuing year on a quarterly basis due on the 15th of August, October, January, and April, the late charge for interest being at the maximum legal rate of 1% per month for the current fiscal year and 1.5% per month for each month thereafter until paid? All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. No. Whoa. I am going to call for a show of hands, and I need the Board of Civil Authority. So, it would be easier if they stand, and will you divide that? Can we do a division of the House? Okay, so all those in favor, please indicate of Article 3 as amended, the amendment to Article 3, please indicate so by standing until you are counted. All those opposed, please indicate so by saying no. This is by simple majority. There were 20 in favor of the amendment, 45 opposed to the amendment. The amendment fails. So we go back to Article 3 as written. Is there any further discussion? Yes.
Michael Granger, could I ask if the delinquent tax collector can tell us if there's a policy for, in effect, putting the property on the market for the back taxes, if we all agree, or a lot of us agree, that we're not doing them any favors by letting them slide. Some towns have an automatic every year, put up the ones that don't pay, and you're in effect forcing people to figure out how to pay less of a rate by going to a bank or a relative or whatever if they're in trouble. And I'm not sure the policy of the delinquent tax system.
Well, the delinquent tax collector, or the collector of delinquent taxes, is actually here. Would you like to speak to that?
There is no policy. I usually work with everybody, try and get them on a payment plan. I do allow them, if they're making past due payments, to also make current payments to avoid penalties coming up around the current year. So as long as they're working with me and they're staying in contact, then I try not to put them in tax. That's definitely not the goal.
So, did everybody hear that? Okay, can you do it at the mic?
So if somebody is behind and they're willing to work with me and make payments, I will let them make payments on the past due balance and also on the current balances to avoid future penalties and interest also for the current year. As long as they're willing to work with me, then I don't throw them into tax sale. It's the ones that are kind of repeat offenders that usually go into tax sale every year. They won't call you, they won't pay for some reason until you put them into tax sale.
And I just want to make a clarification here that the Article 3 is about late payments and not about delinquent taxes. They are, is that correct? Yeah. That delinquent taxes is another species of animal. Is there any more discussion on Article 3 as written? And are you ready for a vote? All right. So a vote yes is in favor of Article 3 as written, and a vote no opposes it. I do legally have to read it again. Article 3. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane pay taxes for the ensuing year on a quarterly basis due on the 15th of August, October, January, and April, the late charge for interest being at the maximum legal rate of 0.5% per month for the current fiscal year and 0.75% per month for each month thereafter until paid. All those in favor of Article 3, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it, and Article 3 passes. Before we move on to Article 3 and Article 4, and if there is no objection, our representative Emily Long is here, and she is a Newfane resident, so doesn't need permission to speak, but we need her. We need the Assembly's indulgence to allow her to step in now. So, hearing no objections.
I'll try first. If you can't hear me, let me know. But I have a habit of speaking up, so you probably will be able to hear me. Thank you, first of all. It's really nice to be home, because this is home. And I do have to get a different kind of permission in my other town meetings to speak. So thank you for allowing me to stop in this morning. I'm heading off to two other town meetings, the towns I represent, Townsend and Marlborough. It's been amazingly busy, especially in the last few weeks. In fact, so busy that you usually see me walk in with a stack of my town meeting reports. I have not finished my town meeting report this year because I haven't had time to finish it, so I'll post it on Front Porch Forum when it's done to give you sort of a summary of the work we've been doing. But very quickly, I'll just touch base, especially on the last 2 weeks of legislation that we have passed. Last week, the week before this past one, 2 weeks ago, we passed a Global Warming Solutions Act in the House. That is for Vermont to be able to, Vermonters to be able to hold our state accountable for climate change that's happening clearly everywhere. And this legislation is holding us to the goals of the Paris Accord, putting a little meat into them. So that passed very strongly in the House. We expect it to pass in the Senate as well. It was 105 votes in favor in the House, which is really a really good thing. People are very serious about this issue, and we continue to try to find a path forward if we need to. And this is not going to be enough, but this is a great start. Encouraged that the Senate will take it up. Senate has some of their own. I don't know if anybody came here this morning from the Senate. They're working on some legislation as well, but we're hoping that they're going to take it up. The Senate actually sent us a tax and regulate bill for cannabis. We just passed that this past week. I think that we are headed in the right direction on this. I don't think it'll be just total. The changes we made to the bill are probably not going to be fully accepted by the Senate, so I think it'll go to a committee of conference, working out the details, trying to make sure. One of the challenges was we had changed their bill to take out the local options tax for towns to be able to charge a local options tax if they want a retail market in their town. And we removed that in the House. There was a lot of back and forth about that. Instead of that, we put in a licensing fee. There are 5 licenses that you can get. I can't remember all of them, but one of them is retail. There's, the folks who are growing. There's testing. There's different licenses. So towns are eligible right now to be able to charge a fee that will be decided. The dollar amount will be decided later, but the fee for each of those licenses each year, people are able to hold one license of each category. So if you want to open a retail market, you only need the retail. If you want to be a grow and retail, you need 2 licenses, but no one's allowed to hold more than 1 license. That's our way of trying to keep up corporate takeover, which has happened in other states. I think it will work, I'm hoping. I think we'll see a change in that one a little bit. I think, the Senate's going to want to see the local options tax go back. We'll see how it works out, pans out. But anyway, there's that one. We overrode a veto this past on Tuesday. A pretty significant ability for us to be able to do that. For the last time it happened was in 2009, and this is only the 11th veto override that has happened in the state of Vermont. This one was on minimum wage. It was a very important piece of legislation for us in the House, and we passed that with 100 votes, which is what we needed to do. It wasn't easy. It was a lot of work to get there. Folks had to feel comfortable. But this is not what I talked about last year. Last year, the legislation was moving to $15 minimum wage. This year, it was a 2-year bump up. So in 2 years, starting in 2022, the minimum wage will increase to $12.55. And so this is a big help for Vermonters who are really in need of a bump. And so we're feeling pretty confident that this will be noticed by our fellow Vermonters and will reflect back in our communities as well. So we're really pretty happy about that, and it's significant happening in the State House. We also passed something that's pretty significant for a lot of you more than others. Act 250 reform. We passed that in the House this week. It was a real lift, I will tell you. Anybody was following it, as I'm sure Chris was, there was a lot of up and down and a lot of changes happening, including right up to the last day. On 3rd reading, we had one more change where amendment was passed to change. We had changed the elevation level of where you were needing an active permit from 2,500 feet down to 2,000 feet in elevation. We eliminated that on the last day. There was an awful lot of pushback about that. This is a really big undertaking, changing Act 250. And people know it's been in place for 50 years. Probably needs reform. We really do believe it needs reform. Things have changed a lot in those years. I will say that there's been a lot of support for change, but once you come down to the nitty and say it's something that they really want to make some changes and send back to us. We'll see how that happens, but I think it's the right thing to do. This legislation was based on a long process of community input through a commission that we had set up a year before. So there were meetings held all around the state. Many folks in the state gave us feedback. The general feedback was we want to ease the challenge of development in our downtowns. So this legislation does exempt downtowns from Act 250. We added an amendment for village centers as well. We want to encourage growth in our downtowns. We also feel very strongly that protecting our environment, protecting Vermont's culture and who we are as a state, why Act 250 was put in place in the first 50 years ago in the first place, that's still really important to us. So I think it's a pretty good balance is how we feel about it. We'll see. Again, I don't expect it to slide through without changes. I think it will happen, whether we see a lot of changes this year or not, or whether we even see it pass in the Senate this year or not, is still remaining. It was a big lift for us. So anyway, those are the basics of what we've been pulling off. There's a lot of other legislation. If anyone has any questions, before I don't know whether you want questions or not, but I want to say one thing. I look at Erica in the back, well, from the More Free Library. The More Free Library has been wonderful, allowing me to sit in there for an hour and a half on the third Saturday from 11 to 12:30 every month. Please come see me. The feedback I get at those times and those constituent hours, we call them, or office hours or whatever, is really, really important. I do this in Newfane, I do this in Marlborough. I'm headed to Townsend to make a plea for someone to allow me a space. Some legislators actually just go sit at a store or a market, but you really have to have permission to do that kind of thing. So I often wait, and Erica was wonderful to allow me that time on a Saturday. It's really great. More Free Library is a wonderful place for that. So please come see me, third Saturday, 11 to 12:30, every month of the year. So thank you. Serve in leadership. I'm the whip in the House, which makes it really challenging for me to be able to dig deep into legislation unless I'm counting. When I'm counting, I'm going around the town, the people think counting, being the whip and counting votes is about arm twisting. And I promise you it is not about arm twisting. It is about informing. It's about making sure every one of our folks in the House understand the legislation that's coming forward. But I can actually tell you, I don't get to be in committee as often. I'm in General Housing and Military Affairs Committee now, and I love policy work. I love being in the committee, but I do get in there as often as possible, but it's a really busy time up there. But I had legislator after legislator tell me this is the most challenging year they've ever had. People have been here forever. We're just incredibly busy. And just, if I could just say one more thing before there's other questions. The coronavirus. Not that everybody doesn't know about it, but we had outreach from the governor's office this week saying, please make sure if you feel the opportunity at town meeting to speak about it, there is a task force in place. Let us know, let the administration know, the health department, if you have any questions or comments. I know you're inundated with information about it right now, but if we are trying to be, very mindful and prepared. It changes every single day, but it is part of our job. So let me know if there's any questions or comments about it. Thank you.
Gerald Julian, 6A South Campaign, and with the upcoming school budget vote, I know I've been at school board meetings when it's all come out about the complications with the pupil spending and the weighting system. And I don't know how much people are really aware of how much this has impacted the past. What's the plan for current and future? Because it really has affected our school budgets and our voting, because not is it only the basis, this weighting, it's the foundation of how we fund our education, but it's also how we are penalized for funding our education. So what can you help us have more confidence in this for the future?
You're absolutely right, Gerald. Thank you. And Gerald knows, because I'm still on the school board as well in West River District, and this is a huge issue for us, obviously. I will tell you, it's not as simple. Just quickly, what happened when we passed our special education law, Act 173, a year ago, included in that law was a study, and the study was to look at the weighting, the weighting system in our education funding system. Now, weighting means that, I'll just give you the examples, it makes it easier to follow. Weighting is when an elementary student is counted as a number one. If that elementary student needs, it doesn't have English as their first language, they need support to learn English as well, they get counted as a 1.25. So there's different weighting levels. High school students require different kinds of education. They have to have driver ed, we provide advanced placement classes, lots of other things, lots of different classes for high school students. We weigh them at 1.13. Those of you who watched me sitting on the school board for many years know that when our, back in, I can't remember the year, 2009 or something, the state came in, I was on the school board then, and they came in and they said, at that time, high school students were counted as 1.25. And they came to us and said, we're changing the weighting, and it's going to be 1.13. And at the time, I said, wait. That makes show me why, tell me why. And I could never get any straight answers about why it went from 1.25 to 1.13. This study that took place, it was done by UVM and I think Rutgers might have been looking at it. Anyway, this study said they could find no evidence, empirical evidence of the weightings that were set in place back over the years. They first started 30 years ago. So it was really important that we did this study. What this study shows is that our weighting system isn't accurate, isn't necessarily appropriate, and they did recommend that we do something about it pretty strongly. And the Agency of Education has come out pretty strongly saying, we think that something needs to be done. The question is what? Because it's not as simple as just applying new weighting and not looking at all the other factors. Because frankly, our education funding system has been in place for almost 25 years now. And it's a really, 22 years, it's a really long time for education funding system to be in place without major changes to it. So we're trying to look at it from a broader perspective than just what you see in the study, which the study, by the way, recommends. But where it is right now, to answer your question, Gerald, the Senate has started the first steps in taking it. In fact, if anybody happens to be in Montclair on the 11th, they're holding a public hearing in the afternoon, I think it's 4 to 6, to take in feedback from folks across the state. It does appear that those towns who have high levels of poverty have really been disadvantaged over the years. And that often is our small rural communities. So we really do need to take some steps. I'm encouraging it to happen. It's hard when both the House and the Senate take their own paths. So we've sort of allowed the Senate to take the first steps in this, and they've been taking. We actually in the House and the Ed Committee have taken some testimony on it, but we've allowed the Senate to take the first lead. So we'll see where it goes. I think it's really important, and the sooner the better. Frankly, from my perspective, we need to do something about this. It's just not okay. One last thing about the weighting. It's not dollars. It's not dollars that the state sends to you. It alters your tax rate. So what it does is if you have many students who are weighted, you have a lower tax rate, which gives you more ability to make say, oh, we'll just lower our tax rate. But that's really not what the weighting is intended to do. So that's another piece that we need to look at. Is there some form of accountability that we can include in it? So anyway, that's where it is.
So on a related topic, the way that we fund our schools through the property tax has been seen as not working for a long time. Act 40, the way we fund our school system right now with our property taxes is widely acknowledged, even in the legislature, is not working. Yet, Tim Ash, Mitzi Johnson, they all say, yeah, that's a big problem, it's really big, it's really hard, and they seem, maybe they're not relaxed. You say we should figure this out soon. They seem very calm. Tim Ash said, not in this legislature, probably not the next time, maybe a couple of legislation sessions down the road. So I'm just wondering, could you explain to us why the legislature, at least in the headlines and in their public relations, don't seem to understand? We have a school in Jamaica, which is about the tank, thanks to Act 46 and this way the funding works and the way that things have changed. We have towns who are at risk of losing their schools, and yet we have a legislature which doesn't seem to quite grasp that as an important thing. And could you just explain sort of why it has taken the legislature so long to really take this thing by the horns and try to figure out a funding mechanism that works?
So I'll just say, Dan, there's a lot of people who actually think our education funding system is, I don't want to call it effective, but it is a supported education funding system. We haven't made changes to it because it is one of the more equitable funding systems in the country. That's why it's so complicated. There's a lot of factors involved in it. But I'm going to acknowledge everything you've said, except I haven't heard the same thing you have heard from. I never knew Tim Asher saying very laid back about it. I haven't heard that. I hear a lot of conversation in the House and from senators as well, saying that this is a really important issue. We need to take it up. But I do think that because of everything you said, Dan, about the fact is that we really need to take a dive and look at our ed funding system to make sure it is the best it can be. Making sudden changes that are offered in this study, and feel free to look at it. It's a study that's posted on the website. It's up 130 pages or so, but read the summary, and it's a really interesting study. I think we would be doing ourselves in Vermont a disservice if we didn't look a little more broadly. Still doesn't mean that we can't take it, rapidly. And I think the turning point for anything that you're suggesting may happen at that hearing it's next Wednesday, I believe, 11th. I think it's the 11th. They're having feedback from communities and hearing from you. Send emails, send them to me, send them to the ed committees, send them to finance and ways and means in the Senate and the House, so that folks know that this is an important issue for you, and you want to make sure that we're acting. I don't know how fast we'll act, but I feel the urgency as well as what you're describing. I feel the urgency because it's been a long time, and we really do need to make sure our system is working for us. So I'm there. We'll see what we can do. I'm on board. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Just about now, you might be hungry, and the Newbrook Elementary School has food for you. There's also reading material here from all sorts of organizations, from the library to the school, and including a broadband survey and information about that. So make sure you come and help yourself to that. And we are now on Article 4. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize the treasurer to collect current taxes pursuant to 32 VSA subsection 4791? Do I hear a motion? Lynn Forrest moves, and is there a second? Tom Bedell seconds. So, Article 4, shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize the treasurer to collect current taxes pursuant to 32 VSA subset 4791. Lynn, as the maker of the motion, would you like to start the discussion? That's fine. Then don't say anything. Is there anyone who wants to say anything? Sounds, Ken, did you want to say something?
I'm not getting selected.
All right. Hearing no discussion, unless I hear otherwise, if there's no objection, we're ready for vote. Okay, an aye vote means you are authorizing the treasurer to collect taxes according to the state law, and if you say no, you're against that. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize the treasurer to collect current taxes pursuant to 32 VSA subset 4791? All those in favor of Article 4, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. Article 4 passes. Article 5. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize the select board to sell or otherwise convey property acquired through tax sale proceedings? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Who's that? Ken McFadden moved it. Is there a second? Myra Fassler has seconded it. So, shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize the select board to sell or otherwise convey property acquired through tax sale proceedings? Is there any discussion? Ken, do you want to speak? No?
No.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none? Ready for the vote? And I vote is in favor of authorizing the select board to sell property acquired through tax sale, and a no opposes it. So, shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize the select board to sell or otherwise convey property acquired through tax sale proceedings? All those in favor of Article 5, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it, and Article 5 passes. Article 6. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for town and highway operating expenses of $1,523,911.73, of which $216,264.73 shall be raised by taxes, and $307,647,000 by non-tax revenues. Is there a motion? Tom Bedell moves it. Is there a second? Meg Spicer seconds it. I will say it once more. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for town and highway operating expenses of $1,523,911.73, of which $1,216,264.73 shall be raised by taxes, and $307,647 by non-tax revenues? Is there any discussion? Who made the motion? You, okay, please.
Tom Bedell, Williamsville. I have a question about the special appropriations. And if there was a change in the budget, would this be the time to address that, or would that be new business, or?
This is special appropriations. Can you tell me what page that's on?
Well, the budgetary it's on page 9, and then in the back are all the.
Right. Okay, so we're on page, you're looking at the section on page 9, so everybody can be here. It's the second thing. This would be an appropriate time to talk about it. It
Would
is
be?
in the budget, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, I have no problem with any of the special appropriations. In the back are all the requests, and people are making a lot of monetary requests. But I noticed that the More Free Library requested $964 for fiscal year 220, and they only got where is it now? I lost it. $750 in the budget, and I just wondered why they were coming up short. It seems to me they're worth $964.
Is this discussion, or do you want to propose an amendment? Or you just want
First
information?
it's a question, I suppose.
First is a question. All right.
That is.
Is there anyone who can answer the question about about the appropriation for the More Free Library? Maybe someone on the select board?
I'm not sure that I understood your question.
Well, here, once again, if we go to page
More Free Library.
112, the More Free Library asks that you place its request for $964 for fiscal year 2020 on the warning for March 20. Well, obviously, it's not on the warning per se, but in the budget on page 9 under special appropriations, More Free Library is budgeted for $750. So most of these other requests have been granted more or less in full, and I suppose I would then ask to make an amendment to give More Free Library the full $964 donation that they requested.
I need that as an actual number, which would be $214.
All right. Yes, okay, that would be my amendment, would be that we increase the budget $214 to add that to the More Free Library special appropriation.
So there is now, who seconded? Chris Campany seconded it. So we now have an amendment, and I have to do a little arithmetic here. We have to add, did you do it for me? Thank you. So this one. So we have an amendment to increase the budget in Article 6 by $214. It would change the operating expenses, the amount to be raised by taxes, let me just get this right, to $1,216,478.73. So to make this easier on all of us, I'm going to make the amendment, with your permission, the maker of the amendment, that we increase the amount, that the amendment reads to increase the amount of money to be raised by taxes in Article 6 by $214 for the benefit of More Free Library. Yes?
I have a question for what you just said. There's no article regarding the taxes to be waived. The article are by...
You just need to get close. You need to get really close to it. You can lift it out.
Okay. The article which are presented are by category of expenses. The general expenses, the capital, and the additional fund. But there is no article requesting to approve the amount to be raised.
So I have to change how I word that. Thank you. Thank you very much, Norbert. Let me get this right. Amendment to Article 6 is proposed to authorize the expenditure. You're going to do it? Okay, thank you. I'm getting fed numbers here. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for the town and highway operating expenses of $1,524,125.73. This is the amendment. I need a motion and a second. You've made it. You've made the motion. A second? Myra Fassler seconds it. So the amendment is to authorize the general fund expenditures for town and highway operating expenses to $1,524,125.73, specifically to add $214 to the More Free Library appropriation. Is there any discussion? Yes.
There's a question. It was my understanding that when we amend the general budget, we can amend the amount, but actually can't specify where that amount goes to. Is that true or is that not true? I mean,
that's very true for schools, but not for. municipalities. Is there any other discussion? Are you ready to vote on the amendment?
Yes.
I'll see if I can repeat it. Okay, an I amendment is in favor of increasing the amount we're authorizing the select board to spend by $214. Shall the voters, and you're hearing me? Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for town and highway operating expenses of $1,524,125.73, $214 of which should be added to the Moore Free Library appropriation. All those in favor of this amendment, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment passes. All right, so now we're back to the new Article 6, which now reads, shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for town and highway operating expenses of $1,524,125.73, of which $1,216,478.73 shall be raised by taxes and $307,647 by non-tax revenues. Is there any discussion? Yes.
Margaret Winberger, South Newfane. I have a question about Groundworks Collaborative. Can anyone address why the amount went from $1,000 to $1,200 for 2021?
Is there anyone able to explain why the allocation for groundwork collaboratives went from $1,000 to $500? Someone on the select board, or remind me of the page. That's the budget that's the budget we're working on, 2021. We're in 2020. Who's willing to speak? Is there? Okay, Winetta. Winetta Powling is the administrative assistant.
Thank you. I did a comparison of 9 different towns when I did the appropriations, and we were the 3rd highest in appropriations. So when we got the appropriation requests, we compared them and decided to cut some appropriations based on what their requests were and how they affected the town's services. And Groundworks Collaborative was not high on benefiting the residents of Newfane, as well as a few of the other special appropriations.
Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Now you want to talk?
Speak to it?
Yes. Thank you, Winetta.
I think having become more and more familiar with the addiction crisis in our community, as well as housing, these are things that the Groundworks Collaborative does an excellent job of addressing. And I think we could look at how many residents of Newfane actually use those services, or we could look at the fabric of our entire community, which is something greatly, and put some bucks into Groundworks.
Thank you. Yes.
Brenda Siegel, Newfane. I would like to say that probably there's more residents that use Groundworks than we are aware of and that can be calculated in terms of using the food shelf and other items. And in addition to that, Groundworks is consistently struggling to make ends meet and be able to meet all of the needs with people experiencing substance use disorder, people experiencing homelessness, and people experiencing food insecurity. So I would request that we bring that back up to $1,000, and I guess I would make a motion that we bring that amount back up to $1,000.
Is there a second?
I second.
Lori Merrigan seconded it. So, so there is a motion, this is an amendment to our amended Article 6 to increase the current amount by 500, which, give me a minute, I'll do the math, or I can return this to my... Yes. Yeah.
Before we, Fiona Chevalier from Louisville, before we do that, I also noticed that the Early Education Services requested $1,900 and we gave them $950. And in addition to Groundworks Collaborative, Early Education Services, I know why I'm saying this now is because I'm going to ask for us to raise the amount of Early Education Services, and I think it'd be helpful to make these two amendments into one amendment so we don't have to keep making huge math.
You have to consult with the maker of the original amendment to see if that is okay with her.
Brenda, would you like to include would you like to include giving Early Education Services the money that they requested as well? We're going to do it separately.
All right, so the motion, the amendment currently is to add $500 So the current amendment, can you hear me? The current amendment is, shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for the town and highway operating expenses of $1,524,625.73, 500 of which is to go to Groundwork Collaboratives. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that is the amendment. Is there any discussion?
Well, it's 500 additional.
Yes. Is there any discussion? Yes.
Well, I mean, this is just...
Please stand, state your name, and speak up.
Thanks, Spicer from South Newfane. I'm just wondering why, like, there's a lot of organizations that aren't getting what they asked for. And we went from, in 2019, 44,199 to, for this current one we're looking at, 30,211. So, like there's if you go down the line, there's a lot of cuts, and I'm just wondering, is that because comparing it to other towns or not? I mean, and I don't want to take away from those because those are important. I just think that holy cats, there's a lot of, and that's a big budget difference. A big cut of, $14,000.
Yes. Is there anyone who wants to speak to the amendment, or which could include discussion of special appropriations? Yes, Dan?
If it includes discussions of appropriations, I'd like to point out the AIDS Project of Southern Vermont, Early Education Services, Towns and Community Food Shelf, Groundworks Collaborative, View and Gray Education Foundation, Restorative Community Justice of Southern Vermont, SEVCA, Vermont Adult Learning, BCTV, and Gerda's Equine Rescue have all been... Youth services have all been drastically reduced or eliminated. I'm the head of Restorative Community Justice of Southern Vermont, and we were negligent. We had a change in staff, and we missed sending our report. So I would like our funding to be restored, but we didn't send in a report, which we should have done. However, I think this is an indication. Every one of these things which have been cut have been something which is, for the most part, for the people who are the neediest among us. And I find it actually an outrage. I find it a disgrace. As a town, we have always actually thought about who we gave money to, and we've been I don't think we've been especially generous, but we've cared enough to care about our neighbors and to give money to organizations that are doing good work. What I see here, BCTV is here today. BCTV does every one of these meetings, and yet you don't want to get
So, okay, just a minute, I have to stop you because this is actually not about the amendment on the floor. And I think it's fair now to let people answer some of the issues that you have raised. Okay? Thank you. So, there's a point of information here. So, we've got it.
Pete Van Loan.
Use the mic.
Never had to before, but I guess it's my cold.
We're getting older.
For the lucky among you who don't know me, Pete Van Loan, Chair of the Select Board for another few minutes.
Mic's not on. You gotta hold it closer, Pete.
Now? I'll go back.
Up higher.
For those of you that don't know me, I'm the Chair of the Select Board for another few minutes. Pete Van Loan. Point of information on BCTV. If you look closely, BCTV has been moved from an appropriation to a contract. They're still there. They're not gone. It's BCTV. Generally speaking, the changes in the budget, many of them certainly goaded, if you will, or pushed by the desire stated by many people to get the budget down. The appropriations were all discussed at a budget meeting. We, I'm sorry to say, did not have any member of the public at any of our public budget meetings. I think that next year it will be incumbent on individuals with interests to get to those budget meetings and speak up. The changes in the appropriations were brought up by members of the board. I can't speak to any of them because I had none of them in my personal bailiwick or interest. I'd certainly be willing to answer any other questions that people might have at this point.
So, does any other member of the board want to cover it? Did you hear what Pete said? All right. So, we're going back to discussing, this could be turn into a very long meeting, and we're going to just stay very methodical and talk about the current amendment, which is to increase the amount of that we're authorizing the general fund expenditures by $500 for the benefit of groundwork collaboratives. Yes?
Brett Siegel, New Thing. We are working right now on amending the amendment in light of the fact that services that are very important to not only our community members but the broader community have been cut. We're working on looking at both a comparison between what was requested and what was funded last year, and to see what that amendment of the amendment might be. So I don't know if we want to continue discussion while we're doing that, but I just want to let people know that that's going on back there.
Well, there's a hand up, so let's hear what Patty has to say.
Patty Johnson, New St. Vermont. Continuing this discussion, reading in the back, a lot of these don't have a numerical figure, and they're not written or pertaining exactly to New St. So it's very hard as a voter and resident of New St. to read through this. In general, I would love to give all of them money for all in an opioid crisis, for all in women's crisis, all in early education. But it's very difficult to sit here and read through and have no dollar. Whereas the Moore Free Library is very specific in the number of surveys and requests. So I think going forward, maybe the select.
You got to speak up louder.
Maybe next year, the select board or whoever requests that the discussion is written particularly before this town meeting. It's not just a general, please give us money you did last year. And that's what I'm getting to with it. It's not specific to all
Yes.
Hi, Sandy Stark. I'm from Williamsville. I also work for Early Education Services, and I actually wrote the report. That's in here. and I know when I did the report, I tried to include there was actually a number missing in our report. In the back, if you look under Early Education Services, in the report, there's one that basically is blank under our Early Head Start classrooms and Head Start classrooms. And it says generically on page 103, new paying children utilize this program in the 2019 fiscal year, and that should be 5 new paying children. But it is hard to reflect. I know when we were given this, when we were told to write these reports.
Okay, I'm going to have to ask you to use the microphone. I can't even hear you. So, and can you start over so that we can all hear you?
Sure. Sandy Stark, Williamsville. Like I said, I actually work for Early Education Services, and I wrote the report that is in this town report for EES. And I just wanted to comment that there is a number missing. I sent it in, but for some reason it wasn't included in this document. And so under Early Education Services, there's a spot where it says Newfane Children. I can't remember the page number now, I lost it. 103. There basically it has no number before that, and it should be a 5. But I know when we're asked as an agency to write this report, we are told specifically to try to include the number of Newfane families that are utilizing our services. Not all of our services, however, we don't keep track of all the residents of Newfane that participate in all of our services. So that's not, all of that is not reflected in this. But for those that we do look at residency of the participants, that we do include that. So I just wanted to make clarification around that.
All right, thank you. Is there any other discussion? Yes.
Tim Shea from Williamsville. Earlier it was asked essentially how could the budget makers propose such a broad cut in social services. And personally, I mean, I am strongly in favor of the social services allocations we make every year. I would love to see more restored, but in sympathy to the budget makers, number one, they told us they were making these decisions with very little input, often little from the organizations that were requesting it, and even less, like zero, from the public at large, and they invited it. Also, you need to look at the whole budget. If you add up all the proposals this year, and we've already passed the biggest hunk of it, they add up to a 10% increase in our taxes for the next fiscal year. So with that in mind, I was not there, like the rest of us delinquents, I was not there, but I can imagine them looking to make some cuts where they might. So at least that would come a little smidge under 10% instead of over. So I'm not trying to tell you don't add social services expenditures back in. If you believe passionately, I'll probably support you in that. But just the grand view is that our town taxes of this allocation are going up about 10% this year. And that's a reality. And we speak to people who are taxpayers and see their bills going up. And so there are many dimensions besides just an urge to generosity, which we also experience. Thank you.
I just wanted a clarification. Is that 10% increase in taxes as the budget was written, or 10% after the addition, if we added in? Excuse me.
Well, as I recall from the informational meeting the other day, I think the original budget was like 9.6 or 7, some such. And, you know, we're adding a smidgy increments to that. I don't think we'll push it all the way, but just in general arm-waving terms, we're talking 9.5 to 10%.
I just wanted that to be
With
clear.
variables, we don't know exactly what the grand list is going to be, and you know, it all sugars out. But in arm-waving terms, we're looking at 9 to 10%. Yes.
Thank you for that clarification. Yes.
Eric Walsh, Newfane.
taxes was around $14,000, $15,000, is pretty much equivalent to the decrease in the social service funding. So that's a balancing point, and if the late tax rate was increased to the 1% and 1.75%, which we can't do now, it's passed and done, but that's about the same amount in the budget, kind of echoing what Tim has said as a taxpayer to, look at the grand scheme of what everyone's paying.
Any other discussion? Yes.
I agree with what Tim just said. If you take page 13 of the report, you will see that the tax rate increased by 9.7%. It was 0.5943 last year, and it's now estimated to be 0.652. It's a 10% roughly increase in tax rate. I was wondering, why is the Select Board proposing that? At the same time, we have a very strong cash position. We have more cash than liabilities. So why don't we use some of the reserve to make the increase in taxes more reasonable for the population?
I think that actually comes up in the next article.
It might be. I waited for the next article, but Tim started the subject, so.
Okay, all right. Did you expect an answer now, or can we continue with the amendment to Article 6?
Well, the basic increase in the budget is in the general budget. It's increased by 6.4%, so that can be discussed now. But the underlying question is the financing of the increase. How do we finance? Through taxes, through borrowings, or through reserves?
Gloria Cristelli has her hand up.
Gloria Cristelli, New Fame. I used to be on the select board, and I appreciate your concern as a select board that none of us or our organizations come and speak at that meeting. But I also realized when I was on the select board that we never knew when we were going to be discussing, like the Southeastern Vermont Watershed Alliance. Therefore, for me to go to every single budget meeting, there's not many of us who are going to put that kind of time into. If I knew specifically when, I'd have the president of several come and speak to it. Or, since she's not here in Vermont that time, somebody else. So I understand, and I knew the frustration as a select board member. We don't have anybody here, but we've got to be realistic.
You want to speak? Hold it closer.
A couple of points. Agreed. But I think a call to the administrative assistant can give you an idea of when a particular area of the budget may be. And the budget meetings are open meetings. Someone can come in at any time and speak to any aspect of the budget. And the other thing that I would just like to bring up that I just remembered is that there are some blanks in this area because there was no request from the organization.
All right, are you ready to make your amendment to the amendment?
Well, we're not ready yet, but I do want to just speak to a couple of things that were said. I understand and respect the idea that people didn't show up at the budget meetings. I also want to say that the people that utilize these services are often people who can't show up at these budget meetings, and so we don't get to hear from them in the same way that we would hear from the rest of us that are able to come to town meeting today. And so I also want to give respect to that, because it's very easy, as we see across the nation, to cut social services when because we don't hear as often from people who need them. And so I want to be, I would like to be cognizant of that as we're deciding this. And I think because we'd like to move forward, I think that if people wanted to vote on this amendment, and then we'll make a separate one for the rest. If we didn't want to continue the discussion.
Well, it depends on how many people want to speak. You want to speak again?
I do. Patty Thompson, Good Faith. Just as a comment, services budget, and we just cut everybody by the same percent to meet the budget of the town, that would seem more equitable than cutting somebody by 50%, somebody by 100%, somebody by 2%, and raising another.
Is there anybody who wants to speak to that? Okay.
Yeah, I agree. I think everybody should get 100% of what they asked for. I think right now, nationally, everybody who's hurting the most in this country is getting more stuff taken away from us. So we can be part of that trend, or we can be part of a different trend. Even if we restored every penny to everyone that asked for this, it's around $15,000. There's around 1,500 people, so that's $10 for everybody in town. So, you know, if you've got kids, it might be $50. I don't know. Is that really that unreasonable? For the sake of, do we care enough about our culture and our people that we're willing to pony up a little dough, or is money more important than people? This blows my mind. You know, Southern Vermont, the community, whatever they are, civets, you know, they're about business, and they're getting $3,500, and you know they have a value, but and their value is rarely sort of questioned because they're the big world, they're the world of money and investment. But when you come down to the world of people that are sucking wind, that's when we're all pretty quick to like, let's just take a little off. Let's just take a little. I think that's unconscionable. I think that we can afford funding these services, and we can look at ourselves with, you know, pride in the mirror instead of like crawling under a rock and just being another bunch of people that don't really are willing to give what needs to be given. This is a time of crisis, so I think we should step up.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, I'm Shelley Huber. I'm on the select board. In one aspect, we do have to run this town as a business. We have to make payroll. We have to pay for equipment. There's a lot of cost associated with it. We also have to keep the budget low enough so that it's affordable in taxes for everyone. Otherwise, we won't have a town because people will be fleeing here. So we as a board made a decision on the special appropriations based on several different criteria. And we went over it and went over it and went over it. So we did our best to bring the values that we all have and to represent you all. Not just a few of you, but in general. We have to look at the entire town. How are we going to survive? The average age in Newfane is 55 years old. Average age. How many people are ready to retire? How many are already retired? How many people are living on investments or their Social Security? Well, those are all things that we took into consideration. First of all, we have to start with our own town. We have to take care of our own town. If we have extra money, then we can go and we can give to others. That's how I think a lot of us were raised. We want to be generous. We can be generous from our own pockets, if that's the point, that you feel so compelled. But as a town, we have to make fiscal decisions. The bottom line is the town has to exist and have good roads, good services, good employees. So those were why we made decisions the way we made them.
No.
Also, we have an amendment on the floor, correct?
We have an amendment on the floor. That is correct.
I don't think the amendment speaks to the larger issue. I call the question.
The question to vote on the amendment has been called. Is there a second? Second. Okay, this will end debate. It's been called and seconded. We have to vote, and it has to pass by 2/3. I'm going to try it. I have a really fine ear. I'm going to try it by voice vote. Is this a point of order? Okay. Procedural? Is it a procedural question?
It's about
this is to end debate. There's a motion on the floor that has been moved and seconded to end discussion of the amendment to Article 6 regarding $500 to Groundworks Collaborative. The maker of the motion has suggested that if we got this motion off the floor, we could put another motion on the floor to the larger question. Is that correct? I don't want to put words in your mouth. That's the issue. So I'm going to follow procedures to keep this legal. This is what I am supposed to do, which is make this legal so we don't have to come back and do it again. Okay? I need to hear those people who are in favor of ending debate now by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed to ending debate now, please say nay. That's 2/3 aye in favor of ending debate. Okay? So we now actually have to vote on the amendment to Article 6, which is, oh boy, can I still find my notes? Thank you. Thank you. You know, you get by with a little help from your friends. The amendment to Article 6 that you are now being asked to vote on is changing how much money the town of Newfane will authorize in general fund expenditures for town and highway operating expenses to $1,524,625.73. All right? All those in favor of this amendment, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. No. I'm going to ask for a division of the House. Board of Civil Authority. So those in favor of this amendment, please stand up and be counted.
Yes.
And those opposed, please stand and be counted. The amendment to Article 6, there are 42 ayes and 13 nays. The amendment passes. So Article 6 now reads, shall the voters of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for town and highway operating expenses of $1,524,625.73, of which $1,216,000, is this right? Does this number have to change too? Give that to me slowly. Okay, of which $1,216,978.73 shall be raised by taxes and $307,647 by non-tax revenues. Is there any further discussion? Is this discussion on Article 6 as amended? That's all we can talk about. Oh, no, we can talk about other things. We can't. You have a new amendment? Yes. All right. I just better write this down. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for doing that. Yes, please identify yourself.
Fiona Reed Chevalier from Williamsville. I would like to amend the special appropriations for, all right, let me make sure I get this correct. So for every, I would like to have equalize to eat the appropriations for this year, for fiscal year 21, to equal those of 20, except for, because we've already talked about, except for Leland and Gray, which no longer exists, except for VCTV, which is part of a different part of the budget, and Groundwork Collaborative and the library, which have already been amended.
I need you, it makes sense, but I need you to give me a number.
I have a number.
Yeah.
And that is $10,658.
$10,658,000, any cents?
$10,658.00. And I
Okay.
would like that money, in light of the fact that people sometimes have a hard time paying their taxes, I would like that to come out of our fund balance, which is our, can I do that? or
You
no?
can't do that.
All right, never mind.
Okay,
Then I don't do
but
that.
you can direct this $10,658,000 to social services.
To what?
To special appropriations, I think it's called.
Yes.
Is that the purpose? Yeah.
Yes, to add that to special appropriations.
To special appropriations.
To equalize, yeah.
I'm going to try doing this again. We're still on Article 6. This is a new amendment, our third. And after today, you will all be experts at amending articles and maybe even remember for next year. Okay? So, the amendment is to add $10,658,000 $10,658 to special appropriations, so that I'm going to wait for my tabulator to give me my numbers. She's wearing out her phone now. Okay. Article 6, the amendment to Article 6 reads, shall the town of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for town and highway operating expenses of $1,535,283.73, of which $1,227,636.73 shall be raised by taxes and $307,647 by non-tax revenues. Is there any discussion on this amendment? And I'm going to limit everybody to speaking only twice. And so that's it. There you go. You want to speak? Go ahead.
Liz Morris, I would like to have a list of each one of the changes that are being proposed, which each, so, and it gives everyone maybe back to the prior. I know that Newfane and New had gotten $2,000 previously, and they have not been doing these summer concerts, and they haven't been as active as they were. They've lost another member. That's one. Two, the very last article is a request from Vermont Disaster Animal Response Team to be a special appropriation. And how this actually added, and you go to the very end, and we've done all this work on special appropriations, and then there's one at the end.
That's the way it is written now. I'd like to point out to you that there is a list on page 9 of the list that you asked for is on page 9. And I believe this budget that has been, this amendment that has been proposed is the same as, did you do budgeted fiscal 2019 or actual fiscal 2019 in your calculations?
Budget fiscal year 20.
So if you look at the first column, budget fiscal year 2019, and you look at that with the adjustments that we have already made to Groundworks Collaborative and More Free Library, that's the list that you wanted.
With respect, the one thing I did not add to that was the Leland and Gray Ed Foundation.
Okay.
That was for the Leland and Gray district, which no longer exists.
Okay, so it's less than $1,000
Yes.
for the Leland and Gray Ed Foundation, and, just a minute, I would like to tell you procedurally, you can amend the amendment. You would like to change the amendment by $2,000 so that it's $8,658,000. And that would make these numbers, I think I can even do this. It would now read, that's without anything anew. So the amended amendment is taking out $2,000 for Newfane and New. Okay. So the amendment to Article 6 would change the article, the amendment to the amendment would change, we are changing the amendment now from $1,535,283.73 to $1,533,283.73, of which, just a minute, I have to add this, right? $1,229,636.73 would be raised by taxes. I just would like a check from the treasurer. Did I get that right? Oh, yeah. So taking $2,000 out, take it out of one and add it to the other. Excuse me? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm ahead of us. There is a motion to amend the amendment, and it does need to be seconded before, are you seconding it? No, we can't even talk about it. Chris Campany has seconded it. Thank you very much for that, and again, I depend on you when things get complicated. Yeah, so we're not going to talk until we have the actual numbers, okay? And I'm wondering if there's someone here who could fill my water bottle for me. Your attention. This is hard. This is hard to keep your attention. We'll have a seventh inning stretch soon if we can get through Article 6. There is an amendment to the amendment on Article 6. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for town and highway operating expenses of $1,533,283.73, of which $1,225,636.73 would be raised by taxes, and $307,647 by non-tax revenues. I'm sorry about that. Is there any discussion on the amendment to the amendment of Article 6?
Around the corner.
Yes.
Hi, Sandy Stark from Williamsville. I'm sorry to do this, but I have a question. For some of them have a zero. Were they people that organizations that didn't? Because if an organization didn't want any money and we're giving them, I'm just curious about the zero column, the zeros in that column. Is
to clarify why they're there.
Okay. Is there someone who can answer that? Thank you.
Yes, those that were zeroed did not respond or request. So there were criteria that each of the appropriations went through. If it's a zero, the organization did not request in writing or write a letter requesting a certain amount, what they've done. Many of the letters, as you can see in the book, they were very grateful. They got it in on time. They made a request. Some of them we couldn't fill all the way, but those that did show up in writing or in person, but we didn't have any of those, were acknowledged.
Is there any other discussion?
Deb.
Yeah.
So my question is whether or not the prior items that were voted on in a dollar amount, is that in addition or inclusive of the new number?
Okay. So currently we have already passed additional special appropriations of $714. That is already done. Correct? With me? This is, there's an amendment to increase, there's an amendment to increase the amount of special appropriations by $10,000, and that amendment has been amended to decrease it by $2,000, with a net gain of $8,000. That's where we are right now, and that's what we can talk about. Does anybody want to say anything? Patty?
I do want to say something too. We voted these people in office. They've done the best they can given what they were given and the information. They were all humanitarians. We all want the best for everybody. But as a voter, having voted the select board in the office, the people that are making decisions, I defer to them.
Thank you.
Dan?
Well, I was on the select board, and it's true, we have these budget meetings and people don't come. But in Vermont, the actual legislative body is this. It's town meeting, it's today. The select board does the business throughout the year, and our select board does it, and I should say, I got passionate on that last, I'm not angry at the select board, I'm angry at our culture. I'm angry at a culture that has decided to just throw away people. So I don't want the board to feel like that I'm singling them out. I'm singling us all out. I think that we should honor this amendment and do it. Restorative Community Justice of Southern Vermont, which is my organization, by a snafu, we neglected to send in our things. So if you want to take $1,000 off and punish us, do it. Because we didn't follow the rules, and I'm not going to make a stink if we didn't follow the rules. I would love to have that money. So this is not just about my organization. In fact, if we gave everybody their money except us, then we would be chastised for not following the rules. But I think that we really should be able to pony up to $10,000 and continue to be a town that shows that we actually care about each other and care about something more than, we understand that our culture and our civilization and our community does not end as soon as we cross that border into Dummerston and or into Brown.
There was somebody, no, you're done? Okay. Yeah, Shelley, and is this your second time talking to this particular one? I'm going to start counting. But go ahead. You can talk twice to each amendment. But I haven't been keeping track. I think it's time I do.
Well, I'm not going to shame you guys into making a decision. I think that it's true that we are trying to be fiscally responsible with your money and your tax dollars. So, again, we can all be generous, and I think we are being generous at $30,000. So, unfortunately, not everyone can be given a check. and and life is life. You got to follow the rules, and some people didn't, and unfortunately, we had to do some deep decision-making on who was getting what with what we had available to make this budget not be more than 10% increase.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Yes.
Okay, Brenda Siegel, New Fame, and
With my question is, would people rather go line, would we just go line by line and people vote up and down rather than go back and forth?
Right now, we can't, right now, we are maxed out. You can't amend an amendment to an amendment. It's just two. So we have to decide on the second amendment.
so I just want to say that I was here at town meeting 2 years ago. I'm here at town meeting every year, but I was here at town meeting 2 years ago when we upped the fire department's budget by quite a lot, and I was largely in favor of that. As a community, we decided that. And I think as a community, we can decide that social services are important to us, and we're going to put $8,000 back in the budget. What I would love to know, if anybody is able to, is what does that, how does that change our tax rate so that people do have some understanding of that? But I imagine that the amount is very small in the end for each of us and might make a huge difference for many.
Is Doris here? She's our usual calculator. Gunther, please. Stand up.
I finally have to talk. This is Mickey Mouse ridiculous. We have a select board who has all the information needed to make a budget. We have a certain amount of the public who think that the budget is no good. Fortunately, I seem to be part of the group where taxes don't matter. But every time a dollar gets increased, I get increased more than my share because I don't have an exemption. I have to pay the we make too much money. So every time there's an increase, I get more than my share. So that this whole process seems to be, to me, totally ridiculous, especially since my taxes in New Fame are up more than 100% since I moved here.
When was that?
25 years. Thank you. Sir.
Thomas Adams, New Fame. We're talking about 10%, but if every 1 year is a property owner and you look at what you pay in property taxes, 10% to a lot of people means no shoes for the kids, no tires, no inspection. It boils down to dollars and cents. The board met many nights over a couple of months to go over all the information. Some of these appropriations neglected to renew their requests. If you don't renew your request, you're out of luck. If you don't meet the criteria, you're out of luck. That's the bottom line. 10% is quite a bit. But when you look at our roads, our buildings, basic services, the fire department, we did vote 2 years ago to increase their. But we're also talking about a service that comes to us in the middle of the night, rain or shine, and they save lives. Every day they save lives on Route 30 and the side roads with Rescue Inc. and everything else. 10%. We put a lot of money out in our income taxes, our real estate taxes, our sales tax. Brattleboro added 1% to our 6% sales tax to cover whatever they're doing down there. It's something to think about. 10%. Everyone here knows what 10% of their dollar buys. Go ahead.
Is there any further discussion? Tom?
Move the amendment.
So there's a motion to move the amendment to the amendment. Is there a second?
Second.
All right.
This will end discussion on the amendment to the amendment to add $8,000 to Article 6. All right, we're not near finished talking about it, but I do need a 2/3 majority vote to end discussion. So all those in favor of ending discussion now on this part of our program, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. Yeah, that's 2/3. The ayes have it. We are now ready to vote on the amendment to the amendment, which I will bring you up to date. It is a net result of adding $8,000 to our currently amended Article 6. These are the numbers. Article 6. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize fund expenditures for town and highway operating expenses of $1,533,283.73, of which $1,225,636.73 will be raised by taxes and $307,647 by non-tax revenues. All in favor of passing the amendment to this amendment to the amendment, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. No. I'm going to ask for a division of the House. I don't want to be responsible for this. Please. All those in favor of the amendment to the amendment, please indicate so by standing. Thank you. All those opposed to the amendment? 44 votes in favor of the amendment to the amendment and 16 opposed. The amendment passes. But we're not done. We now have to vote on this amendment again. General Roberts, blame him, not me. All right? Is there, so now we have to vote on this amendment again. Is there any discussion? Yes.
Okay, bear with me, but this is what I've come up with. Organizations would get their funding back. American Gates Foundation, $250, Grace College, another $1,500.
I need a total amount. You want to add eight, excuse me.
Just clarify what the amendment on the floor really adds up to represents.
The amendment on the floor is to add $8,000 to the $714 that we have already passed. Right? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Excuse me, it came to, unless I missed something, I don't know, it came to $8,998,
Are you suggesting, are you proposing an amendment to the current amendment on the floor?
No, I just want clarification where the $8,000 came from.
Oh.
It was $8,658.
The amendment was for $8,000, was it not?
$658.
Is that, are our numbers right? Our numbers are right. I am sorry, tell me that number again. $8,658. I'm sorry, I got lost. So, thank you for the correction. The amendment that is now on the floor is to change the current amount of $1,524,625.73 to be raised for operating expenses to, do I have the number? To, is it 1,533? $1,533,283.73.
Point of order?
That is the current amendment. I'm going to read it. I'm going to read it all. I've got my numbers here. It's kind of, scratched. Okay. Article 6.
Point of clarification.
Yeah.
You said operations. Does that mean that it's specifically related to special appropriations?
I'm reading the article as it is amended, which I am legally bound to do. Okay? All right. Article 6, currently amended to read, well, this is the amendment. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for the town and highway operating expenses of $1,533,283.73, of which $1,225,636.73 shall be raised by taxes and $307,647 by non-tax revenues.
Point of order?
Yes.
So right now, we're voting on the amended article, not the amendment, correct?
We're voting on the amendment. We voted on the second amendment, we are voting on the first amendment. Okay, thank you, so that everybody knows where we are. We're not done voting on Article 6 yet. All right? And the current amendment can still be amended. Just letting you know. If you're not tired yet, we can go on. All right? Does everybody understand? We are voting on the amendment to change, to add $8,658 to our currently amended Article 6. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed will say no. And then we will get to the article. Got it? Any questions? All right. I'm going to read it once more. Pay attention and think about how you want to vote, because I'm going to ask you. Article 6. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for the town and highway operating expenses of $1,533,283.73, of which $1,225,636.73 shall be raised by taxes and $307,647 by non-tax revenues. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. No. I think the ayes have it. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. The amendment passes. So now we have to vote on Article 6. Do you want to say something, Annie? You've got your hand up.
Discussion ensues, right?
There could be discussion. Please, discuss.
Annie Landenberger, Williamsville. If we could go to page 10, please, under road maintenance. As many of you know, Williamsville, South Newfane, and Brookside have revitalized the quarter-century-old effort to calm traffic in our villages and to protect our villagers from speeding vehicles.
I'm going to have to stop you. I have to stop you. This is not germane to the article that is on the floor. Well, no, the article, I'm sorry, you'll be out of order. The article, the only thing we can talk about is money.
I got it.
Well, let's get to it.
Say my first rodeo. Okay, so on page 10, forget the introduction, so those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, under signs and under traffic safety, does any of that money, which would be $14,000, intended to go toward the signage that has been recommended by both the state and by your village liaisons and toward other traffic safety measures? Is any of that money earmarked for, oh yeah, that list of recommendations?
Yes. Okay.
That's good to know.
Is there any further discussion of Article 6? Yes.
I'm just curious why, without the special appropriations just added, what area brought this up 10%? I don't see major increases in everything. So is it, why are we getting this 10% increase in our taxes?
I think we'll have to wait a while to find out what the, sorry? Yeah. Until we know what the tax rate is, it will be set probably, yeah, I believe in August. So to talk right now about an increase of such and such a percent in our taxes is not correct.
Oh, good, thank you.
Is there any other discussion? Yes.
Emily Houle, New Fame, first time residents, please don't jump down my throat. Sure. Emily Houle, New Fame. The largest increase that I noticed is on page 8 under employee benefits. The line item of health insurance town costs, there's an increase there of $38,000. I work in finance, so I'm not oblivious to the fact that insurance costs never go down, and there was a huge increase where I work as well. I'm wondering, what is our policy? Do any of our town employees pay a portion of their health insurance? Is it all paid for by the town? Just, I'm asking for education more than anything.
Chris, are you going to answer? You're looking like you're getting ready. No? Okay. Is there anyone who can answer that? Yeah.
Yeah, on the increase, what they do, years ago when the Obamacare come into the insurance thing, we had a level funded at $78,000. It used to be the employees paid 20% of the cost, and the town paid 80. So we level funded 100% at that. So we went with that, and then as it kept increasing, what they pay on now is 20% of the increase. So from the 78, it was 100% funded, and then all the increases just keep going up, and now the employees pay 20% of every time it goes up. So they're all, I mean, I don't know exactly the numbers, what it is, what they're paying, but you know, it's a good deal for everybody. The insurance is expensive, and it just keeps going up every year. I can't see that from here.
Does that answer your question? Yeah, yeah.
Jim Schaefer, just answering Gloria's question in a general way of the 10% rise. Under the budget we're considering now, there were a couple jumps in the area of $40,000 for town employees and benefits. I imagine a lot of those were mandated. There really wasn't any choice in that. So there's, I don't know, roughly 90,000 raised there. The big jump we have yet to tackle, and that's in the capital expenditures. Even though the amount proposed to be spent this year is actually lower than last year. Last year we took something like $297,000 out of reserve, so we gave ourselves a nice tax deduction. So our taxes went down last year. That was cool. It was a fun meeting. This year we got a bunch to pay for, and they're not proposing taking anything out of those capital reserves. So the whole boodle falls on us. Plus, we're being asked to toss in the 123 or whatever it is thousand towards the next big capital reserve thing. So, in an arm waving away, that's where the big bump comes. I believe the best I can do.
Is there any other discussion? Yes.
Nova Benesh, Williamsville. I agree with what Tim said. Actually, the total budget, capital and operating expenses is decreasing a little bit. What is changing is the way it is financed. Last year there were non-tax revenue which were reserve taken back. This year they are none. Last year there were borrowings. This year they are none. Although last year in the budget, the pluriannual capital budget, for this year it was expected that we would reverse 265,000 of capital reserve and borrow 50. This is not happening in the budget. I would like to understand why the select board is taking that position.
So, yeah. Okay. I think some of us are enchanted by your accent and have trouble understanding. So if you could speak a little more slowly.
Yes.
And into the mic, that would be
I will
great.
try to speak more in the microphone. I said that overall the budget did not increase compared to last year. If you add the operating expenses and the capital, operating expenses increase, capital needs decrease. Overall, there's not a big increase, so it's even a small decrease. What makes the tax rate increase is that last year we reversed capital reserves and this year we don't. Last year we borrowed, this year we don't. And why is the board taking that position, which conducts to a 10% increase and even more now that we've increased other expenses? I don't understand why. And I will move an amendment later to change that.
Okay, but the discussion is now about the overall budget, which is what we're voting on. So, is there someone on the board who can answer the question? Did you all hear it? Did everybody hear this? Okay.
I think basically the stuff that we have in the surplus, if you want to call it, I guess, is money that is planned for large equipment purchases in the future. So we were not able to take from that fund without having your taxes, go up more in the future. We're trying to balance it. So.
But we have a very strong reserve position.
All right. You can't get in an argument, okay? Sorry. Is there any further discussion on the amendment to Article 6? Hearing none? We ready to vote? Seems like we are. All right. If nobody calls a question, we can just vote. So we're still voting on the amendment, correct? Have we moved? Have we already moved? I'm glad somebody is paying attention. This matters. This vote, I mean, all the votes matters, but this vote will put Article 6 to bed one way or another. If you vote in favor of it, it will put it to bed as follows. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for the town and highway operating expenses of $1,533,283.73, of which $1,225,636.73 shall be raised by taxes, and $307,647 by non-tax revenues. All those in favor of Article 6, as I just read it, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. Article 6 as amended passes. All right. I invite everybody to take a 5-minute break. We will be back, but get up and stretch. Announcements for you while you're finding your seats and getting your food. On Sunday, March 29th, the 6th annual West River Railroad Soup Fest and Silent Auction will take place. It helps raise funds for the Historical Society's 1880 Newfane Railroad Station and West River Museum. Doors open at 4 with a suggested donation of $5 to $10. Bidding on the 50-50 raffle is from 4 to 5:30. Soup and bread served at 5:30 with desserts to follow. And go to the Historical Society of Windham County's website for more information. So that is Sunday, March 29th. Looking ahead to May 2nd, which is a Saturday, or the days preceding that, Saturday and Sunday. Join a group of Green Up Day trash picker-uppers. You can get your Green Up bags at the town clerk's office or the Newfane Market during the last week of April. You are encouraged to clean as a family, a group of friends, or by yourself. Last year, we collected 200 bags of trash from the roadsides, and then the road crew will pick up the postcards then. There is lots of information up here, and I've been asked to tell you that on March 5th at 7 o'clock at the library, Paul Searles will read and discuss his book, Repeopling Vermont, The Paradox of Development in the 20th Century. That's at Moore Free Library. This tells you everything else that's going on. And now we are ready to go to Article 7. Article 7. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize capital fund expenditures of $268,895, of which $265,895 shall be raised by taxes and $3,000 by non-tax revenues? Is there a motion? Myra Fassler has moved it. Is there a second? Tom Bedell has seconded it. Article 7. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize capital fund expenditures of $268,895,000, of which $265,895 shall be raised by taxes and $3,000 by non-tax revenues? Is there discussion? Norbert.
I would like to move a motion to decrease the amount financed by tax of 100,000 and increase the amount financed by non-tax by 100,000. The reason for that is to decrease to make the increase in taxes more tolerable to the people. I'm lucky enough to be able to pay 10% more in taxes, but I don't think everybody in the community can afford paying 10% more taxes.
So I understand the amendment to decrease the amount raised
by taxes
by 100,000, and just have a question which I need guidance on. Can we write into this that we will find $100,000 from somewhere else?
From reserves.
Oh, from reserve. Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't understand that. I'm sorry. Now I understand. So that is decrease taxes and increase the amount of reserves. That is an amendment to Article 7. So the amendment would change the wording to read, shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize capital expenditures of $268,895,000, of which $165,895 shall be raised by taxes and $100,000 from capital reserves. And $3,000 by non-tax revenue. Right. So is that correct? All right. There, that's better. All right. Is there a second to the amendment, the motion to amend?
I'll second.
That's Ken McFadden has seconded it. And so this motion has been moved and seconded. We can now discuss, shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize capital fund expenditures of $268,895,000, of which $165,895 shall be raised by taxes, and $100,000 taken from reserve, and $3,000 by non-tax revenues. Norbert, this is your motion. You can speak first.
Well, as I said before, I believe that the 10% increase in taxes is too high for most of the population of Newfane.
Is there other, yeah?
Eric, well, Newfane, I understand that the reason why the capital reserve is being built up is so that we can make anticipated expenses, particularly for the road department. And that if we take money out of the capital reserve now, that means that we have to borrow later. So that although it's a short-term decrease in taxes for the individual taxpayer, I think it's going to result in a longer-term increase, and also having us pay interest on loans that we're servicing rather than using our own money that we put into capital reserve. So I think it's a wise long-term solution to pay taxes for that rather than taking money out of the capital reserve.
Tim Schaefer with a question for the hard-working, long-suffering budget makers. On page 14, it says that as of 6/30/2019, the capital reserve fund was at $568,000 and change. And looking at the proposed budgets, this year and next two, this year and 2022 and 2023, there's no capital reserves anticipated being used. So I just wonder, out there beyond 2024 or something, what are we anticipating that we're saving up this big boodle of money for?
I'm going to have Jay Wilson speak to that. Jay. Yeah, please.
So the whole purpose of a capital fund is to make the taxes more even. So if you put money into it every year and don't touch it, when we need to pay for the Arch Bridge, the money's there, we don't have to go borrow. That's a big expense that's coming next year. And our portion is between $175,000 and $275,000. When we go to buy a piece of equipment, when we buy a new piece of equipment, if we start putting aside a small amount of money for the 10 years when a truck gets replaced, when that truck is due to be replaced, the money's there, you pay for it, there's no loan. The way it's been going, the money just kept coming out. So it was like taking money out of your savings account and then the next year sticking it back in. We don't gain anything. So we have the sand salt shed, which is a mandate that's coming down on us to keep our salt, our sand undercover because of the salt that's in it. And we have wetlands so close to the garage. We had to set that money aside for that. That's an expense that's going to be coming up. And then right now, there's money to pay for 80% of it from grants. So that's why we're doing that. So we're not creating a fee in the county's money to fund our future purchases so the taxes can stay more level. And the way it's been being done previously, pulling that money out was never getting that. We've been putting money aside for a grader. There's no money there because every year it gets pulled back out. So by actually funding it and leaving the money there, we'll eventually be able to make purchases and all our loans will be gone. We won't have loans every year. So that's the purpose behind the capital fund. And the town adopted it years ago, but it's never been fully implemented correctly.
And Jay Wilson is the head of our road crew, correct? Yeah, just so you know. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. And then next. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
People keep referring to a 10% increase in taxes, but I thought I heard Pete say that the 10% was not a real number. Can I get some information on that, please?
Yes.
We just need to know about the appraisal.
Far from being an expert on this, the equalized grand list which is set has an effect on the taxes as they are set later in the year. So until the grand list is set and the taxes do come out, we won't really know what kind of an increase we'll have.
You still look puzzled. Did that answer your question? Okay, good. I would like to.
Just make a note.
A quick note.
A quick note. Don't forget, you got school taxes, and they're going up. So as you're figuring out your budget and our budget, consider that. Okay.
I'd like to recognize Chris Campion.
Just a note on reserves. In my day job, I'm the executive director of Wyndham Regional Commission. Federal funds available for towns are not going to be going up. State funds available for towns are not going to be going up. Matches, cash match for that municipalities are required to pay. The access grants are probably only going to be going up. And so I would look at this as not only just good planning for equipment that you've got to replace, but it also enables the town to make its own choices about what it wants to do, when it needs to do them. Because it's awful to be in a situation where everything that you want to do, you just go, is there a grant for that? Is there a grant for that? A lot of times there's not. And then the cost of actually getting that grant money and administering that grant money is pretty expensive. So I just think it's a good policy to maintain those reserves, do this capital planning, looking as far ahead in the future as we can possibly afford, because eventually we'll probably need to spend it.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? Just a minute. Mike, you looked like you were thinking about speaking.
Mike Mayor, Williamsville. Just dovetailing on your question, 10% has come from somewhere. Pete's saying we don't know. Where does the 10% come from if we don't know?
Tim Shafee or Norvera, you want to explain this? I know you both know it.
Well, the 10% is calculated based on the provisional grant list. The grant list is only finalized in July, something like that. So until we know the final number of the grant list, we don't know what is the increase of the tax rate. But what we know is that the taxes to be raised increased by 10%. So unless the grant list improve dramatically, the tax rate will increase by some 10%. And do we have any reason to believe that the grant list will increase?
It depends on how many people have improved their houses, added additions, built new buildings.
How many, yeah.
Yeah.
But but basically year on year, it increases by 1%. So that the impact which was already figured out in the report and which gave rise to 10% increase in taxes.
Does that answer your question, Mike? Okay, is everybody following that? All right, is there any further discussion on Article 7 as amended?
Can I add something?
Yeah, but this is going to be your last time.
I just wanted to mention that we have more than $1 million in cash in bank. We have 1,148,000 based on the June 30th financial statements audited. That's page 63 in the audit report. So we have a very strong position. We have 1 million in bank, 1,100,000 in bank, and we have $700,000 in debt.
Did you say page 63? In the audit? Yeah. Does anybody have any further comment? This was June 30th. I'm wondering if there have been big bills paid since then? Yeah, please.
Some of that money, 500,000.
Thank you.
So, excuse me, could we,
Yes.
about what is the current capital reserve?
Well, for fiscal year 19, it's 568,000.
That was, 9
That was
months
back
ago.
in June.
Huh? That was 9 months ago, so
right now,
300's been taken out to pay a debt, so.
probably around 700,000 at this current moment. I haven't gotten all the figures. I don't usually get them on tally till the end of the year.
That's cash.
But 700,000 for capital.
Cash.
Okay, so there's an important, that's cash, not capital reserves.
Capital reserves, well, in the capital fund itself, there's about 700,000.
There's $700,000 in the capital reserve currently, about. All right. Is there more? So we're still discussing this proposed amendment. Are there comments to the amendment? Is that what you want to talk about?
I'm not sure, other than I know that there needs to be cash flow with that 440, 500,000, right? For your cash flow until the taxes actually start to come in.
For the rest of the year.
For the rest of the year.
Oh, from June to August, yeah, there needs to be about anywhere from 300,000 to 400,000 surplus to carry me through until the next tax.
So we're also talking about cash flow.
So I'm just trying to understand this for everybody, because I see a lot of perplexed faces, but I could be mistaking it for fatigue. That there are accounts payable that cash reserve will be used to pay. Is that correct?
Cash surplus, yeah.
Cash surplus, whatever you want to call it. It's a surplus now, but if you have big bills coming in, that's the money you use, or is there more tax money coming in?
Well, this $1 million, half of it's for capital and half of it's for general fund.
Okay.
So then, the money for the general fund.
Can everybody hear her? I think you need, it's good that you're talking to me, but everybody has to hear.
So $1 million in the accounts right now. Half of it is in the general fund. The other half is in capital. Capital can only be spent on capital. There is money in there for reappraisal funds, and that can only be spent for reappraisal fund money. The other 400-ish thousand, that has to carry us through from June till August until we start getting tax payments, which we're already through that at this point, so.
Okay. All right, thank you. I hope that helps other people. It certainly helped me. Is there any further discussion on this amendment? Do you need to be reminded what the amendment is? And, well, I'll ask you then if you want to vote on it. Okay. Back to Article 7. Article 7, the amendment proposed, with the amendment proposed, Article 7 would read as follows. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize capital fund expenditures of $268,895,
of which $165,895 shall be raised by taxes, $100,000 taken from capital reserves, and $3,000 by non-tax revenues. Are you ready to vote?
Yes.
Do you understand you're voting on an amendment? Okay, and I vote would make Article 7 the way I just read it. So all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. No. Okay, the noes appear to have it. The noes have it, and the amendment fails. We go back to Article 7 as printed in your warning. Is there any further discussion? Yes?
I'm sorry to do this, but could someone explain why the interest earned is so low or the amount of money is so high?
So, the interest earned on what and the amount of money in what fund?
On page 5, the interest of the capital fund, the actual was only $680. And I'm putting that at less than 0.2%. And I realize that's the typical, but I'm wondering if there's another reason for why it's not higher rates.
So the question is, how do you account for such a low rate of interest on the capital fund? And I'm wondering if our treasurer can help us with that.
Right now, some of the money is in a CD, so we actually won't get the interest until June. And then the other money is in the general fund, so the auditors are working on doing an allocation spreadsheet. So this year, it'll be broken down between all the funds evenly and by percentage.
Answer your question. Excellent. All right. Any further questions or discussion on Article 7? Looks like you're ready to vote. Hearing no objection, we're going to vote on Article 7. As written in your warning, shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize capital fund expenditures of $268,895, of which $265,895 shall be raised by taxes and $3,000 by non-tax revenues. All those in favor of Article 7, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it, and Article 7 passes. Article 8. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane vote to raise the amount of $123,500, of which $123,500 shall be raised by taxes to be added to the capital reserves fund. Is there a motion? And is there a second? It looks like Gunther Garvey has seconded it. Is that correct, Gunther?
Yes.
All right. So it has been moved and seconded. We are now on Article 8. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane vote to raise the amount of $123,500, of which $123,500 shall be raised by taxes to be added to the capital reserves fund? Is there any discussion? And Lynn, you moved it. You could. No, Gloria moved it. Do you want to say anything?
It seems to me that we talked about this in the last one, so basically, instead of taking money out, we're putting it in, as Jay said, to make sure that we have the funds available when we need them to spend them on things like bridges.
Is there any further discussion? Are you ready to vote? It would seem so. All right, so an aye vote is in favor of putting this money into the capital reserves, and a no vote is not. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane vote to raise the amount of $123,500, of which $123,500 shall be raised by taxes to be added to the capital reserves fund? All those in favor of Article 8, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no.
The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. Article 8 passes. Article 9. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane raise and appropriate the sum of $250 for the Wyndham Disaster Animal Response Team, WINDART? Is there a motion? Lynn Forrest has moved it. Is there a second? Ken McFadden has seconded. Is there any discussion? Yes.
How many of you have animals, pets or other animals?
Is that it for children?
So we have pets and we have animals, and we want to be prepared for disasters that can happen. And what happens to our animals? And this organization trains teams to be able to react and respond when there is a natural disaster or other, to make sure our pets and our animals, our livestock is taken care of. We go through training period, and it's open to anybody who wants to go learn how to do this. We've learned how to set up shelters. We've learned how to deal with dogs. We've learned how to tell what a cat means when its tail's going this or when its ears go back. It's a great organization. I personally got involved because I have a big barn. And I thought if anything happens again like Irene and people have animals, and I don't have any big animals, but if people needed somewhere for their animals to go, I can set up a whole shelter safely for those animals. So that was my personal buy-in to this. So I think it's a great organization. They have a standard operating procedure that we share with towns with emergency operations plan, and have just gotten a roving big, I don't know what you call it, trailer that goes along with all these great extra carts, and if they had to set up at a different location outside of the Humane Society. So I appreciate you allocating the $250, and I don't know what that bottom number is. General fund study is going to have help. So I guess it would be to amend Article 6.
No. It is. No. Look at all the experts. This is great. This is a separate article. Everything else before this is done. Yeah, Chris.
So just on the human side of this, when there are disasters, some people will not evacuate their homes or otherwise leave if they don't know what's going to happen to their pets, especially if they're being told that at the human shelters they can't take the pets. So that's the human side of this, is actually facilitating the pet care so people will feel more comfortable about their animal children, and will be more likely to actually do what they need to do in the time of disaster. So that's the human side of the equation.
Yes, Lindsay.
Lindsay Bertram, you're saying, I just wanted a little clarification on specifically what the money gets spent on. Is it like training or facilities or whatever? And then also, how many people do you currently have involved in this? And if people want to get involved, who do they contact? It's so many questions.
I know funds have been used for training. I know they're used for cages, and I don't know how many, because when I've gone, there have been different people that have responded. Ballpark? Maybe 30, 40, something like that. Do you know? We have an automatic response. How do you contact? linda.forrest@gmail.com, and then I'll put you on to Joanne Borbeau at the Humane Society is what her job is. But we do training, and we do it in other locations. One of the cool things is there's a statewide organization
like you say, the state of Vermont then sends out the information when there's a disaster. So we have a training in Londonderry, so we get calls to go, an automated call that says you are needed in Londonderry and you will go. You're needed in Newfane and you will go. And that's how we're notified that our presence is needed.
So I understood the question a little bit different, or different ways of that, understanding that question. One is, how do we, you answered, you want to learn more about getting involved, contact you. But if there's a disaster and you have pets, how do you activate or contact this service? I think that was the intent of one of the questions. If not, it's a question I have. Yeah, Jay.
Jay Wilson. They're now part of our emergency plan in town, so they would get notified if we have an emergency to help us with the animals.
This is a really good time to remind everybody that we do not have anybody in charge of our emergency planning in town. It's one of those vacant, I don't know how the pets are going to be rescued on page 18 if we still don't have someone in charge of I thought it was, no, I mistook that for the energy coordinator. And when we don't have an animal control officer either. Just a reminder, since I talked about it a long time ago. Is there any other conversation about this? Yes.
Would people contact the rescue to register their animals at all?
I don't think at this point we have any way of doing that, but they can, once there is an emergency, the fire station or the second place would be the town garage, would be the two emergency contacts. They can call there and if they need help with something, and there'll be people roving around town anyways.
So that's good to know during an emergency, 2 areas, right? The rescue and
the fire station.
Fire station, yeah.
And the second one, if needed, is the town garage. It depends on where the emergency is.
So let me take that as a time to encourage you all to license your dogs. You'll know you have a dog that needs rescuing if you've licensed your dog.
Good idea. And you only have 27 days before the price goes up. So, yeah.
Just a point of information, the communication that came requesting these funds has been filed under kitty letter.
Is there any, yes?
Is this a tool only class of domestic livestock or threatened and endangered wildlife as well?
That's a good question. Do you know the answer to that, Lynn?
Our training has been with pets and livestock. In-house have been, we talk with deer and bear and, no, that's a great question, but I think as far as what we've been doing so far.
So the answer is that this is not, at this time, for wildlife. Is there any further discussion? I'm not going to recognize that because there's somebody else who wants to speak, and yeah.
I just have a question. So it's $250, correct? I'm not looking at it. So the $250 is there other money that comes in also to this project from other sources so that okay.
Chris is answering yes. He seems to know.
happening.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I think we're ready to vote. Okay. A yes vote is you're in favor of adding this $250 to the amount of money we've already appropriated, in addition to what we've passed in Article 6. So, shall the voters of the town of Newfane raise and appropriate the sum of $250 for the Wyndham Disaster Animal Response Team, WINDART. All those in favor of this, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye. And those opposed by saying no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. Article 9 passes. We now move on to Article 10, which is to transact any other business that may legally come before the town, but which is not legally binding. All right? No, we don't. I made a mistake. Okay. Chris?
I just have something.
Please tell everybody who you are.
Christopher Grappy from Williamsville. It occurs to me, having driven down Route 30 often in the summer, that there are a lot of out-of-state vehicles that park there and use the beaches. And it was occurring to me that we might be able to get some non-tax revenue and figured out a way to have an honor system, have a collection system, have a way. You know, just real quick math. If we got 10 people there on the honor system to give $10 a day, 100 days in the summer, that's $10,000 that we could be giving to pets or opioid crisis or things like that. So it's just an idea. Perhaps we form an exploratory committee to form a beach group or something, but I think there's an income possibility there, especially since it's mostly out-of-state payment.
Yes. It has been pointed out that that's in the town of Dummerston. The area is 2 cars.
All right. Is this about Chris's, the other Chris's? Okay, so Annie.
Annie Lamberger, New Fame. I have 2 community announcements. So put your tap shoes on because April 11th, Saturday, is the annual Williamsville New Fame talent show. And this year, we're delighted to have it co-sponsored not only by the hall and the hall, but the Tinston Hill Preschool will be co-sponsoring and therefore benefiting as well. The last thing is that Rock River players could certainly use your talents, your input, whether it be wielding a brush to sing a couple monologues. We have our open meeting Friday, March 27th. I'll put this info up there. And on that night, too, just give me 30 more seconds, we're going to have an open reading of a brilliant dramatization of the proceedings of the House Un-American Activities Committee. It seems like a pretty timely thing. The name of the script is called Are You Now or Have You Ever Been? If you would like to just come and read it with us and we'll chat about it afterwards, let's do it and look at the world. Thank you.
So an announcement, and I'm going to be asking for your assistance and help. The Wyndham Region Broadband Project. That is a project going on. Wyndham Regional Commission got a grant to start working on this. And the goal is to have a survey of people in all the towns as Wyndham and the associated areas to find out what service they have for broadband and what they want. There's no cost to the towns. There will never be a cost to the town. There would be a communication district that would stand on its own. And if it went belly up, the assets of that would disappear. But there is, I understand that there's been some erroneous information being fielded, and I just know it's wrong. There is, I put on half of the chairs, there's a written survey. You can skip the first page and just read the survey. You can go online, and information about where to go online is up at the front. There's some little stickers that are like business cards. That's the easy way to go, but it's wyndhamdigital.org/broadband. I don't know about you, but I can use faster, better internet service. So that's, and the deadline for the information getting in is March 17th. So time is of the essence, as they say. and I appreciate your help. If anybody's interested in working on that, I am the town point person. Whether, yeah, I am. And so, but it would be nice, Margaret, my river is helping me. If anybody else is interested in working on that project, it's going to be pretty much sending out mailings and correlating some of the results. That would be great. My name is Lynn Forrest. It's lynn.forrest@gmail.com. And I'm on 2 hours, right. 492 Dover Road. Come by the house and knock on the door.
Thank you. Sir, behind.
I am collecting surveys today.
Yeah. Sure, yeah.
Marty Cohn from Newfane. Last year, I reported about the pending FCC rule change that was going to adversely impact BCTV, and sadly, that rule change came into effect. It passed, which means that there's going to be a decrease in funding from Comcast to BCTV. Fortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to be as severe as first imagined, but there's still going to be a decrease in funding for BCTV. We thank the Select Board, not only in Newfane, but in the other 7 service towns, for recognizing that and providing monies in the budget so that we can continue to have meetings like this shown at BCTV, on television, on Channel 8, and also everyone who participates in doing a show on Channel 10. What we're doing now is that we're trying to find other ways to fund BCTV, and for the first time, we're looking to the public for donations. People have been very generous so far, but keep thinking about BCTV and the importance that we do in bringing democracy to everyone else. And on behalf of the board, thank you for all that you've been doing and will continue to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I see, but I've got Chris first. Go ahead.
On behalf of the Village of Newfane trustees, welcome to the Newfane Village Union Hall. I'm the chair of the Village trustees. Unfortunately, I'm not a very good one. I just don't have the time to give it that it needs. But I just want to remind folks, this Union Hall is supported not by the town, but only by the 60 taxpayers of the village. We receive no town funds whatsoever. So the upkeep is left to the folk of the village. We frankly don't use this very much. And so there may need to be some conversations had there. One project we're going to look at that I've just gotten behind on is improving the hideous acoustics in here. They've been awful since the 1830s. But we actually did a sound check in here. I don't think it worked. It might. I'm going to just be real quiet for a second. Let me see. And count after I clap.
One.
Well, if you listen real careful, and if you effectively hear just like a couple of people in here, sound bounces back and forth for like 5.5 seconds. And so that's one of the reasons why anytime anybody in here is rustling paper while someone else is talking, while the fan's on or something else, you can't hear. But obviously trying to improve the acoustics in here also then changes the historic character of the space. And so it's not a real easy decision for the village people to take on, and there may be some costs, but we may need to come to the town and just say, hey, this is the help we need to make this a better space. But one other just thing, I brought this up last year, I'm bringing it up again. When I first moved here, I really appreciated the tradition of having these meetings, the town meeting in the Union Hall or the Williamsville Hall. But I'm really concerned that these spaces, this hall, we literally have to kind of break back into it again because we shut it down for winter. And so you have to chip ice out and everything else to keep the doors open again. And we have to bring up the plumbing back up and heat and all that. But even just getting into the building, the parking and parking affected in Williamsville, I don't know exactly what it would take to, maybe this is already a done deal, to look at maybe having this at the school. But I worry about people actually not participating in this because of the actual perceived physical barriers and just really, honestly, the difficulty in hearing in here, where our population is not getting younger. One of the reasons why this hall is frequently not used for weddings and other things is because of the hideous acoustics. Because we've heard how difficult it has been for people to hear and hear all day. So I guess I don't know if it's a select board or who, but just want to bring up the issue again of should we consider, and maybe it's a lousy idea, a place that has just more easily accessible parking, better acoustics, just make it more modern. And I'm not trying to, and again, I used to be one of the ones who was like, it'd be a shame to lose the tradition, but I really do wonder about just the essence of these buildings.
In response to that, it's really the Board of Civil Authority can make a change in venues. Traditionally, since the select boards on, part of the Board of Civil Authority. But this doesn't have to go for a complete town vote. It does need to be ZCA to make a change in the actual town meeting.
Sir, come back.
Thomas Abbott, New Fame. I'm a member of the local Lions Club. I'd like to invite the members of the town here to come to our meetings second Tuesday at the firehouse. We donate money to the local community in forms of $2,000 scholarships to graduating seniors in London and Gray, eyeglasses, a $200 voucher for eyeglasses for people in need, the food shelf in Townsend, the fire department, rescue. We donate a lot of money. We need members. Our members are in the 80s. We celebrated our 50th year last July of being in New Fame. Our membership is dwindling because of the age, and we're not getting the younger people joining. We invite you to come. There's no obligation. We do an awful lot. It's a nationwide, actually international organization. We've wiped out river blindness in almost all of the third world countries. Helen Keller invited us in the 30s to become Knights of the Vision, and we've upheld this. We invite you to come and see our organization and meet with our people. Please do. Second Tuesday of every month at the fire station.
I'm the chair of that committee.
Dan?
I'm Dan DeWalt, a Restorative Community Justice of Southern Vermont, which is an organization that teaches people how to do restorative practices and offers free conflict resolution to anyone, is actively searching for more board members. As you can see, we could have used another board member this year when we didn't get a report filed in time for the select board. So if anyone has any interest in restorative justice, restorative practices, please contact me or Restorative Community Justice at rcjsv.org, and we'd be happy to talk to you. It's about being on the board or just about learning. We do monthly trainings for free in this town and other places. So if you have any interest in an organization and would like to be part of it in any way, please contact me.
Becky? Yeah.
Also, if my wife Carly were able to be here today, she would ask you to recognize and express your appreciation for all the volunteers in the New Bratt Fire Department and for our New Fame Town Highway crew.
That's often a cue for a motion to adjourn, but I see a few hands. Well, I see Gloria first, and then Steve, and then you. Okay.
I have two things. I did take on chairing the Green Up Committee, and so I have a postcard here, and I have a list here of previous Green Up people. I'm missing some phone numbers, and I'm missing some email addresses, so if you could check the list, that would be great. If you are new to town, and I see that we have quite a few people, what Green Up Day, and this is our 50th year of Green Up Day, does is, there's a rare few people who decide their beer cans have to go out, their soda cans have to go out, and their cigarette butts. We love to keep New Fame beautiful. So we divided it in my committee, we've gone out and measured how long the roads are. We'd like you to choose what areas you plan to do so that we can make sure that all of New Fame is covered. And then on the bottom of this card, which you can take and mail back to the Rehab Committee, I'm also with the Southeastern Vermont Watershed Alliance. I think I've mentioned that once or twice during this meeting. But we're also taking on a project of adopt a patch to knock back knotweed. Japanese knotweed is spreading throughout Newfane, spreading throughout Windham County. So I'm working with the Nature Museum in Grafton and any kind of a knotweed. But we need people, preferably on your own property, but you know, some of us are getting a little bit older, and you know, your neighbor's property may need to have work done. So if you could volunteer, or at least put your name on the bottom of the card and the appropriate contact information, then as this project gets going, we can do that. On May 18th, the Nature Museum and the Southeastern Vermont Watershed Alliance are doing a conference on Japanese knotweed. So I'll get that information into Front Porch Forum, but please do sign up for that. Thank you.
Hello, Steve Levine from Williamsville. I always like to say it's part of the town of Newfane. And I'm on the whole committee, and I want to thank everyone. You probably won't read our report on page 92, but in that I say thanks to everyone in the town for supporting capital expenses and ongoing expenses. We really appreciate it. And in return, we've been attempting, and I think succeeding, in having many more events at the hall. We just had a wonderful recital by Dan, piano accompaniment to an amazing silent movie. On March 21st will be our second annual dog show, and that's for real. It was a big hit last time, so hopefully people will show up. As Andy mentioned, April 11th is the talent show, which might be the most spectacular event that happens in town. And I also wanted to mention that the Williamsville Hall is fully ADA compliant. The acoustics are wonderful. It's a bigger space, and it's in wonderful shape, thanks to all of you. So come and use it and enjoy it. I'm not saying don't come here, but there is a very viable and usable space. And as I said earlier when I introduced myself, Williamsville is part of the town of Newfane, and everyone is welcome. Thank you.
So I just wanted to bring it to the town that I am in the process of getting signatures for Gun Rights Sanctuary Township Resolution. It's a resolution for the defense of the right to keep and bear arms. And it's going throughout the state of Vermont. So if you're interested, please see me. I'm looking for signatures. Thank you.
Lindsay.
I just wanted to take 2 seconds and remind everybody that the Newburgh PTO has tons of really delicious stuff back there, including soup, and all of the food is by donations, and it goes directly to the Newburgh PTO, which goes into the Newburgh School for enrichment and awesome fun stuff. So if you like your kids to do fun stuff, you should come and join us.
And speaking of children, I think that we, this year, for the first time, got volunteers to do childcare till 12:15, so the kids might be out on the street now. And I cannot thank Phoebe Connolly and Lindsay Bertram enough for stepping up to make this town meeting possible. Thank you.
But I'm always trying to find information on the website of what's happening in town, and I have a hard time finding it because I'm often using my phone to do it, and it doesn't go mobile as easily. And so I'm happy to come in and help brainstorm. I'm not qualified to actually fix it, but I wanted to just bring that up. And then the other thing is that, and I think, if I'm not allowed to do this, let me know, on...
No political campaigning, don't try it.
It's not for me.
It's not, doesn't matter, doesn't matter, absolutely no electioneering.
It's just a meeting that's happening in town, is that?
I'm gonna just say no.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry.
It's okay, it's not a campaign.
Doesn't matter. Go ahead.
I'm Elizabeth Erickson, and I am the Four Winds Coordinator at Newburgh School. And this is a natural science program that is run by volunteers. People volunteer to teach in the school, the kindergarten to 5th grade. And we really need more volunteers. You know, it's a small commitment, and for each class that you teach, you're trained to do that class, and everything is laid out, all the activities, the games, and the puzzles and stuff we play with the kids is all pre-planned, and it's a really wonderful group of people and a really fun organization. If you'd like to work with kids outside, this is a perfect thing for you. And so if you'd like to contact me, you can always call the school and they will have my information, but I'm Elizabeth Erickson. Thank you very much.
Again, with the Lions Club, we're also doing screening with the Leyland and Gray students, the elementary school. We're trying to coordinate time and date to do the screening. We have them trained on vision testing, equipment for your children. It's very important, I feel, that the younger children get the screening. It catches abnormal problems early on that can be addressed and corrected in their formative years. So this is another thing that we do with the Lions Club, and it's free, all the students. And we're coordinating with the school nurse and
Thank you.
Will we thank the select board for their service and then adjourn?
There has been a motion to adjourn. It's been seconded. It is not debatable, it's not amendable, and it passes by a simple majority. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Thank you very much. The meeting is over.
We are back on the record on H610, draft 7.1. And Eric will do a quick walkthrough for us. Thank you, welcome.
Sure.
Afternoon, everybody.
Afternoon, Grant.
Eric Fitzpatrick with the Office of Legislative Counsel here this afternoon to talk about the new proposed strike all amendment to H610, activating to firearms and domestic violence. See, we're on version 7.1 now, and you probably have already noticed this if you had a chance to look at it, but we've continued with our process of using colors to highlight which changes have been made to the previous draft, and this one we have, I believe we moved on to green. Yes, so the first ones were highlighted in yellow, then you had sort of a light blue turquoise.
You're gonna need a key.
Second time around, I think we may, yes, we probably should have like a separate.
There's no way to win this one. You either like lose the changes over time, or you get things in Senate colors, which makes it really leaves a bad taste in the mouth.
So I'll focus on the changes, but feel free, of course, to jump in and stop me if something comes up related to what had been done earlier. I'm going to pass right over section 1. That's the default proceed section. The last time we talked about the fact that it's now at a 30-day window as far as when the sale would be permitted to proceed without a response from NICS. That has unchanged from the previous draft. You see no green there. You will start to see some green in the release from abuse orders section. And in fact, you may have already noticed this too. I believe there's a numbering issue with the sections. We'll fix that in the editorial process, but that actually should be section 2, I believe, not section 3. The section itself is brand new in the sense that it was not in the previous draft. This is a product of, I think, what has been termed the group that was meeting outside the committee room to try and come up with some proposed language, and the various members of different organizations trying to reach agreement on what some language would look like. That's what this is in part of, and you'll see that it's proposing a new, there's an existing criminal offense known as impeding public officers, generally impeding a police officer, what the statute covers. And I don't know if you can tell what's underlined and what isn't because of the green, but subsection A there is not underlined. That means it's existing law. So the existing law is subsection A, which basically provides a 3-year felony. You see that on line 5. It's a 3-year felony for anyone hindering an executive, judicial, law enforcement, civil, or military officer acting under authority of the state. So this adds a new specific offense related to, and this is all connected to, if you think about what's been going on in the relief from abuse order section, I'll let the witnesses explain more precisely this connection, but you'll see that based on the language that you probably recall that one of the aspects of the RFA section is that it requires relinquishment of firearms under certain situations when the relief from abuse order is served, and this relinquishment has to be done usually pursuant to the language you'll see is to instructions from a law enforcement officer. So that's sort of the operative language just to keep in the back of your mind. So this new offense is added, or proposed to be added, I should say, that specifically deals with service of relief from abuse orders under, that's the site on line 9, 15 VSA 1103 and 1104. So the offense is if you're a person who's present at a location during the lawful search for or seizure of or removal of a firearm pursuant to an RFA order, is what that means. The person who's present when one of these orders is being executed, who refuses to obey instructions from a law enforcement officer to ensure the safe removal of firearms or to protect the safety of the officer or other persons shall be, and then you have a 2-year misdemeanor. So essentially it's prohibited conduct for someone who is present at the location while the order is being served and doesn't obey law enforcement officer instructions. That's the new misdemeanor that's proposed.
Thank you. Where did the information for this new misdemeanor come from? In other words, sort of how do we come up with sort of what the sentence would be, the definition of the crime?
All proposed by the group that I mentioned.
Is this just necessary because this is something related to a civil order? Or what is the reasoning for this? And are there other if I were to impede or not follow instructions of an officer executing a different type of search warrant, would there be a similar crime?
My reading of, well, the first question is, what's the reason and purpose behind this? I'm going to defer to the advocates for that part of the question.
I didn't mean for what they put it in there for, but sort of like why this type of misdemeanor, why this penalty? And that may still be a refer to the advocates, but I didn't know if there's like, some existing law that we're basing this off of.
Not that I did in this case, no. It was purely a basis of their proposal.
Okay.
Yeah. But as far as your second question.
It is within existing, is adding a new subsection to the existing law.
Right.
Right, but there is a new crime being created.
Yeah.
I understood. I thought he was just asking why was this particular penalty chosen, that sort of thing.
I'm just trying to figure out the basis of the crime.
Right.
But on the second part of the
question, I would read the existing sub A. If you hinder a law enforcement officer acting under the authority of the state, executing a warrant would seem to me you're acting under the authority of the state. So I think that at least in some cases, the execution of a warrant could be punished under A, the three-year felony.
Okay. So it may be a slightly lesser charge.
Under this particular, if you're acting under 1103 or 1104, right? Could be.
Why would the part 2 be necessary then? I think it's covered under A.
I think it's a matter of sometimes it may be covered in, this says person present on the location because there might not always be a warrant. See, if I'm understanding relinquishment correctly. Sometimes the officer will come back and got a warrant, but remember the way the 1103 and 1104 are proposed to be set up. There wouldn't necessarily be a warrant under certain circumstances. I think if I remember the one, we can look at the language. If, for example, that's the final order. If there's evidence that the defendant possesses or controls firearms, it's not necessarily a warrant, in other words. So,
but they're required to relinquish. I understand that. But going back to the other part, if I'm a person present and you don't have a warrant, and I say no, you can't come into the house.
Right.
Have I just committed a crime?
While the officer is executing an order, an RFA order under 1103 or 1104? Potentially, yeah. I'd say potentially.
So we're...
Assuming that, you gave it, in other words, you said you can't come into the house.
Right.
Yeah, potentially. Let's say, look at line 10. If the officer instructs the person, say, in fact, I think you could look at the definition here. Ensure the safe removal of firearms or protect the safety of the officer includes instructions requiring the person to temporarily vacate a location. So I think, if the officer says to the person,
so we're waiving the requirement for a warrant in this particular situation we're basically saying that if you don't have a warrant, and I say you don't have a warrant, so therefore you're not coming into my house, we're now creating a crime.
Assuming the officer has the order.
Has that order.
Yeah.
Okay, but in that particular instance, a warrant under this legislation would not be necessary, it sounds like.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So if a person is just in that house and they don't know where the guns are, and this person's asked if he knows where the guns are, and they find out more, can that person find more guns? Is that person considered a hinder and could be arrested because they don't know if he's lying or not?
So have they started? Sorry again. Say what's sort of the sequence of facts there. So you got someone in the house.
There's a person in a house.
Right.
Say a relative.
Right.
I'll narrow it down a little bit more. Right. He goes and says, I know where this gun is. I know where that gun is. Right. And then there's other guns that he didn't know about, but they find him. They find more guns. Couldn't he be considered hindering to this
Did the person never know?
Well, how you?
I mean, assuming under your, let's assume for the moment that the person didn't know about the other ones, as opposed to intentionally not telling.
Right.
I think the distinction of hindering turns on intent. So I would read, I'll do a little more research for you on this,
But a court will tear that apart. Well, did he know or didn't he know, right?
Well, I think you're right that a court, they would look at if there's any facts that the person actually did know, yeah, potentially different situation. But I would read hindering as an intentional attempt to impede an investigation, and that would require some knowledge. So if the person knew and didn't say, I'd say that could be hindering. Person never knew, just didn't know about it, I'm not so sure.
Well, just clarification, at what point can an officer enter a house?
That's a very broad question that, there's all kinds of answers to that. Certainly there are many, an officer can enter a house with a warrant.
No, I mean, with this bill.
Oh, I see, gotcha.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Right. So.
If I show up with an RFA, can I enter the house?
Oh, I see what you mean. You have a lawfully executed order that says, if the order says that the person's got to leave the premises, for example, which could be part of the order, then I would think the officer could enter the house to effectuate the order.
So, search and seizure. With no warrant.
Not necessarily search the house, but direct the person to leave. Yeah.
Okay, then at what point can they search the house for firearms?
You mean under the proposal that you're looking at?
Yes.
Right. I think the way it's framed up is that the possession of firearms by a person who's subject to either an emergency or final order is being made illegal under the bill, right? Under the proposal is, I think, Section 4, that, yeah, here it is. Actually, no longer Section 4. But the bill proposes this new crime, right, of a person who's subject to a temporary or final relief from abuse order can no longer possess a firearm, right? Mm-hmm. So the officer has probable cause to believe that the person actually does have a firearm. That's probable cause to believe that a crime is being committed. So in that situation, ordinarily, the officer would be required to go get a warrant, but if there's some exigent circumstances, maybe the officer suspects that the firearms are going to be hidden or taken away or something like that. It's possible that they could
So the potential is definitely there, and I see it as a high potential that somebody's house could be searched and have their personal property confiscated without a warrant.
If it could happen. It's possible, but again, I think it would have to fit into one of the exceptions to the warrant requirements that we talked about before.
Which is current law. The warrant, what you're...
Yeah, that's not changed by this. Right. Ordinarily, you have to get probable cause and a warrant. If they have probable cause to think that the person's got firearms and they're therefore violating the law, then in order not to have to get a warrant, it would have to fit into one of those exceptions we've talked about. Exigent circumstances, plain view, consent, a person could consent to it. Hot pursuit, just a species of exigent circumstances. They have to fit into one of those existing exceptions to the warrant requirement in order for the officer not to have to go to a warrant.
And do we have any other laws where, I mean, this starts out as a civil thing where somebody ends up being charged with a 2-year felony? Shall be, I think it's a shall.
Yep. I mean, yes, it's a shall.
Yeah.
I'm not sure off the top of my head. I can look into that one for you. I'm not sure about the connection between the civil violation and a criminal penalty. I do think that violation of a VAPO, violation of an abuse prevention order, which I think is a civil order, but I'm not 100% sure, that is a crime currently. So,
If this stays in, I think shall be in prison is pretty stiff for that situation.
I just want to make sure I understand this. So in the situation where, looking at the language on page 4, line 8 and 9, specifically line 9, in the situation where there's removal of firearms pursuant to 15 VSA section 1103, it's my understanding that essentially that is the individual consenting or one of the other exceptions to the warrant requirement. You know, they go and they serve the order. Presumably they ask about relinquishment at that point. If they consent, then they proceed, and the person then has to obey the instructions from a law enforcement officer, which is defined on the next page, on page 5, lines 13 to 19, which actually defines what that term instructions from a law enforcement officer means. So that would be that situation. The other is fairly straightforward. Seizure, that means there has been a warrant and probable cause. So in that instance, they have to follow the instructions of a law enforcement officer. Do I have that right? Is that?
I'm not sure that I read that as always having consent.
Well, one of the other exceptions.
During the lawful search for or seizure or removal of a firearm pursuant to an order. So I suppose, yes, because of the term lawful, similar to what I'd said earlier, that in order for it to be not pursuant to a warrant, it has to be fitted to one of the exceptions.
Can we add some language that clarifies that? Since there seems to be some ambiguity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have a question?
Yeah. So could you describe what a lawful removal of a firearm, forget the word search. Because there's a lot of ors in there. I'm trying to figure out sort of when the lawful removal kicks in.
Well, so let's say, for example, the order required relinquishment.
Right.
And they go to the residence, and the person says, all right, I got these 2 firearms. Officer would remove them. That would seem like a removal situation to me.
Right.
I assume that's what the language refers to.
But they would have to have it.
So that'd be consent.
But they wouldn't even necessarily enter the residence, necessarily.
So let's play it out. So you come, there's now an order against me, requires relinquishment.
Right.
The officer comes to my door for a lawful removal of those. And, we'll take out we'll just say there's no order to vacate, so it's not, I'm still at the house that I'm allowed to be at. Obviously, I'm not allowed to have those firearms under this bill. Mm-hmm. But you get to the door and I say no. What happens?
I would think at that point that the question becomes whether the officer has probable cause to think that when you say no, do you say, yes, I have firearms, but I'm not giving them to you? Or, no, I don't have any?
Play out both.
Right. I think if it were, no, I don't have, in either case, probably, unless some exception to the warrant requirement applies, the officer's going to have to go back to court and get a warrant. Unless an exception applies. So maybe there's some kind of exigent circumstances or something under the particular facts of a given case that lead the officer to reasonably conclude that unless the firearms are seized right then and there, you're going to lose them.
Right. What I'm concerned about is if I say no, right. I don't have any. You don't have a warrant, but you do have an order issued under one of those 2, I forget which one.
Yeah.
But I'm now, so the officer says, I'd like to come in to look, and I say no.
Right, you don't consent.
Then I've refused to obey instructions from a law enforcement officer to ensure the safe removal of firearms. Am I committing a crime under this new misdemeanor, and therefore I shall be imprisoned or fined. One of the two has to happen, or both.
So you guys see what you're saying. You're the person subject to the order.
Right.
And you're present during the attempted removal. You decline your consent.
Say I don't have any, and I say you can't come in.
Right. And if the officer then gives you instructions to
step aside.
Right. It may technically be true. It'd be an interesting question for the witnesses as to whether that's the intended sweep of this, because it may be that this is only intended to get at other people who may be impeding the officer from the search. But you may be right that
it's pretty broad with the person present.
Yes,
the way it's written.
I agree.
Yeah. Or, I mean, let's say other people. So you have something, and you come to the door and there's an order against me, but I'm not there.
Right.
Barbara's there, and she says, no, I don't know of any guns here, and you're not coming in. But even if that's a person present, that she could get caught up in that too, it seems, in the same scenario, but the same reading.
Right.
So, just some concerns. But thank you.
So I mean, I definitely think we have to make very clear that we're talking about a lawful removal, or we could say lawful relinquishment, and that means that one of the warrant exceptions has applied. Because then I think even the situation where it's not the person subject to the warrant, that person, unless they own that property and they own the firearms, can't consent to them coming in pursuant to that relinquishment order. But I guess the main thing, I think we need, my understanding has not been to allow searches and seizures absent a warrant or an exception to the warrant. And I think that this obviously shows there's some ambiguity that that's not clear.
Right.
At least that's been my understanding. I'd like to hear from the witnesses what they've thought.
Just a quick clarification. So I think Representative Trieber brings up a valid point, but I also think that the majority of people lie to the police when they encounter them, and at least from my experience, and it's extremely difficult to prove that. And so it's not as if a person just says no, that they're automatically getting charged with this crime, because you have to prove intent, and proving intent is a very difficult challenge.
Do you have to prove intent by this language?
If hypothetically I was the cop and I needed to build probable cause, which you need to charge somebody with a crime, I would want intent.
I'm only reading refuses to obey instructions.
And I'm just talking about the necessary elements you need for when you make your arrest.
I get it, but it probably isn't that hard of a bar to prove that I'm refusing to obey instructions for probable cause for that, or intent that I'm intending to refuse to obey instructions.
Not sure.
I don't have anything to add on that.
Didn't I also hear language that said attempting or attempt to remove firearms, but I don't see it. Was that just said, but it's not in here?
It's not in there now. I don't know if it was said.
Was it said, or am I just hearing things?
Do you want me to answer this?
Voices, lots of voices.
Were you talking about the existing law portion?
Just in this section right here.
Which line?
And, well, I'm not seeing it there, and that's why I'm questioning it. I thought attempt to remove is what I heard said, but I'm not seeing it in this language.
Yeah, it's not in there. So that, unless there are more questions questions about this proposed new offense, we can move on to the next part. Now we're now in the relief from abuse orders section, because the new crime was in Title 13, which is where the crimes are. So now we're related to the orders themselves, not what, someone allegedly hindering the removal of a firearm, but the orders themselves. And you remember that the proposal was to add a couple of definitions to the orders, and I'm going to skip forward just a second so you can see, and when we redraft this, probably better to reorder these sections so that the language comes prior to the definitions, but I'm going to move forward a little bit to see where the language comes in. That's going to be... So remember that if the order, and I'm on line 13 now, if the order requires relinquishment of firearms, there are a couple of things that have to be in this RFA order, if it requires relinquishment, because not all of them do, but if they do, there's some other provisions that have to be in the order as well. So first of all, you see, there's just one word added to the information about the firearm, just the number of the firearm, in addition to the type and location. But in addition, subdivisions 2 and 3, Roman numeral 2 and 3, lines 16 and 18, requirements that the defendant relinquish firearms pursuant to the instructions of a law enforcement officer. And 3, require the defendant to provide the law enforcement officer with some information, again, specifics, location of firearms, keys, combinations, locks, etc., and any other information that will assist the officer in the expedited access, retrieval, or delivery of firearms subject to relinquishment. Now, again, this is in response to information requested by the officer, but the key phrase, line 16 and 17, require the defendant to relinquish firearms pursuant to the instructions of the law enforcement officer. I just wanted to highlight that phrase because that's what's defined up above. Relinquishment means to give up. Everybody see where I am? Line 8 at the top of the page. So these are defining the terms that we just saw, defining what has to be in the order. Because the order has to provide for relinquishment of the firearm pursuant to the instructions of the law enforcement officer. Well, what do those terms mean? Proposal is relinquishment means to give up, pursuant to the instructions of a law enforcement officer, possession or control of a firearm to a cooperating law enforcement agency, approved dealer, or third party approved by the court. And that's the other statute that covers third party holding firearms by a person subject to one of these orders. And instructions of the officer includes instructions related to location of the firearms, production or location of keys, combinations to locks for firearm safes and doors, time, place, manner, and conditions of relinquishment, and any other information that will assist the officer in the expedited access, retrieval, delivery. So that is an attempt to, I think, flesh out the definitions of these terms that are defining what has to be in the order.
Yeah. So before you move on there, I understand all of that. I'm just wondering, can we compel someone to comply with lines 15 and 16?
I think that there's perhaps an argument that the person could assert a Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination in those circumstances. Right. But that would be sort of an as-applied situation. You know what I mean? That they might choose that, they might not.
So they're doing this to law enforcement, so they're not in court anymore, right? So we're not making a judge do this. I know there was concern about having someone in the court getting someone to potentially self-incriminate.
Right.
But this is asking a law enforcement officer. But there could be some, okay. Potentially, someone could argue that they're being asked to self-incriminate.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. So basically there's this cycle or this circle where if somebody chooses to plead the Fifth and does not provide the information to law enforcement, then they'll be arrested for impeding. Is that correct?
Well, I think that goes back to the question about impeding, as to who was that intended to cover. Whether it's the person who's refusing to provide the firearms because they actually are his or her own firearms, or whether it's some other person who's present in the location who's hindering this attempt to remove them. But I think under a literal reading of it, yeah, you're right. It would seem, at least the literal language would seem to cover both some other person at the location and the person, him or herself.
And then, so that person pleads the fifth, gets arrested, then the cops would have to get a search warrant, right, in order to conduct their search?
Oh, to go back to the premises and search for the firearms? Yeah, that's right. Unless there was some exception, some emergency that gave rise to an exigent circumstance. But barring that, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So, the language we were just looking at was the definitions for purposes of the orders themselves. So, we're going to move on to the substance of the orders. Again, this is the final order, and we've sort of gone through sort of different formulations of this language of what will trigger relinquishment. Remember, initially there was all orders would have relinquishment. Then in the blue, the first iteration of the language, if there's evidence that the defendant is in possession or has access to firearms, then the order relinquishment. This proposal now is in green. If there's evidence that the defendant possesses, owns, or controls firearms, then relinquishment is ordered. And that sort of true possesses, owns, or controls formulation is the same sort of series of words that have been used throughout the bill in different circumstances. So I think the idea here was it made more sense to be consistent with the terminology of when relinquishment is ordered.
Thanks for clarifying that. That change helps a lot.
Note that the word owned, though, is struck from, because this applies not only to firearms that the defendant possesses, owns, or controls, but that another person has on behalf of the defendant. And upon further analysis, I think it became obvious that another person may possess it or control it on behalf of the defendant, but they're not going to own it on behalf of the defendant. In that case, there isn't really the same concern, so that word is struck. This we just went through. I skipped forward a little bit. Remember, this is what if the order requires relinquishment, what has to be in the order. You're adding information about the number of firearms, requiring that the defendant relinquish pursuant to the law enforcement officer's instructions, and provide the LEO with various information about location, keys, combination locks, etc. That all has to be in the order. That was the final order. You see the emergency order. This is all just exactly the same. That's what we just looked at. Same thing, and that you take out the possession of or has access to, and replace it with possesses, owns, or controls, but strike the word owns when you're referring to somebody else other than the defendant. Same language again here that has to be in the temporary order as well. If the order requires relinquishment, then there has to be a specific language requiring relinquishment, and for the defendant to provide the LEO with various information that we just described. You'll see that lines 12 through 17 are struck. This is connected to the issue of once served, always served. Remember, we were discussing that issue of being able to serve the person by first-class mail after they've been personally served the first time. That, you'll see later on, is being struck completely. So they're not going to take the ability to serve by mail and to count, to serve the person by mail, particularly if they've been personally served the first time. All that is struck. So therefore, these notifications that involve that are struck also. No need to have them.
Sorry, to clarify, so all the discussion in this draft around the once served, always served, and the notification in all the sections that relate to it, that's gone. We're now back to basic service for all these.
Correct.
Things in this draft.
Yep.
Okay. Can I turn over this way? I don't know what there was a lot of concern with the group in the past about speed and finding people. Do you know what changed in this draft for that?
Yeah, it's coming up, I believe.
I'm sorry?
I think it's coming up.
I'm thought process behind it, not just the law. So.
The thought process was, the concerns really from Judge Gerson and his proposal of instead having a temporary order stay in effect until the permanent order or final order is served.
Okay.
That was what it was the judge's suggestion.
Okay, thank you.
And that language is right there, page 13. So the ex parte temporary order remains in effect until it's either dismissed or the petition is denied at the final hearing. And one of those two things will always happen. Either it will be dismissed and the final order will go into effect, or it will be denied altogether. And if the final order is issued, then the temporary order remains in effect until personal service of the final order. And again, all the stuff about striking all this language we just referred to, the first class mail, all that stuff is out. Now this has to do, we're now moving on to the return of service. So remember, that's the form that when the order is served, the return of service form has to go back to the court and tell the court the RFA has been served and here's what happened. And this details what information has to be in that return of service form. You see there's a couple of things. You've struck some and included others the proposal, but now the language sitting in front of you says how many firearms are relinquished by the defendant at the time of service. So at the time the order is served, how many firearms are relinquished has to be stated in the return. As well as subdivision 2 now, that's in green, whether the law enforcement officer has intended to contact the plaintiff after service of the order and prior to the return being filed with the court. Remember, you'll see as we get to it, in the previous version, it had required that the law enforcement officer contact the plaintiff. That was the proposal. That struck. So there's no requirement that the LEO contact the plaintiff. But if the contact does happen, whether or not the officer made that attempt has to be just stated one way or the other in the return. Not a requirement that they do, but it just has to be stated. And that's, I think, so now, those are the two provisions that have to be in the return. How many firearms are relinquished and whether the LEO tried to contact the plaintiff. The court has to provide a copy to the plaintiff. And then after, this is subdivision C in green, line 13, after the law enforcement officer has made those indications, in other words, after they've indicated on the return how many firearms were relinquished and whether or not the plaintiff was contacted, then the return of service is filed at the earliest possible time, takes precedence over other summons and orders. There's some clarification language, 16 and 18. They're just saying that if they don't actually make those indications, that's not going to affect the validity of the service. In other words, the defendant can't argue the service wasn't valid because it doesn't contain some information about how many firearms I had or whether the plaintiff was contacted. Now, so that's the return of service. Next step, remember, is the warrant. So, again, there's been a lot of iterations of the warrant requirement as we've gone through different versions of this bill in committee. The one you're looking at here, in a sense, just sort of explicitly states what current law would be, which is that the court may issue the warrant under the subsection for seizure of firearms in response to an application filed under Rule 41, which is the way the procedure currently works now. That's the rule that governs filing an application for a search warrant. And that's it. So if that basically the implication there is that the application for the warrant has to be filed under Rule 41, which is the process that happens anyway. And all the struck language had included some specifics about, well, the court can issue this warrant if it finds probable cause to believe, and then it listed some of these things. But those were, you may recall, originally came out of this New Jersey Supreme Court case that was tied to the fact that this was a civil warrant. But since the court isn't doing that anymore, and it's only issuing warrants in response to Rule 41 of the Rules of Criminal Procedure, you don't really need that language anymore either. So that's out. And what you have left is really just what the current process would be anyway. And we're now moving on to immunity. Remember, that's another topic which essentially means providing the law enforcement officer to act under these chapters to serve these warrants, execute the warrants rather, serve the orders, that sort of thing with immunity, and that means they can't be sued. Can't be sued civilly or prosecuted criminally for some of their conduct. And you see there's some tweaking there. The blue language you'd already looked at last time. There's a little bit of tweaking in green that, again, you have the sort of general immunity for this is lines 11 and 12, for acts undertaken or omissions made in good faith reliance on the provisions of this chapter rather than section, because chapter is more inclusive.
Yeah, just is there any substantive difference between the words section and chapter?
Yes. Yep. It's chapter includes all the sections in the chapter. This section would be just acting pursuant to the service and warrants section. This section 1105. By including chapter, you are referring to the 1103 and 1104 also primarily, which is the actual service of the RFAs, the service of the orders. So they get immunity for acts they take in good faith reliance on the law that governs their service of these orders.
It seems pretty wide. Is that? And I'm assuming the intent is to be wide. The intent of the proposers is wide.
Yeah, I think it is broad.
Do we, in other places where we put immunity in, are we that broad, or are we typically putting immunity for law enforcement into a more targeted area?
I think, and I can show you a couple of examples, I think good faith reliance on the provisions of a given law is not uncommon. I can think of the drone statute has similar language. When I think the electronic communications privacy has similar language. So I think that providing immunity is the exception, not the rule. But that when you do it, that language is not unusual. That's, I guess, the way I'm going to respond.
I'll let you pick this one up. You're going to love it. Tom.
So, in the part that Matt just raised, the way it's written now, it almost looks like we're giving immunity whether, I mean, it doesn't talk about the good faith attempt unless it does from up above. Because if a law enforcement officer just was like, what the heck, I'm not going to go do this, we're giving them immunity. Right?
No, I think that that language is key on line 12. It has to be
made in good faith.
Yes,
okay.
Yeah. So like an intentional disregard of the law, I would argue.
Okay.
Probably not good faith.
Right. All right. No, I'm just seeing that. Thank you.
Yeah.
So this doesn't circumvent the current provisions related to sovereign immunity for the police. I mean, because they already have immunity unless there's gross negligence or willful misconduct, right? And so this doesn't circumvent those elements, right?
If you mean supersede.
Yeah, that's probably.
Right. I think it does.
Sorry. It does.
That's the way I read it. Yes, I think under existing law, you're right. There's a body law for when law enforcement have immunity. And I think my reading of this is that it is broader than that and provides immunity in addition to what exists under current law.
So can I just provide a quick hypothetical scenario? Yeah. So let's say a cop has a grudge against a person who, and he's executing an RFA, or I'm sorry, he's executing one of these orders to seize the firearms. He takes the gun and intentionally damages it just because he doesn't like this person because they have a history of some sort. That will make him immune from the willful misconduct exception from sovereign immunity?
No, because I think in that case it still wouldn't meet the good faith reliance test of this on line 12.
Okay.
Or it still wouldn't be immune. But I think there might be situations, I can't come up with them off the top of my head, but there might be situations that potentially an officer might not be immune under existing law that they might be immune here. Not sure, but sometimes they're going to be the same, like those example you just gave. Certainly not an intentional destruction of property. No way that's good faith reliance on the statutes. I wouldn't be immune to that. Right.
So, I mean, so I guess I'm not sure how one can be acting in good faith if they're grossly negligent either, frankly. And the other standard right now under current laws, gross negligence.
Yeah, potentially. Potentially. So does everybody get a sense of what the immunity provisions are there? So again, that you're adding, the proposal is to add also the word search for, not just failing to learn of, locate, or seize a firearm, failing to search for. Subdivision 2, you added returning a seized or relinquished firearm. So again, because sometimes a firearm is given up voluntarily, relinquished, it's not just the seizing that would kick in the immunity. And there's some language proposed to be added here. You see subdivision B, line 17. Chapter, it's a very similar concept, should not be construed to create a legal duty for a law enforcement officer or agency to a plaintiff or any other person. Again, a duty would give rise to an ability to be sued. So since there's no legal duty, they can't be sued. No action can be filed against the officer based on a claim for which there's no liability. In other words, if there's immunity, you can't file a lawsuit against the person.
So let's, Eric, so how does this interact with the current law under, let me find the provision, 20 BSA 2307?
The immunity provisions of that law?
Yeah, H, where that has to do with seizure, storage of firearms.
Yep.
And that one specifically talks about recklessness, gross negligence, or intentional misconduct.
Right.
If deterioration of the firearms occurred because of that. Is that still in place for the storage component, or does this somehow conflict with that?
I haven't examined that in great detail, but if that provision, which I don't know, applies specifically to the storage, whereas this doesn't, which nothing here, I think, does cover storage, then yes, I would say that provision still applies to storage, that level of immunity.
It's stored or transported pursuant to the section, which...
But it doesn't cover seized or...
No, it just says stored or transported.
Yes, then I think that's right then. So this level of immunity would apply to the seizure and the removal, whereas the storage and the transport would seem to be covered by 2307. Yeah. And that's a distinction that you mentioned that I believe, and probably similar to the sovereign immunity that you're talking about, is that there are exceptions for gross negligence and intentional misconduct in 2307, if I remember right. Whereas there aren't here. And this language actually, 4A and B, I think is similar to that language in 2307 as well. So that's something we may want to follow up on. I'm just noticing this is something that I had not noticed before, which is that as originally, this language has been in there from the beginning. This is the existing, and this language tracks the immunity language represented on that you were just mentioning. And I think that was originally in the bill to provide a level of immunity. But now, since in this new draft, you're proposing, the proposal is to add more detail about the immunity, you may want to strike that.
to avoid
It's been
inconsistency.
back in for a while.
No, this is the new cover.
That makes sense.
That's true. It's back in.
B, I mean, A can probably stay. That doesn't really talk about immunity. It's just saying that it's more of a method, but B, about immunity. Right. Now you've got it potentially inconsistent in two places, so probably want to strike that.
Yeah. So last week, it seems like we were talking about the number of firearms that could potentially be confiscated. And I don't remember who said it, but somebody said something about a U-Haul storage unit, potentially to put, what's that?
That's probably BPA, maybe.
So anyway, under this immunity, say if it came that there was 1,000 firearms at somebody's house, and the only place that they could, get them to right off was a U-Haul storage unit. And they brought them to U-Haul, they put them in the storage unit, and somebody broke in and stole them because it's not going to be as safeguarded as a police station or whatever. What's the story on immunity there? Or even if somebody broke into the police station and stole them, I guess it really wouldn't matter.
It's really going to turn on lines 14 and 15. If the damage or deterioration occurred as a result of recklessness, gross negligence, or intentional misconduct by the law enforcement. So it's really, if it was ordinary negligence, just say they, and again, it's hard to say. You can sort of put a couple of hypothetical facts out there as to what can sometimes turn on the difference between negligence and gross negligence or recklessness. So let's say, for example, the law enforcement agency knew that there had been break-ins at that particular facility before and had not properly secured a particular storage facility, then I'd say that would probably rise to the level of recklessness and gross negligence. They wouldn't be immune. On the other hand, let's say they didn't, and it was a one-time. They didn't have any evidence that it happened before. There was no reason to think that necessarily the robbery would happen in this particular facts. They'd probably be immune. That's probably no negligence there. Yeah.
So, then I think we can. It's been said enough. We can pretty much expect that more firearms are going to be confiscated with this bill. So, if law enforcement doesn't have the proper storage for these, and there's deterioration, let's just go with deterioration, because there's not proper storage, isn't that in itself recklessness and gross negligence by confiscating these things and not having a proper place to store them?
Interesting question. I don't know, maybe. I see what you're saying. That like if they're aware that they don't have proper storage that will not prevent deterioration, is that conscious disregard of a known risk? Arguably. But that one interesting thing, that's existing law. Like that provision is in Title 2307 already.
Yeah, I mean, I guess at this point, regardless of existing law.
Right.
And to me, it would be reckless to, I'll go back to U-Haul, and they say they're climate controlled. Well, maybe the climate is, the humidity's too high, and they're climate controlled. So.
Oh, wait a minute. I have to ask a question, don't I?
Yes.
So there's no facilities out there at all that's equipped to handle what firearms could possibly be confiscated from this bill? That's why the U-Haul, I assume, got brought up, right? Because there's not enough.
I think that's a question for,
yeah.
I don't think that's a legal question for Eric pertaining to the law.
Right, yeah.
And that's a question for for instance, the commissioner who talked about taking care of storage, and that storage is, according to his testimony, no longer an issue. But that's not a question for Eric to answer.
So I think that brings us to, that's the end of the RFA section, and that brings us to the extreme risk protection order section. You remember that Representative Donahue was in testifying about that, and that's in response to that testimony and discussion that the committee had, that we will see new language on page 20. And this has to do with emergency ERPO orders, emergency temporary relief orders. That you remember the proposal is that the ERPO, extreme risk protection order, can be filed for not just by the state's attorney or the AG, but by a family or household. That's the proposal in the bill, the most recent amendment of the bill. And Representative Donahue was in here, and after that discussion, some language has been added to make clear that when the petition is filed, the emergency petition is filed by a family or household member. So this only applies when it's filed by a family or household member, not when it's filed by a state's attorney or the attorney general. In that case, though, when the family or household member does file it, it can only be based on an allegation, I'm on line 4 now, that the petitioner poses an imminent and extreme risk of causing harm to another person, and shall not be based on an allegation that the respondent poses an imminent and extreme risk of causing harm to himself or herself. See, generally speaking, ERPOs can be based on either one, causing extreme risk of harm to another person or to him or herself. And this sort of carves out an exception to that and says, well, if it's the family member filing it, it can only be based on risk of harm to another person, not to the person himself or herself. Try to get there.
Questions for
let's see if there's anything else even in here. I don't believe there are. Nope. So that's it as far as the changes between draft 7.1 and draft 6.1.
Any questions for Eric?
All right.
Hey. Yeah, let's take a 10-minute break. Oh, well, I'm sorry.
Well, it's not a question about this language, but I'm just wondering if you or someone else can direct. I think the citation that Representative Donahue shared led to like somewhere other than she intended about existing law around involuntary commitment, essentially, and how it would intersect. I think she was making the case that. So anyway, I was just
that there could still be, if I remember correctly, there could still be involuntary commitment of a person based on a petition of an interested party because the person is at risk of causing harm to themselves, I think is what she was saying.
Right.
Right. That even though you couldn't have this firearm.
Can you just tell me where?
It's in Title 18.
18, say 7505.
Thank you.
Just off the top of my head.
Right, well done.
On this piece of paper.
I guess I would say, I don't think I need this right now from your walkthrough, but just as we move into further discussion on this, I would really want to understand more about that provision and how it.
I'm going to be extremely brief, but I would welcome any questions. It's been represented in email, Bill Moore, Vermont Traditions Coalition Firearms Policy Analyst. It's been represented in emails from the leadership that our organization opposes this bill in all its elements. That's accurate. I have repeatedly turned down the offer and opportunity to testify because of this being such a moving target. Eric Davis, on behalf of Gun Owners Vermont, Chris Bradley, twice, 3 times now, have testified to all the technical aspects, all the constitutional concerns that I could possibly repeat. I've just spent a lot of time going over their recent testimony, in particular, to make sure that I can make that statement accurately. My concern from the beginning of this process has been that an individual civil right, a God-given natural, inalienable right, as described in the Heller decision as an individual right. If anyone harbors any collective right illusions, you should dispel those. But this individual right is being treated to a disbarment, to a separation, to an alienation in constitutional terms through a civil action with no representation in a non-adversarial process, because the defendant is not present, not welcome to be present, nor is he invited to provide any representation on his own behalf or her own behalf, as the case may be. So we have a civil matter to issue an RFA. These are very important civil proceeds. They're meant to be streamlined and effective for one purpose and one purpose only: separate two individuals, one of whom may be a danger to the other. As these advocates will testify, and a good attorney, that is a finely tuned process, which has been tested in the courts over the years for its constitutionality. I'm not here to dispute that. I'm actually here to support it. Law enforcement has stated repeatedly, and I believe at times some members of the court, that confusing that process and making it more complicated hinders its ability to respond in a timely manner to offer the protection that the RFA and other similar orders are designed to offer. Which gets back to my underlying premise with this bill. You have an inherent, inalienable, individual constitutional right similar to that of freedom of the press, freedom of speech, freedom of association, freedom to worship, that is being subjected to scrutiny and alienation from an individual in a civil process. Again, forgetting that we're complicating the relief from abuse order system. We're talking about a constitutional right. This is so similar to the civil rights violations that were treated upon post-Reconstruction blacks in the South, where things grew out of those errant laws without due process, without a criminal court, without representation, such as not allowing them to have firearms, such as not allowing them to vote, such as tests for voting rights. I don't think it's a reach for me to go into that realm and say, this is a very similar thing, where you take a civil matter, you take a low-level bureaucratic process and try to apply it to something cherished in an individual right, which is now recognized by the court. If you just simply take the Heller decision and read it, where the essence of that right is self-defense, and essentially self-defense in the home, that should bring you up to a level of scrutiny that just simply disbars you from applying this type of order in a civil process. It should be immediately elevated to where it is an individual who is notified of the threat to have their rights removed in a court, offered some sort of representation, and informed of their rights. Previous, we made an exception in the red flag law for ex parte orders. We grudgingly supported, or at least failed to oppose, that statute being instituted in Vermont for the simple reason that it did afford some due process. We fought for stronger due process, but this committee reduced that. The law did pass, and to some degree we support its ability to address those situations. The situations described in this bill should be addressed in ERPOs. They should be addressed in further criminal charges against a person who poses a threat. But to layer these two things on top of each other, an individual right, if I came to you and said, you've published a hate speech weblog, and you're being charged, and here's an order to cease and desist your publication under the law. And oh, by the way, we have an order here that says I can take your computers, I can shut your network down, I can order that your servers are all deny you service. And by the way, we did this in a civil action. You weren't represented, you weren't even notified that it happened. You'd be shocked. I can only describe individual rights the way the Supreme Court has often described them. And that is that they are inherent, pre-existent, and unalienable. That means that without due process. This bill does not describe any due process. So that's my brief statement. I would like to hit on a couple of items before I end. It's impossible to prepare a testimony in any gory detail for a bill that changes once a week in a highly technical manner. Only attorneys can truly understand the gory details of it. Poor Eric was put on the spot this morning. An added section, completely new to the bill. By the way, this latest version, because it had an added section completely new to the bill, I was just wondering what the vote count was to amend the bill in that order. What was the vote to include that new section?
There haven't been any votes.
Have there been any votes to hold the public hearing? Have there been any votes to do any of the amendments at any stage of the game in this process?
Votes.
Take that as a no.
Votes to hold a public hearing?
There have been no votes to amend the bill.
No, the bill has not.
That's a fair statement.
It's fair, but also the bill has not been amended in any of these. No amendment. So
this is not the bill is introduced. These are all. They've never been voted on.
Correct.
To advance them as amendments.
Correct. The bill,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, 610 is still as introduced. Yeah.
So, just briefly on the new section. It's clear that there hasn't been a detailed discussion on what the implications of creating this new crime are. It's also clear that it seems to attempt to create a warrantless search exception that may be actually applied on a person who happens to be present at the location. If a neighbor were there at the front doorstep when the RFA is being issued, and that person seemed to have some knowledge of firearms in the building, but simply just stated what I said. I don't have any interest in helping you with this. I'm not going to answer your questions. I'm not going to give you any knowledge of firearms in the building. I could be charged under this. It creates a third party endangerment. It puts someone at peril of law up to 2 years who, until they step foot in front of the officer, had no understanding whatsoever of the situation. At every single turn in the process of this bill, there's a complete lack of Fifth Amendment capability. In fact, it's almost an implicit denial of it. If you refuse under this new section to participate in producing information that could place you at peril of other charges, including the one described in this new section, it's circular. It's a catch-22. You are putting yourself at peril by declaring your constitutional rights to not self-incriminate. This all under a civil order. The threat of a criminal order, the threat of a criminal charge, the threat of a justifiable warrant served by the court at the door front applies to the person and the specific items, places, time, and manner the court issued the warrant under. You can't create an exception because someone refuses to participate in an officer's service of that warrant. If they ask a question and someone doesn't answer it, you've created peril for that person, and they're in a bind. There were no answers to these questions this morning. Clearly, this has not been vetted. As to the remainder of the bill, I will simply repeat that we support the positions both expressed by the Federation and Gun Owners of Vermont, and that in order for this bill to move forward, it's time for some votes. It's time for you folks to vote on some of these sections by section as to whether or not you wish to have them to be part of the bill. We're looking at a public hearing where sign-up begins in 1 hour. After 6 weeks, none of you have voted or gone on record as to which sections of this bill you propose to support or which amendments to which sections you propose to support. And I would submit to you that most of us on this side would not have wished to have a public hearing under these circumstances. And so the message you will hear tonight will be based on the best information that your citizens have at their disposal. And after this morning, I believe it's clear that even the committee members are not well informed of the implications of this bill. And with the new sections that aren't vetted, I would submit again that the public hearing will only be an expression of outrage on the general principle of taking an individual right with no due process, no representation, no potential for self-protection against self-incrimination. It is going to be detrimental to not only the image, but the ability to serve these orders. And it will create confusion that will create danger for officers, as has been also testified to. There are so many other methods by which this committee, through its broad jurisdiction, could affect real help to the potential victims and the victims that are involved in these domestic disputes, not the least of which would be resources to assert some help in processing ERPOs in a timely manner. I leave you with this last comment. I basically withdraw from supporting the ERPOs as long as the section of the bill that allows family members to bring them remains. We are now technically, as an organization, supportive of the ERPO concept, but it should be initiated only through officers of the court, through due process, with notification and ability to represent oneself. And if that is hindered or watered down in any way, we can no longer support that, period. I look forward to a lot of the technical problems with the new section being answered by smarter people than me, people with the technical training and judicial temperament to speak to them, and at which time I would like to comment further. Thank you.
Great. Okay. So we are continuing with page 610. Welcome, David.
Thank you. David Scher with the Attorney General's Office. As I mentioned last week, we had reviewed the EPA's proposal, and we had no objection to all of the sections, but we do, and I had not testified to this yet, but I understand the committee is curious about the impeding statute, and I did want to give the Attorney General's Office's position on that. And our position is that the addition of the second section proposed to the impeding statute would be unconstitutional on its face, and that the reason for that is that it would be too vague. And so the constitutional doctrine that implicates is void for vagueness. That's the term that the courts use. There actually was a court case that came out just in 2019, and it was a court case interpreting the impeding statute as it currently exists. Yes, sorry, Vermont Supreme Court, interpreting Vermont's impeding statute as it currently exists. And the court noted in that case that in order to remain constitutional, the impeding statute does have to be read narrowly, because if it isn't read narrowly, it's potentially criminalizing a lot of ordinary behavior, or behavior that might happen somewhat routinely. In that case, a driver refused to turn over their license and registration upon request, which is itself a civil violation, not a criminal violation. And in doing so, it did hinder the officer's ability to carry out their job and defy a lawful order. The court noted that on its face, that may have violated the impeding statute. It said, look, it did two things that you need to have an impeding statute violation. One, it did violate a law, and the person did violate a law, and in violating that law, they made it so the officer couldn't carry out their duty. But the court said that because the impeding statute is a felony, and I realize that we're talking about a potential misdemeanor here, but because the impeding statute is a significant criminal liability, the statute read fairly cannot have meant that such a low-level violation, in that case, the violation was a civil violation, a traffic infraction. It can't be the case that the legislature meant to include such low-level behavior and turning it into a felony. And so they were basically saying, look, all the person did was do a traffic violation, and now you're making them a criminal. And they basically said that can't be the case, and we don't read the statute that way. So that's sort of actually all by way of background, and that's to say where the court went next with this statute was to say, or with this case, was to say, not only do we not read the statute that way, but we believe that we are constitutionally required to read the statute narrowly. And they did an analysis of the void for vagueness doctrine. And again, they went back to the notion that if you read the impeding statute broadly, under the plain terms of the impeding statute, it could criminalize a lot of behavior that wouldn't otherwise be criminal, like just choosing not to tell an officer something like that. If you read this broadly under the plain terms, potentially including sweeping up a lot of behavior that we would normally think of as not being unlawful. And they noted the standards that they look to when interpreting void for vagueness, and so I'll read you one of them, one of the ways that they put it. The doctrine of void for vagueness, generally stated, requires that penal statutes define a criminal offense with sufficient certainty so as to inform a person of ordinary intelligence of conduct which is proscribed or forbidden, and such that arbitrary and discriminatory enforcement is not encouraged. Under our reading of the proposal and the proposed addition to the impeding statute, it would subject somebody to criminal liability who has not broken a law, who is potentially lawfully in a residence or whatever the location might be, isn't themselves subject to a relief from abuse order or any order, and maybe has not done anything except sat or stood in a place and not moved. It then becomes the officer's decision as to whether or not the officer subjectively believes that that person presents a threat, or a threat to their safety, or makes them unsafe. Then they can tell the person to do something, to leave the house, to stand there, to move, whatever it might be. And if the person disobeys that request, they would now be a criminal, or potentially a criminal, depending on how the court case proceeds. The issue with that is that any ordinary person who has not themselves broken the law, who is not themselves subject to an order, who has not made any affirmative move to impede an officer, has to make a guess as to whether or not this officer believes them to be a threat to safety, or is just saying that they would prefer them to move or would rather them be somewhere else. And there's sort of two sequential issues here. One is that the choice to subject somebody to criminal liability is solely within the officer's purview. The person cannot do or refrain from doing something to avoid potential criminal liability because it is solely within the officer's decision, subjective decision, as to whether or not this person poses a threat of safety. And then they give the order or make the request. And now that is what potentially makes the person subject to criminal liability. But there's nothing that person can do. Again, they're just there by whatever stroke of bad luck. And they are now at the complete discretion of the officer as to whether they are potentially going to be subject to a crime. Now, of course, they won't actually be subject to a crime unless they disobey an officer's orders. But it will not necessarily be clear to a person. So I would actually argue, let me stop right there and say, that by itself, the fact that criminal liability will only attach because of an officer's subjective belief about their own safety, is by itself a significant constitutional problem because, again, the person can't control anything about that. And that's the sort of basic standard we have when we talk about void for vagueness doctrine. A person has to be able to know or to know how to behave in order to avoid being a criminal or being charged with a crime. And here they really can't control it. They are where they are for whatever reason when this person comes in to serve a RFA order, and there is nothing they can do to avoid an officer's concern, reasonable or not. So now an officer, and then I should say, so let me now move to the next step of the analysis. I'd say that we already have a significant constitutional concern. Secondary constitutional concern is that when the officer issues an order, that person does not necessarily know whether or not they are actually being issued an order, or the officer's saying, hey, you know, it would be better if you went over here. Now, is the officer in saying so motivated by a concern for their safety? If they are motivated by that, and again, this is in the officer's head, not necessarily something that an ordinary person can know what's going on in their head. If that is motivated by safety, now they are subject to the crime. If it wasn't motivated by a concern for the safety, if it was a request of convenience or whatever it might be, well, now they aren't subject to the crime because in the officer's head, it was not an order motivated by a concern for their safety as required by the proposed statute. So you have a sort of secondary issue with respect to void for vagueness and ordinary individuals not knowing whether or not they are subject to criminal liability. And again, there's a nice outline of all of this in State v. Bratt, which is on point with respect to the impeding statute. Very recent case from 2019, and I think that's a jumping off point for the committee. And we've certainly, now Bratt again, I was about the current impeding statute, but it is an important signal in terms of how courts are going to interpret this, in that it does require the current statute to be read narrowly, and we believe that a significant expansion, as proposed here, would not be looked upon favorably by the courts and does have a void for vagueness problem.
I appreciate that. Questions?
Could you say the case name again and the citation?
Yes, State v. Bratt, and I don't have the modern citation, but the old one will get 220 A3D 759. It's 29.
So, my question is, I mean, this focus is on officer safety, is what I'm gathering from this expansion, and you know what you're saying is that it's as written. It seems like it could be unconstitutional. So if this were to be changed and we were to put in writing that to clarify that police at a scene like this have the authority to control the movement of people while executing this order, would that be considered unconstitutional? Off the top of your head, if you can.
I mean, I hesitate to make those kinds of decisions without being able to read potential language. I certainly understand the concerns about officer safety, and you know we've worked very hard to address them and throughout the bill, and have made many changes to do so. I think that with respect to serving the order, officers will certainly still retain discretion as to whether or not they should serve the order, whether they should apply for a warrant. They could certainly choose to do that. And once you're serving a warrant, officers have much more ability, constitutionally permissible ability to control a scene. And that may be the prudent thing to do, and we understand that.
Questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
For the record, Brian Grierson, Chief Superior Judge, testifying to draft 7.1 of H610. And unless the committee chair indicates otherwise, I'll just confine my remarks to the new green sections. And obviously, the first one deals with the issue that Mr. Scheer addressed a few minutes ago, as well as the prior two witnesses. As the committee knows, testify or don't offer testimony with respect to policy, nor can I offer legal opinions.
No advisory opinion?
No advisory opinions. So I cannot comment on Mr. Shear's testimony or the prior witness's testimony as to the issue around the constitutionality of, I'm looking specifically on page 4, lines 8 through 13. As I read the bill, that would be new law. The preceding section 1, the lines 1 through 7, is the existing law. I think I can safely say that perhaps consistent with some of the testimony you've heard, the way this language appears, it would certainly expand the net of individuals who could be subject to criminal prosecution if that remains in the bill. Having said that, and even having in mind the idea of expanding the net of potential criminal defendants, I do not see this as having a significant impact on cases coming into the court in the sense that do I expect there to be a high volume of cases with this charge. I would expect, as you've heard from the previous 3 witnesses, something coming in under this provision would probably be very heavily litigated. But I do not see in terms of volume that it would have a significant impact in that respect. And I'll just continue to go along unless there are questions. I'm looking on page 5, which now adds a definition of relinquishment. Which certainly both the law enforcement and the individual subject to the orders understand the obligations. What I would say is that if you're going to adopt that definition, I do not see the need for that same language. I'm looking now at page 7. The order calls for that language to be included. And I don't think it's necessary that the language then appear. I think it's on page 7. On page 7, this is talking about the order. If I got this right. In other words, it's merely repeating all of the definition of relinquishment. So if you've already ordered relinquishment as part of the order, the definition would follow that order without the necessity of, again, repeating that same language in the order itself. And that's merely more a matter of form than substance, but I just do not see the need to repeat it.
So more of a matter of form than substance, so it's more a matter of, just if you can say a little bit more about that, just so I want to make sure that.
Well, in the sense that if you have the definition of relinquishment, which is extremely broad in itself, particularly when you add in the section that talks about looking at line 18, any other information that will assist the officer in the expedited access, retrieval, or delivery of firearms, it literally allows the police significant discretion in what they're asking the individual to do to relinquish the firearm. I mean, it literally is anything. And so these cases, I would expect, would be addressed on a case-by-case basis. It's going to be hard to compare one to the other. And if you're going to have the definition or adopt that definition, I think the officer can respond to be able to respond to the facts before them in an individual case without the necessity of that language, again, being repeated in the order.
But it seems that it's serving a more, the purpose it's serving in the order is to instruct the defendant as to the defendant's obligations. that they're to relinquish this pursuant to the instructions of law enforcement, that they're supposed to provide certain information. So maybe we don't need them both, but I would be inclined to get rid of the definition before I get rid of the instructions to the defendant, which would be in the order.
If I was going to have one, I would suggest by having the definition.
But you're assuming that the defendant will have access to that definition. I mean, yeah, I know we assume that people understand what the law is, but
When you have a clause such as the last clause that allows the police any other information that they need in order to relinquish the firearms, that should be sufficient for their purpose. Again, I'm not telling the committee to include it or not include it. I don't think it's necessary. I think if you have a definition as broad as that, that gives the law enforcement the ability to exercise their discretion in the field depending on the particular circumstances before them. And it's not necessary that it be in the order.
can I ask you a slightly different question? Sure. So if it's included in the order that you require the defendant to relinquish the firearms pursuant to the instructions of a law enforcement officer and provide that other information, if they don't do that, do we then have a violation of the use prevention order?
If they don't do what, I'm sorry?
If they don't follow those instructions that would be in the order, relinquishing the firearms pursuant to the instructions and providing this various information.
Well, if they don't follow the officer's instructions, they're going to be violating the order.
Right, if it's in the order. I'm saying if that language, as we have right now on page 7, is in that order, if they thereafter do not follow the instructions of a law enforcement officer.
I think they would be violating the order with or without that language in the order. In other words, the definition, I think, addresses what relinquishment means. And it's a very broad definition of relinquishment.
Right. But I guess I'm still concerned about the notice to the defendant of what is expected.
And that's a valid issue for the committee to resolve.
Thanks.
On the bottom of page 6, keep in mind that at that point in the process, remember that's the final order, which, at least in the bill, comes before the emergency order. That language, upon reflection, the language that speaks to evidence that the defendant is in possession of firearms, owns or controls, is not as significant in the final hearing as it is in the emergency hearing. For the simple reason that if the order is granted on any basis in the final hearing, the law requires relinquishment at that point, and it would be essentially be mandatory. Federal law says you cannot possess. So this language you'll find also in the emergency order, and that's where we specifically wanted it in the emergency order, so that there has to be some evidence before the court of possession and control of firearms on an emergency basis to justify their relinquishment on an ex parte basis. And it comes in for a final hearing if the order is granted an order of a final order because of the implications of federal law. You could still order relinquishment even if there was not evidence of firearms. So it's more to clarify. The standard doesn't have to be the same at the final as it is the emergency basis.
Are you okay with it being in there as far as if there's evidence?
I'm okay with it as long as someone doesn't interpret it that without that evidence you can't order relinquishment.
Yeah, it doesn't say that.
It doesn't say. But remember, it's always subject to interpretation.
I mean, it's saying that if the evidence is there, the court shall issue the order with relinquishment. It doesn't say anything that if the evidence is not there, it doesn't prohibit the court
doesn't say it.
from doing that. Right.
But I'm not going to tell you that somebody may not interpret it.
Sure.
So,
Okay, so I'm a little bit lost here. So on the bottom of page 6, that's where this turns into a final order? Is that just where you were?
yes.
So that language here turns into final order?
Yes.
Are you saying, is your question that it changed to make this section of the bill the final?
I'm just, somehow or another, I'm just trying to follow this whole thing.
Hopefully, maybe this will clarify it. If you go to page 9, beginning on line 5, this is where we're really talking about an emergency order. And remember, it's the way the bill is structured that, and actually it's the way the statute is structured. So that's part of the confusion. But if you focus in on how this comes into the court, it'll come in on an emergency basis, which begins on page 9. That's where the language says, and you remember the discussion very early on in this bill, that on an emergency basis, if you remember, witnesses were going back and forth whether the court should require the plaintiff to disclose information or whether the plaintiff should have the option of disclosing information about firearms. And so this was a way for the court to exercise its discretion in a given case, that if there was evidence of firearms, then they could mandate relinquishment on an emergency basis. And that language, and that was the reason for it, because on an emergency basis or an ex parte basis, there may not be information about firearms. And so it allowed the court to exercise its discretion on an emergency basis. But then when you go back to page 6, that's really a final order, and the circumstances are different. Because if you grant a final order of relief from abuse, there is a federal prohibition against possession of firearms, and relinquishment would be mandated at that point, or else the person would be violating.
Okay, so then didn't I just hear that relinquishment wasn't in there, but it's on the page, on the top of page 7, right?
It is. It's just the circumstances under which, I think what we had talked about earlier is that if the court found abuse, that they shall order relinquishment as part of the final hearing.
So that word abuse gets, that's where...
If they issue the final order, they shall order relinquishment.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I was clear. So I understand federal law makes one a prohibited person if there's a final RFA issue. Does it say, I don't recall that the federal law requires relinquishment of firearms. It says you're a prohibited person.
Right, and so if there's, you can order relinquishment because you've now issued the final order. The issue we were wrestling with earlier in the testimony was the discretion the court had at the beginning.
Right, so, but if this bill passes, it will also be, you'll have the same situation for a temporary RFA, except it's state law that will prohibit a person from having a firearm, not federal law. So that analysis, that rationale could apply for both the final and the temporary. But I think we put this in here on both the final and the temporary because if there isn't any evidence of firearms, we don't want to have necessarily, unless the court has some other reason to put it in there, that order, which then is going to activate law enforcement to enforce that component of the order. So that's kind of the rationale behind why it's set up this way. And I guess that was an explanation. And to make it into a question, I'll ask you to comment on my understanding of that.
If I followed your question, or your statement that became a question. I think in an earlier draft, and I could be wrong, but my recollection was that at the time of the final hearing, the draft indicated that if the court issued a final order, they would mandate relief. And so that's why I wanted to make, I mean, if that's what the committee's choice is, that's their decision. It didn't, the rationale for this statement, evidence of firearms, wasn't important from my perspective on the emergency order.
Right, and more so. The more we looked at it, it was like, well, that rationale makes sense for the emergency order because of the state prohibition, but we went one step further and said, well, does it make sense to make sure there's evidence of firearms in either of those, and that's why we've ended up landing here.
I just wanted to make sure I understood why it was there.
Okay.
On page 7, again, lines 16 through, beginning on line 16, that's the language that we talked about earlier, that relinquishment, that would be part of the order. And I view it as it's just not necessary, but again, that's a decision for the committee. To make. And if you read the reason I thought it was redundant in part was if you look at the language beginning on line 16 of page 7, it says require the defendant to relinquish the firearms pursuant to the instructions of a law enforcement officer. And if you read the top of page 8, paragraph BB, any other information that will assist the officer. I mean, that phrase to me is redundant with the other one. You're basically saying whatever the law enforcement officer says, the individual has to do. But again, it could be viewed as form over substance. I think the next page I had with changes in green. This is the emergency order. And again, it repeats that same language, the definition of relinquishment. Reading down, in addition to green, I have some aqua blue, if I can use that term. I'm not sure what the significance of the blue is immediately. That's an added word. My concern, I think I made note of it in an earlier comment, was on line 13, where it says adhere to the provisions of a subsequent order immediately.
I'm sorry,
language.
could you just tell us what page you're on?
Sure, I'm sorry, page 10.
Losing track of it.
I'm sorry, page 10. On line 13, it looks like the word immediately is added in this draft.
I think we're looking at a different version again here.
What draft
here?
I have 7.1 at 129.
That's what we have, but here's page 10.
Well, immediately is added with blue, right? On line 13, page 10?
No. Yours is struck.
Right.
Matter of fact, the whole section is.
Mine is struck.
11.
Maybe only the group.
12 through, the whole thing is struck in yours.
Oh, I have
Is it the right time of day?
Yeah.
129?
Yeah, that's the one served, always served stuff. It's struck, I think.
Yeah.
So if the whole thing's struck, then
Right.
I'm okay with that.
Keep that one word.
Look at it, the wrong version.
But that, do we know if all these versions are the same?
Martin, you were looking at the wrong one, you're saying?
I think I was looking at the wrong one. The judge.
Right, but he's looking at the correct time, date, and
Right,
and draft.
right, and now he's got mine, so I don't have to Eric change it again. Hang on to it while you do that, that's fine.
Okay. As long as we all have the same draft in front of us, that's
So let's make sure that the judge has that.
Yeah.
This is, let me share my page 10.
Yeah, that's what you're looking at.
That's change.
Right,
Yours is different.
it is. I got yellow and plenty more attractive.
We
Green,
wanted to
yellow,
fast for you.
and blue.
What number have you got?
I have 7.1.
It's different than ours.
129.
No changes made, so no explanation.
Color printer went a little crazy with the tone.
Could be.
Yeah.
So it looks like, according to your draft, your section of small v.
This is also struck, sorry.
Right, no, that's what I was getting to.
Line VI.
VI is
Yeah,
gone.
that's correct. Yeah.
So, again, remember, now I'm looking at VII, inform, this is on line 17, inform the defendant that third-party storage of firearms is not permitted unless the court makes findings. Again, this is just another example of, I don't think it's necessary to be in the order because we're not going to order third-party storage on an emergency order. Remember, this is an emergency order. And the law already says that we can't order it. And so I'm just concerned about these orders containing so much information that the important things, date and time of final hearings and things are lost. So I just don't think it's necessary to be in there. On page 13, beginning at line 5, is the language that the court proposed, 5 through 8. To say that the ex parte temporary order issued shall remain in effect until it is either dismissed by the court or the petition is denied at a final hearing. If the final order is issued, the temporary order shall remain in effect until personal service of the final order. And that's the language that we had proposed and would ask the committee to consider adopting. It'll make a difference in a lot of respects. It'll allow that temporary order to continue. What we see now oftentimes is when an emergency order is issued, every order calls for a date of final hearing. But it also says the order will expire at 5 o'clock on that day. Oftentimes, if we don't get service of that initial order, what we then have to do is reissue another order. There's multiple orders out there. This will allow us to keep one order out there that remains in effect and just send for service a new notice of hearing on that. So I think it'll improve the process in a number of respects. Page 14, I have it as lines 8 through 18. There's some green. And I would just say, again, lines 8 through 18, this is going into the return of service. And I think I testified earlier that all of what you have here goes without saying. I don't think it adds anything to the return of service to include it. And I know there was testimony or comment that this is not for the benefit of the court or law enforcement. But again, I'm just concerned that these documents are containing more information than they have to. They're serving a different purpose. And I think we just have to be careful. I think again, the section, the next green section I have is on page 17 on liability, and we would not offer an opinion or statement with respect to that. And the new section, I didn't pick up on it the other, when this first came in. I'm looking at page 20, and new section B that talks about a motion. This is where a family member can seek a so-called ERPO order. It says a motion filed under this section may only be based on an allegation petitioner poses an imminent and extreme risk of causing harm to another person, shall not be based on an allegation essentially of self-harm, potentially causing self-harm. I hadn't seen this before, and I guess my only reaction would be, as I recall the history of the airport orders, I could be wrong, but it was my impression that that's what these orders were designed for, either the person presents a danger, risk of harm to themselves or others. And so I was surprised to see that language, and I guess that's all I can offer in that regard. The committee knows that my concern about, there's nothing simple about requesting these orders, and I think it would put an individual at a difficult process to process these, but if it's in the bill, we will assist without advising. Those are the only comments I had, unless folks had questions.
Oh, no, sorry.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jim.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Beth Navani from the Vermont Police Association. So I had sent some comments out this week to Legislative Council in response to 7.1. I'll take you through those very quickly, and then I know that there's some questions that you have around impeding, and be more than happy to address the Attorney General's opinion, especially under State versus Berard. So let me start with House 610, version 7.1 at 1:29 p.m. I won't go over the comments I made with respect to typos and numbering, but we'll just launch into the substantive areas. Page 4, line 10. I know we're going to come back and talk about impeding, but I want to at least have you note this so that you have it. We would propose that after the phrase law enforcement officer, that we add the words, so it would read, let's see, who refuses to obey instructions from a law enforcement officer issued by a law enforcement, excuse me, how did I put that? Let me go back here. After law enforcement officer and before insurance certifies issued by a law enforcement officer. So we want to have failure to obey instructions from a law enforcement officer issued by the law enforcement officer to ensure. So this is clarifying language that makes it clear that the law enforcement officer's instructions are limited to those which ensure the safe removal of the firearms and to protect the safety of the officer or other persons present. It's limiting language upon the instruction itself to law enforcement, and that modification is necessary. We don't want to penalize someone for refusing to obey an instruction because they're trying to ensure safety. So it's just to make it grammatically correct. We can come back to that. Page 8, line 3 is my next correction or request for change.
Can you say which page?
Page 8, okay. Line 3, and I'm going to ask for similar language. So this is the section that has to do with what is...
What does your line 3 say? Because I have 3 stars.
Right. Well, I would add a subsection. That's why I took advantage of your 3 stars.
All right.
It would essentially say inform defendant of the provisions under Title 20 VSA 2307B1 that relinquishment shall be to, and then you would list the relinquishment options under I believe this is the this is the final order that would be available under a final order. The reason we want to add that into the court order itself is because you want very clearly written for any defendant what the relinquishment options are under the law. And if the court will create the form, it'll say, defendant, you may, under the law, under Title 20, section blah, 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 relinquish, and then they will list the options. It is a way to minimize misunderstanding and to maximize for the defendant knowledge about what the right next step is for them. We don't want to set them up for failure, we want to set them up for success. Same type of request at page 10, line 18. Here I would just modify what appears at line 18 in little v. And that is not just to inform them about third-party storage, but inform them what the options are under Title 20, at least what the court is saying in the order that the options are. And if the court is determining third-party storage is not an option, that's what it'll list. But there are other options, and we want them all there for the defendant so they know exactly what they need to do to comply with the law, to set them up for success, not failure. And the last substantive change appears at page 16. Line 19. This is the liability provision, and it should include liability extending not just to the to property damage while accessing firearms, but also while removing them. It's the whole process of accessing and removing. And those are the requested changes, other than the comments I made with respect to typos.
So Beth, would you say, I heard you just use the word substantive, so, well, do you think these are substantive, or they're
cleanup?
Clean up, which I think is different. Yeah, I think it cleans it up, and I think it makes it clearer and within the intent of what we've been discussing, this language. So I just want to come back to the impeding piece, which for all of you begins on, really substantively begins on page 4. The actual crime is hindering, and it's at, impeding a police officer, public officers, is at Title 13, Section 3001. And if you recall my testimony, I argued for the creation of subsection B because I did not think subsection A would give authority to law enforcement officers to control the scene except and unless and until somebody was actually in the law enforcement officer's face, physically obstructing them in some way, some affirmative action. The very argument I was making is exactly what the court was talking about in Berard. They were talking about the application of subsection A for failing to abide by a law enforcement officer's instructions. So the argument from the officer is, you're impeding my authority. And the court went through an analysis about that and indicated that that wasn't the intent of the legislature. So they talked about legislative intent as to whether hindering an officer could encompass violation of a civil law. So they spent some time on that, and they came to the conclusion, as I would have as a prosecutor, it doesn't apply. This isn't what that subsection A was intended to apply to, which is why I'm asking you to create subsection B. B allows the officer to control the scene through an instruction. What does that look like? It means that the instruction has to be tied to ensure safety, meaning the officer can't just issue any instruction. And with anything that officers do, it also has to be constitutional. That's a training issue, and we always train around what the parameters are. The actual violation occurs when someone disobeys an instruction that is given by the officer. And I hear what the Attorney General's office is saying. No matter what the action of the officer is, they always have to establish probable cause. This is true under anything you create, whether in Title 13. There's always a need to explain in an affidavit what is the probable cause to believe the crime has occurred. You have to explain what occurred, how it fits within the statute. And these are going to be decided on a case-by-case basis. The specific instruction
is with clarity, if you wanted to add language, that the officer has to notify the person that violating the instruction puts them in jeopardy of violating 3001 big fine. That puts them in clear notice that to disobey the instruction puts them in violation, but as a practical matter, they're likely to do that anyway. They are likely to indicate that if you don't obey my instruction, then you'll be subject to arrest. That is clear notice to someone that the next act they take could be in violation of the law. Whether or not a prosecutor charges it because they've decided that there is or is not probable cause, or whether or not a court decides after a motion to dismiss it survives, or whether or not there's a conviction, that is always in play no matter what any officer does. It is a process. And there are always constitutional constraints. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you that in any particular case, that there won't be a claim that something was not constitutional, because that exists with anything law enforcement does. That's just a fact. So it is one of the most important things. There are two really critical pieces here when it comes to safety. And on the safety side of the equation, the ability to control both the defendant and the people in the house, always subject to constitutional constraints, which is a training issue. But I read Berard, and the court never really talked about the void for vagueness piece too much, because it had decided based upon an interpretation of what the legislative intent was under 3001, and whether that could be applied to enforcing a civil violation. And for the very reason I've asked to create B, they decided A did not apply. That is exactly why I want you to create A, because I don't think A would apply. We want to allow there to be control when someone is 6 feet away and not have the officer have to wait until that person is in their face with a firearm potentially in the mix. That's just not where we want to go with this. So that's the reason for the request. I will note that there is analogous language in Title 23 that essentially creates a violation for failing to obey an officer's instruction. I'll read you the exact language. Part with this was
citation for that?
I do. I'll just pull it up. I want to make sure I get it right. It's Title 23, 1013, Authority of Law Enforcement Officers. Enforcement officers may make arrests for violation of this title, may act, direct, control, regulate traffic, and make reasonable orders in enforcement of this title to prevent or alleviate traffic congestion, property damage, or personal injury. No person may knowingly fail or refuse to comply with a lawful order or direction of any enforcement officer. That's been around since 1971. The modification in 1973 and not found to be unconstitutional. It's used all the time on a regular basis. And, here an officer has to decide whether they need to make an order to alleviate traffic congestion in the same way an officer at the scene and serving one of these relinquishment orders has to decide whether they are making an order to ensure the safety. No different. It's the same construct. And an officer is going to have to make a determination of probable cause, no different than any offense under Title 13. I can't tell you how this will all sugar out through the courts. I suspect that the judge is correct. He's still here, that this would be some area of challenge, but that is the way you can expect it to go when you create a new offense. And, there'll be a lot of training around all of this. There has to be, and hopefully it'll include guidance from prosecutors and the Attorney General's office.
So there was, I think, an apparent ambiguity. I want you to comment on this. On page 4, lines 8 to 13, but really focusing on line 8 to 9. A person present at a location during the lawful search for or seizure or removal of firearm.
Should be A, I guess, huh?
Yeah, well, that wasn't my question, but yeah.
Okay.
Pursuant to this order. So the question was whether the scenario that we were kicking around this afternoon was a situation where there's just the order, including relinquishment, and the officer is at the door and asks the individual to relinquish their weapons and follow his or her instructions, the officer's instructions, let me in, whatever, and the person says no.
Right.
So if they went forward and tried to, well, I guess there's a couple of questions. Maybe Matt should be asking a question.
Oh, I like hearing you do it.
Yeah, well, I'll keep on
Good
going.
practice for you.
Yeah, thank you.
We can stop right there because that question isn't designed to ensure the officer's safety.
Well, no, my question is whether that's would be subject to a lawful removal. So the person refuses to obey his instructions, like, I need you to get out of the house. Or it could be any, my question, and Matt can now clarify because I'm bungling this whole thing up from his perspective, but my question was the removal pursuant to the order, not the warrant, the removal pursuant to the order, not seizure.
Right.
That would have to be done pursuant to an exception to the warrant requirement.
Right.
For it to be lawful.
What is true for law enforcement in general is you can write all the statutes you want, but always they have to operate within the constitutional constraints, always.
Which means that for a search or seizure or removal, if you want to call removal, you need to have a warrant.
Or an exception.
Or an exception.
And
so I think we need to maybe add some language, even though that's implicit, just to make that very clear that we're not all of a sudden trying to create an opportunity to go in somebody's house with just this order and without a warrant, and just this is the authorization to go in the house. No, it's not. It's only if you have an exception to the warrant.
right, I mean, they would be trained that this isn't permission for them to violate the Constitution, so they would understand that. But you could add language if you wanted to that said nothing written herein is intended to grant authority of an officer to conduct a search, a seizure, without, unless pursuant to a warrant or a recognized exception to the warrant requirement.
Yeah, we would use that language.
Right, you could.
Just to make that very clear.
Right.
All right, so I couldn't do your question on that. So
You did pretty well. I do have a different one.
Yeah.
You did? Okay. I wanted to get your opinion on something on page 16. On line 12, we crossed out section.
What page on that?
16. Actually, I won't say we. We haven't done this. The presenter of the amendment has crossed out, or the presenters have crossed out section and put in the word chapter.
Right.
And I'm curious if you can comment on the need for that and why should we keep it as chapter instead of going back to section?
Well, if you just leave it to the section, and you want it under the chapter because the chapter is about your relief from abuse orders, and it's not specific to just that one section.
Somewhat. It's the service of the warrants, which is when you're getting all the stuff about the relinquishment is in there. In that one section.
Right.
The chapter is pretty big.
Exactly. It's about the chapter, which is a civil process that law enforcement isn't a party to, but participating in with an assist. So so it is intended to apply to the chapter.
What are some of the issues that you see if the word section is used instead? What are the problems with that?
So I'm assuming that it would only then apply to Title 15-1105, which is service of the order.
Yes.
And warrants. All right? So then it wouldn't apply to 1004,
Nope.
which is the service of the temporary border, which is actually, emergency relief is 1104.
So you're concerned that it would be only, that it wouldn't cover law enforcement to a large enough extent because they're involved in delivering the orders.
It wouldn't apply to 1103.
Right. Which is one of them's emergency and the other one's final. So you're concerned that the law enforcement would have liability when serving either the emergency or final relief from relief from abuse order?
Yeah, I mean, the whole point is that law enforcement is part of this, is pulled into this civil process between two private parties, plaintiff and defendant. So we would want this provision to apply to the chapter, which speaks to relief from abuse orders generally, if I'm correct.
So do they have that now under the current relief from abuse order language?
No.
No.
But they do have it in another section of law in connection with firearms and domestics. It's just a very specific criminal statute.
So is the concern that because we're adding family members that they're not involved? Because in the past, under current law, either the law enforcement officer or the state's attorney has to bring the action. So there's some sort of
I think that's
touch.
a different chapter, though. Because it's the extreme risk protection order.
That's a different chapter? Okay.
I believe
Chapter 21 is the abuse prevention chapter.
Right, I'm just trying to figure out why we're putting so much, why we're extending this to a chapter. I'm trying to figure out what the ramifications of that are.
Well,
Or what we're missing by keeping it as sections.
so you're more inclined to miss something than you are to over-apply it, if that makes any sense. The subchapter is broken down into definitions, jurisdiction, the types of requests, emergency relief service procedure, filing of orders with law enforcement personnel and Department of Public Safety in the database, enforcement and appeals, child support.
That's the full chapter.
That's the full chapter. That is subchapter 1. Subchapter 2 is the Fatality Review Commission. Subchapter 3 is address confidentiality provision. I'm happy to limit it to subchapter 1 if that's what you're looking for, because it wasn't my intention to put it with the other.
With all, yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how wide.
Subchapter 1 works. If you want to do that, that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
In terms of background, you'll see that this is going to be a committee bill because this is something that the language, the Attorney General's office requested language on this issue, and it came in too late in terms of me actually introducing the bill. So that's why this is what I expected. And David Sher from the Attorney General's office will be here, but I thought Michelle as a drafter could help us understand the title we're in, just some high level basically what these laws pertain to, and generally what the bill is attempting to do. I'm really glad to be able to do this in light of Tom's announcement about his son.
Yeah.
Who is
my son is now a detective with the Seattle Police Department on the Internet Crimes Against Children Division. So,
more power to him, right?
Yeah.
Right.
He made his first arrest last week. So.
Oh, right. So anyway.
Yep.
Okay. All right, so for the record, Michelle Childs, Office of Legislative Counsel, and as the chair mentioned, this would be a committee bill. And I'm just going to give you kind of a broad overview because, again, as Representative Grad mentioned, this is a proposal that is coming from the Attorney General's office, and David is here, and so if you have questions about, well, why do we need that, or why this thing, or whatever, that's all coming from them. I'm just more kind of took what they wanted and put it into the right drafting format and things like that, so I'm going to set you up for the discussion. So what this is doing is it's amending Chapter 64 in Title 13. So Title 13, your criminal title. Chapter 64 is entitled Sexual Exploitation of Children. Most of what's in here, there's a number of crimes, but a lot of what's being amended is around when you think about child pornography, sexual performances. So we'll go through and I'll show you the changes. So starting out in section 2821 in the definition section, you'll see the first changes on page 2, and this is amending the definition of sexual conduct. And you'll see on line 14 the new addition of any simulation of any of the above described conduct. So it's going to be encompassing anything that's A through F. And any simulation of that. Next changes on the definition of sexual performance. So you'll see it means any performance or any part of a performance which includes sexual conduct. And right now it's by a child, and this adds by, with, or on a child. So I think probably the AG's office can talk to you about why they need that expanded and the types of conduct that might fit under that, and why the current definition is not adequate for their purposes. Top of page 3, next change is to the definition of promote. And so this is adding, you'll see on line 3, that making the material available would also fall under promote. And then also on line 4, by any means, it talks about under current law, including electronic transmission, and this includes adding file sharing or peer-to-peer networks. So again, something that we see, almost every year is some type of legislation that's updating criminal laws to reflect the evolution of technology, right? So I think oftentimes when you look at a lot of the statutes, it may not, with everything changing with cell phones and cameras and all those kinds of things.
I'm not looking to go backwards, but why isn't the file sharing and peer-to-peer networks included under electronic transmissions?
I don't know. I would say, my guess is that the AG's office in prosecuting these cases is coming up into these terms and maybe feeling as though they're having to argue that it should cover certain things and perhaps is not, and so they want to be explicit and clarify here in the language. Next, I'm sorry.
I guess I'm really naive. What does sexual performance mean?
The definition is on the bottom of page 2. So it's any performance which includes sexual conduct by, with, or on a child, and then the definition of sexual conduct is right there in subdivision 2. So it's any of those things. So if you look at the top of page 2, from like line 1 down to line 14. So there's a number of places in this chapter where there's just a technical amendment around how we talk about age, and so I won't mention those, but that's just a technical amendment in section 2822. There's no changes to 2823, but I'm amending the whole chapter, so I just have everything in there. I think it's also because of we amend the penalty section. I wanted to have all parts of the chapter there so you could look and see how the penalties all fit together. Page 4, top of page 4, it's section 2824, and this is promoting a recording of sexual conduct. And again, this is adding where it talks about sexual conduct by, under current law, by a child. This is adding with or on a child as well. So we see that earlier on the definition of sexual performance. Next changes are on page 5 in section 2825, and so this is the penalty section. This is an old chapter, and so it's a little unusual in the way that it is. It has all the different crimes in different sections, and then it has one penalty section that then refers back to all those particular sections, rather than oftentimes when you're looking in a section, it'll say, you know, here's the crime, here's the elements, and here's the punishment if you do it. So. But we're looking at 2825, and I've reworked subsection C. There's a new misdemeanor crime added in there. There's one crime. There's an area of crimes that's increased from a 2-year misdemeanor to a 3-year felony, and then the 5-year.
Where's that now?
This is in subsection C. I'll take you through it subdivision by subdivision, but I had to kind of rework it all to add the new stuff in. Mm-hmm. So you see in subsection C for the penalties, and this is referring to 2827, which again, it's the way that the chapter is kind of structured is weird because the penalties are before 2827. But if you look on page 7, you can see when we're talking about 2827, we're talking about what's currently labeled as possession of child pornography, and the proposal is to change it to possession of child sexual abuse materials. So when we're talking about subsection C, we're going to talk about that particular section, and here's the penalties. So under subdivision C1, it creates a new misdemeanor for a year maximum if the violation of 2827 involved a visual portrayal of a child who is nude or partially clothed, and the visual portrayal is, and it has to have all of these, it has to be unrelated to the sale of a commercially available legal product, has to be used for purely prurient purposes, and have no serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value. Okay. Yeah.
So, we're starting to see more and more, like you had mentioned with the change in electronics, people using tools to voyeur. Either publicly or at their own home. So the act of that would fall into that category.
It might. I would say if you're talking about like voyeurism and secretly filming someone. Yeah. We have a specific voyeurism law that's in another chapter. So if you remember when I was talking about the prostitution bill, there's 2 sub-chapters in that chapter, which is it's lewdness and prostitution. The lewdness sub-chapter has a specific crime of voyeurism, and that's where either people are kind of the peeping Tom stuff or using some type of device to record someone who is partially clothed or engaged in a sexual act, and so that's a separate crime.
But being a child.
But being a child, yes, and so possessing those images, so it could be that somebody might be able, depending on the circumstances, they could be charged under voyeurism, but then they could also be charged under having and being in possession of this material. Yep. So that's a 1-year misdemeanor. Subdivision, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Okay, so number 1 on line 12 down through A, B, and C is a new crime.
Yes.
And, well, it's kind of I would say, kind of a new crime, because if somebody's doing these things now, I'm going to assume there's a penalty for it.
Well, I think that would be for, I think for David to answer. Again, I'm assuming that these things are coming and being proposed by the Attorney General's offices because they're not either clearly prosecutable under an existing provision of law, or they want another tool there. But I think that's going to be more of a question for David.
Okay.
So subdivision C2, and this is a 3-year felony for possessing a clearly lewd exhibition of a child's genital or anus or other than a depiction of sexual conduct by a child, and that is currently, you'll see at the top of page 6 where the language is struck. That's currently a 2-year misdemeanor. And so this particular crime, again, is on the books, but it's a 2-year misdemeanor, and subdivision C2 is increasing it to a 3-year felony. And then lastly, page 6, subdivision C3, and this is, looks like it's a lot of change, but it's really not changing anything. I just had to do it in the context of subsection C, which is that if you're violating 2827, and it involves possessing material that involves sexual conduct by a child, again, going back to your definition of sexual conduct that's in subdivision 2 on page 2, then that is a 5-year felony, and that penalty is not changing. Next changes are on subsection E, and so this is for a violation of 2828, which is luring a child. So if you just want to look at the existing language and what conduct that includes, you would look on page 9 for luring a child. And so the current penalty for luring a child is a 5-year felony, but there's 2 new carve-outs for that have increased penalties. So you'll see in subdivision E2, if a person is convicted of luring under 2828, but the violation involved the person physically traveling to meet a child who is under 16 years of age, or another person who they believe to be a child under 16 years of age. So if it's a law enforcement officer doing something, kind of a sting operation, and the person thinks that they're meeting a child, then that would be a 10-year felony, not a 5-year felony. And then subdivision E3 is that if someone has a subsequent, so if they've already have one conviction for luring, and then they get a second or a subsequent, then that would be a 10-year felony. Page 7, so going to the possession of child pornography section, so you'll see on line 16, so right now it talks about no person shall with knowledge of the character and content possess, and then this is adding or knowingly access with the intent to view. Again, I think what David can talk about is what they're seeing in terms of using electronics and using the internet, and whether or not people feel as though, I could see that the word possess would be a little ambiguous when you're talking about people accessing something on the internet. You'll see on line 18 this language that we've already seen in a couple different places when you're talking about sexual conduct by, with, or on a child. Line 19, bringing in the provision we talked about before, which is visual portrayal of a child who is nude or partially clothed, if the visual portrayal is, and then talks about that it's not related to commercially available product, it's used purely for prurient purposes and has no serious literary, artistic, or scientific value. And then I think that's it in terms of substantive changes. I think the rest are just technical, and then it has an effective date of this July. Questions for Michelle?
Yeah, I just look with the just kind of jog something with visual portrayal of a child who is nude or partially clothed. What if take Facebook. What if somebody posted a picture of their, say their 3-year-old son from the back, and that was nude just because they thought it was cute to show a butt picture of their son.
Right. I mean, I would argue that that's not being used for purely prurient interests.
Right.
Right?
Okay.
And that's the purpose of that is to be like, look how cute my kid is, rather,
Right.
to my family, rather than trying to arouse sexual interest in someone.
Right. Certainly something I would promote because it would be used, but I,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, no, these are very, very tricky issues, and when this committee has grappled with the voyeurism law, with the revenge porn law, with all of these things, is trying to look at and say, well, what images constitute, something, what crosses the line is it takes a lot of discussion, and to be able to accurately identify it for purposes of the statute and make sure that you're not sweeping in things that you don't intend to, whether it be artistic or scientific or literary, or somebody just sharing pictures of their kids with the most innocent purposes.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it seems a little ambiguous and unclear. I'm looking at that used for purely purposes. That something could be put out innocently and then somebody actually uses it for that purpose.
Right.
See, why, I would suggest, and maybe this is way too early in this, but I'll ask David, why wouldn't we do something like intended for use for purely purposes? So there's an intent element to that of the person actually sending it out.
Yeah, I did not choose that language, so you would have to ask as to why.
I think we're going to hear about how these cases are successfully or not successfully being prosecuted, and the challenges that,
To me, I mean, what Martin was saying sounds a little clearer. That's.
I mean, it could be as to having to, whether or not you have to be proving the intent of the person. Did they intend to just share it, and then they say, well, I intended, to share it like very innocently, and they say, well, how do you prove that they intended it for prurient purposes?
I guess we just have to make clear who's using.
Let's hear from David and others, yeah. Great. Thank you. David.
Good morning, David Chair with the Attorney General's Office. Thanks for having me this morning. This proposal is coming from our criminal division, and to give the committee a little bit of background, our criminal division has dedicated investigators pursuant to some federal funding called the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force, and federal government funds, I believe, the sort of equipment and technical parts of that, what they need to provide, and then the state of Vermont funds the investigators, and there's also some investigators in the Department of Public Safety who work on this also. So our office ends up doing a large number of these prosecutions, and that's why it is us who are coming to you today with this proposal. And I should also say, we posted, I believe Mike was successfully able to post a series of articles from the New York Times last fall that do a very good job of describing the scope of the problem. Certainly our investigators and our prosecutors are somewhat overwhelmed with the volume cases and issues that they spot. So this is partially in response to what the New York Times did a very good job of describing in terms of the scope of the problem.
So where are the leads coming from?
Where are leads coming from? So I should also say, as a partial answer to that question, we wanted to have investigator Matt Raymond come in and talk to you today so that he could talk about exactly those types of technical questions, and also, frankly, talk about some of the practical obstacles they see, which this bill attempts to answer.
Will he be coming in?
Assuming the committee is okay with having him, yes, he will be available. He's at a conference right now, so he just isn't in the state. But next time this gets taken up, we'd love to have him talk to you and answer some of those questions. And he can tell you more about the process of investigation, which produces those leads. So going through the bill, I will go to page 2 here and talk a little bit about some of the policy concerns. And some of the stuff that we're talking about here is pretty uncomfortable, just to give people a heads up, which I'm sure you realize. The simulation of any of the above described conduct, and which is the line 14 amendment, the amendment on line 14, and the amendment on line 20, which includes the with or on a child. These were both amendments aimed at getting around loopholes, if you will, that attorneys are using and defendants are using when prosecutions are being brought in instances where there's clearly sexual conduct occurring, but the sexual conduct may not have been caught with somebody touching somebody else. So, for example, a video depicting somebody masturbating onto a child. That's actually not, that because there hasn't been the physical touching that's described in this performance definition, the hope is that by including both of those amendments, that type of behavior will be more clearly captured by the definition. Another example that they have given where they've had, and these are all coming from specific cases where they've had difficulty with prosecutions, even though, again, there's clearly some bad behaviors happening. They've seen videos and images, there's been videos and images found where there's an erect penis that's very close to, say, the mouth or genitals of a child. And again, without that intentional touching piece of it, the definition currently doesn't include that. And the hope and the belief is that by including in the definition the simulation part of it and the with or on a child part of it will both encapsulate that behavior more effectively. Again, this is stuff that a common sense observer would say clearly this is child sexual abuse material, but there's some technical legal loopholes that have been exploited by people in these cases. Moving on to the next page, page 3. This is really about updating it to take account for modern technology. And Representative Bratt, you had a specific question about that, which was well taken, and it's, what are we doing here? Why wouldn't the peer-to-peer file and file sharing networks already be covered? And again, when you look at it carefully, peer-to-peer networks and file sharing means that somebody isn't necessarily in possession or has arguably not procured any of the images or videos. They are just watching a stream of them, a streaming of that, but the information, if you will, is being stored somewhere else, in some other computer, some server somewhere else, and they're accessing it in a manner such that it's not in the device that they are in possession of. So right now, arguably, streaming isn't covered by this, and that's been an argument that's been successfully made in cases where we're trying to.
So something that's stored somewhere else, but so this is covering somebody who might be watching it, but it's not loaded in their computer.
Right.
So like a Dropbox or something like that.
It would be like,
because I know, not that I have a lot of information, just talking with my son, that some people will store their stuff in Dropbox. Is that the reason that maybe some laws don't cover it as well as we intend to?
As long as what's happening is the remote accessing of it, and I'm actually not sure about Dropbox in particular. The examples that come to mind are actually old examples from back in the days when streaming music was very popular. Spotify's kind of killed off the illegal aspect of that industry, but like LimeWire and Napster, thank you, were the prime examples of that, and those were peer-to-peer file sharing networks where the music you were listening to was not on your computer, it was somewhere else. but you are able to access it. And the same types of technology are being used for the dissemination of child pornography, and I should say child sexual abuse material. And the other aspect of this is that when you are accessing those, the way this technology works is when you're accessing those videos and watching them, you are, by doing so, making them available to other people. The way the peer-to-peer networks operate, as I understand it, and I'm not an expert myself on this, is that the act of watching it makes it available for other people to, it opens up the network and makes it more available for other people to access as well. So you are both accessing it and you're disseminating it in the act of doing so. So the usage of these peer-to-peer networks really expands, very rapidly expands the ability for people to access the material. So that's why that's being added, and again, these are coming from specific prosecutions that have run into trouble because of the definitions not covering things that a common sense observer would say clearly that was intended to be covered by the statutes. On page 4, the what they're on is that's the only change, and again, that's repeating the change made on the prior page. One other nuance I will put in here, my understanding is that in addition to what I already mentioned, the with or on clarifies that the child doesn't need to have agency in this. When you say conduct by a child, it makes it appear as though the child has some agency here, and the point is, however you want to look at it, they don't. And just clarifying that that an element of the crime is not trying to prove that the child had some sort of agency in participating.
Make sure folks understand where agency and where you're going with it.
No.
Okay.
Couldn't somebody in this day and age, because I'm not tech savvy, but can't they go and set up their own stuff by taking different parts of something and going and actually making something that didn't happen, and go and use that if they want to get somebody?
You mean like creating a false document and then planting it or something like that?
Or a video or something. You know, you go and you see these, I don't even know what they call them, but where they're doctored up and, you know, for like funny thing, what do they call them? Those minis or whatever they are and all that stuff. I mean, can't they do that same thing on stuff like this?
I'm sure they could. I'm sure they do. I think part of the underlying policy goal here is to make a market for this as difficult as possible.
I understand that, and I'm all for that.
And,
I got it.
And one of the fixes that we have here is the simulation piece that we talked about on the prior page, or page 2, sorry, thank you, on line 14. And part of the point of that, any simulation of the above described conduct, is to capture those types of videos where a defense may be raised that this didn't actually happen in real life, but we took an image of a child and an image of an erect penis, which is an example that I used already, and put them together. And that still is, frankly, satisfying the interests of people who want to get at this material. And the point is to really make that something that's difficult, make that market a difficult one to access and maintain.
Okay. Yeah. What happens if somebody was to go and look at something and they didn't even know what they were looking at, and then all of a sudden they go on to something that is just as disgusting as this is, and they didn't mean to even go there, or they had no idea what they were.
Intent is always a defense in criminal law. If it genuinely was an accident and it's not something you repeated, that's the defense you could bring up if you end up getting caught up in some sort of, or a person got caught up in some sort of investigation and there was a genuinely no intent to access that material. I think that would be a defense, but that would be a factual case-by-case inquiry.
So in terms of agency, do folks understand the term agency that David was talking about, that there's no agency? Folks get that?
Go ahead. Where are you at now?
Well, for example, line 3, the reason why it had just said sexual conduct by the child, and so the words with or an and. So they're wanting just.
Yeah, so the concept we're getting at there is making sure it's very clear to judges and juries and so forth that the child doesn't have to have been intending to engage in this or have meant to engage in this or was trying to engage in this. When you use the word by, it makes it seem, it arguably makes it seem as though you have to find that the child had some sort of purpose in doing this. And this is to make it clear that that is not something that is intended or needs to be found. It's just the fact of the child being there and being abused in this way is sufficient. So moving to page 5.
David, before you...
Yeah.
And this pertains to nothing you're talking about at this point. What was the investigator's name that...
Matthew Raymond.
Matthew, okay,
We'll have him in here next time we take it up. He'll be back. He's back in the States starting Monday. I actually think it might be a little easier if we hold the penalties section because of the strange design of this statute. Hold the penalties section for a minute.
I thought about rewriting all of it, and I thought I was going to make your job a lot harder, so I didn't.
That's fine. Let's jump ahead to page 7 if you don't mind, and then we'll come back to the penalties, just because normally that's how we would talk about these things. So, on page 7, line 16, this is again another fix aimed at the live streaming peer-to-peer network type of issue where when we're talking about possession, somebody who's live streaming it, certainly we would view as just as culpable as somebody who has it in their possession, and this is just making clear that live streaming is also illegal.
I think this goes to Ken's question as well earlier, where it talks about knowingly access.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So
yeah.
that's where there has to be intent to actually access material, knowing that that's the kind of material.
Line 16.
On page 7.
Yeah, thank you. That's a good point on that. Goes right to that issue. The next. Oh,
thank you.
Good to go. The next chunk I want to talk about is this additional category of behavior that is basically being proposed as a new crime that's being criminalized. This is getting at what is sometimes termed child erotica, and will sometimes be images, oftentimes, or I should say, the cases that are concerning to investigators are instances where somebody has possession of a very large number of photographs of children who may be nude or partially clothed or are clothed in very sexually provocative positions. And currently that behavior is not unlawful under the statutes because the child sexual abuse material is narrowed to the sexual conduct, is defined by the sexual conduct parts of it that are in statute that we went over earlier on pages, mostly on page 2. So this gets at that behavior. Our prosecutors and investigators would acknowledge that this is going to be an unusual charge. It's not likely to be able to be brought because the carve-outs are broad, and that's appropriate. The point here is not to criminalize things like the picture of the child in the bath that's an innocent family photo, which is a good example that you brought up.
And one thing that was going through my mind is just thinking back to the John Benet Ramsey case. I mean, what was she, 8 years old or something, but just all made up and not in any provocative clothes, but even kids that age, they sometimes when they have their pictures taken, if it was an adult woman posing in the same way, it would be considered sexual. So,
right, and again, I think the caveat on line 1 of page 8, used for purely prurient purposes, is intended to really keep out those types of behaviors. I will also say, in the interest of full transparency, our lawyers have been looking at this section again over the last day or two, and we are considering proposing some changes to this piece of it, because we do understand some of the concerns that have already been raised with respect to potentially being overbroad. This is actually taken almost directly from a current West Virginia statute that is good law. There's a Texas statute that's quite similar that is good law. So we believe that this is sort of constitutionally permissible. We also want to make sure that we are really within the confines of what's constitutionally permissible in terms of what you can regulate and make unlawful. So we, I would say, are likely to come back as soon as possible with some proposed amendments to this piece, just to make sure we're not stepping onto shaky ground, because it's certainly not our intention to propose something that might be unconstitutional. So we'll probably come back and narrow this a little bit, redefine it slightly. Just want to let the committee know that we are cognizant of that issue. So having said that, let's actually jump back to page 5 and the penalties. We can jump down to line 9 here, and again, this is the same change we already went over on page 7, where we're trying to cover live streaming and peer-to-peer networks. And then the structure of, if we move further down, this is, as Michelle noted, just the way that this statute is written. We had to import the entire definition of this new offense into the penalty section to make it work. That being said, if the other thing changes, this will change too. So if this is redrafted to make it narrower and more clearly defined for, to make certain that we are within the constitutional boundaries, this will also change. And then, as Michelle noted, the penalty structure changes slightly, such that this becomes hold on one second. This becomes a 3-year felony, and on subsection 3 on the next page, there's a 5-year felony. That actually isn't a change. That's the same penalty that existed previously. But there would be a bump up from a 2 to 3 year for the possession sections.
So, on line 18, imprisoned not more than 3 years or fined not more than 5,000. Oh, or both. Okay, I'm good. I hadn't read it all the way through.
Yes.
So can you say why it would move up from 2 to 3?
I think the concept was that if they're going to include this new crime for a different set of behavior, it made sense to have this be the lowest penalty level and then move the arguably more severe violations up one level. That was the violation. I will say, again, perfectly transparent, if the committee has different ideas about how they want to structure that, I don't think our office is particularly concerned about the precise years here. The main goal of this bill is to make sure that the harmful behavior that's happening is captured by our statutes. So I'd say that if you want to have a discussion about that, we're fine with having a discussion about that. The real thrust of this bill is the stuff that happened, the stuff that we're proposing with respect to file sharing and simulations and so forth.
So I take it, so when I first looked at this bill, I mean, it's just like, wow, right? So it's really mind-boggling. But I take it most of you in this room have dealt with this bill before, or this content before, correct?
Might be mixed.
Yeah,
tenure on the committee.
I don't think we've done it
in a while, right?
6, so it's been this way for a long time?
There was one aspect we did.
Well, David had one, maybe chance to
Now, we
remember.
didn't touch on a little bit of this, the tiny piece of this in human services when we were there.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, Michelle?
I don't think.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
I think my recollection was the last time that really much of this chapter was really kind of tinkered with was kind of when Eric was new, which was...
I think 1999 according to...
I was going to say, that the 1999 was his first
And not the
year.
Sexton stuff.
Yeah. So it was, I remember he and I grappling with the bill.
Well, when you that's involved in a conversation someplace along the way.
99 would have been the start of file sharing, so just for music and stuff. So it wouldn't have been the technology that we would have been thinking about.
Yeah.
But that was like in the Napster years.
I don't even know what Napster is. That's how out of date I am on this stuff.
You missed that completely.
Yeah, and it sounds like I'm glad I did.
Well, Napster was fun.
Oh. Well,
Anyway, but
Okay. So I'm happy to answer any questions. That's the presentation, and as I said, we will come back on that one piece in particular.
I don't have any questions about it, but I do have just a timing thing here. I see why the bill's being brought forward, but I'm a little bit, unnerved at the